I know y'all need all the time ready and everything.
Let me walk around.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission on November 18 to order. And we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I can ask Commissioner Touchton to please lead us in that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll start also with a roll call. Katie, if you'll do that, please.
I can do that. Adams.
Sorry, Laura. Sorry.
Thank you. Adams.
Sure, Adam.
Bailey.
Present.
Lecca.
Present.
Garcia.
No.
Haskett.
Here.
May.
Present.
Phillips.
Here.
Schaefer.
Present.
Touchton.
Present.
Vardy.
Present.
Chair Hauser.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Sorry about that. I knew you were online. Thanks, everybody. I think before we get to a couple of the business items, I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director Gibbs for a few protocols today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We at the state have received direction that really highlights for boards and commissions moving forward, especially recognizing the increase in COVID numbers throughout the state, where 1 in 48 people are now infected, that we want to do everything we can do to keep everyone safe. So how do you do that? You really move back to more of a virtual world. We decided to continue this meeting moving forward with the expectation that while we're inside, everyone will wear a mask. While you speak, you could also pull it down like this, but while we're out, in this building, please wear a mask. Also social distance as much as we can. It looks like we're spread out quite well today. Also, we brought some Binex COVID tests that are right at the check-in area. At the check-in area, also the expectation is you fill out a health screening form. For those that have not taken a instant kind of Binex test, just wave to me. I'm happy to kind of walk you through it. It only takes 10 to 15 minutes to do. But really, we have plenty of tests, so encourage all of you that would like to get a test to do so. So planning moving forward, we'll see what COVID numbers look, and my hope is that we'll be able to have future meetings in person. But for right now, at least for the next couple months, we'll be moving to a virtual world. So good to see you all in person, at least for today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, I think we'll start with approving the minutes of September 1st and 2nd. I know we have one addition, so I'll turn it to Jake for that.
Yes, thank you. I just, my suggestion is to add the specific reference to the open meetings law. When we entered executive session in Meeker, the text currently says it was moved by Mr. Touchton and seconded by Ms. Bailey to enter executive session. And what I want to add, and I sent an email to Laura Porter to this effect, is as authorized by 246402 CRS to discuss evaluation team recommendations regarding confidential bids for the 22 to 26 license contract awards. So just adding that detail.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other corrections, additions to the minutes? Okay, I will invite a motion to approve the minutes. Commissioner Schaefer.
Second.
Commissioner Touchton, second. Laura, for the record. I'm going to assume that there's approval for this, but all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay. Next item is any corrections to the agenda that anyone would like to offer for today? Okay. Hearing none, the agenda will move forward as stands. And then I just want to, I think a number of us will probably comment on the opportunity that we had last night and yesterday. But I certainly want to thank the May family and the entire staff here for orchestrating something that I think was both historic and really special, particularly given where we are on the Eastern Plains, southeastern Colorado, and to help with a release of one of the most rare mammals anywhere was really, really special. And to be part of that here in this part of the state. So I want to thank the May family for that. And for their remarkable conservation efforts that enable that to happen. You could have made a lot of other choices with your land, and you have made very intentional choices to preserve it and to have it be something I think that is a model and really special. So thanks to the May family. I also want to thank Commissioner Touchton, who contributed a few extra things to our evening last night, and who also has, I'm sure he'll offer more details on the opportunity that he has invited us all to participate in on Saturday. So I want to thank him. And then also want to just recognize our other Eastern Plains Commissioner Blecka. So thanks to the three of you for having us out in your part of the world. So other commissioner comments? Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. Just echoing what you said about the May family, really appreciate it. Usually wintertime is the time to kind of clean up and do maintenance, and Dallas and his family expedited that so they could host us in their family home and business. And just a huge honor to be a part of the event yesterday, and a lot of gratitude to you all. So thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you, Dallas. That was something I'll remember. It was a once in a lifetime experience to be that close to such a secretive and rare mammal. A couple other thanks. I want to thank, I didn't know this was coming, but our local Colorado Mills has given you all a gift bag. Some good stuff in there. I can tell you their livestock cake is endorsed by 10 out of 10 bison. It's a byproduct, I believe, of making this oil, but livestock love it. And I'm happy that a local merchant is giving us a gift bag. I don't know if Laura, I had a couple slides I wanted to show to highlight a couple other.
Absolutely. Yep. Go ahead.
Laura,
if you have Commissioner Touchton slides, we can put those up for the group here. Or whoever's doing that.
Well, while Laura's getting that ready, hopefully, I also had a present for Commissioner Garcia, which is our last meeting. I had advocated for paying $32 for a duck stamp, and I believe Commissioner Garcia advocated paying $31, and said it was easy for me to make that argument since I don't buy a lot of duck stamps. So in the spirit of contributing to the cause, I bought membership in Ducks Unlimited, which I think is a group that's close to Charlie's heart. And I was very pleased to see that 80% of that contribution would go to actually help ducks. And anyway, it was a point well taken, and I'm trying to do my part for the ducks. Okay, so my slides made it up. This is the Mile High Youth Corps, which I just wanted to highlight their work. It's in my view, an excellent program that gets young people started in careers in conservation. And it's funded by GOCO. They got a grant to work on some of the land that I manage for the Southern Plains Land Trust. It came down to do a tamarisk removal project. This was our saw crew. And I just wanted to point out the young gentleman with his hands on his knees on the left has gone on to work at one of our state parks, Mueller State Park, I believe. So anyway, I want to say this program is working, getting young people and diverse young people into conservation. And then Laura, if you roll ahead, this is Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado that also came down to work on a project on our preserve. This one was funded by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And Laura, if you go through the next couple slides real quick, we were installing low-tech human-powered erosion control features that are commonly called one-rock dams or Zuni bowls. This is kind of a combo of using old fence posts and logs we got from a quarry, but they're to replace beaver, basically. Beavers would do this for free and 24/7, but in the absence of beaver, we're trying to give them a head start. If you go one more, Laura, I think this was also, we had a burn. It was a lightning caused fire. And, we just are using these little low-tech structures to help with erosion. But I just wanted to highlight these two groups that I think are good partners for CPW, both the Youth Corps through GOCO, and in this case, Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado through the Water Conservation Board. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Others? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Laura hopefully has some slides for me as well. While she's doing that, I also want to thank Commissioner May, but more importantly than Commissioner May is his wife Brenda and his family. What a wonderful family you have. It was a true pleasure to meet all of them and to spend some time with them. So, and for you to open up your home to all of us is absolutely amazing. This is my 4th year, and I don't remember any of us ever having opened up our home to this entire commission. And I would love to do that, but my barn's a little smaller than yours. I call it a garage, but so thank you. So the first slide, I know I keep promising I'm not gonna bring pictures of the puppy dog, but I had to do this one because as you know, pheasant season is now open in Colorado. And so that's what little Ladybug is doing, as she's enjoying pheasants here in Colorado. And just a quick shout out, I was going through some CPW materials and I've talked to Mark Leslie and Brett Ackerman about it. But we have at CPW some great upland training programs for outreach to women, our youth, every segment of our society. And I would highly encourage people to take advantage of those programs. I've looked at them, and the safety issues around upland bird hunting are very important, and they do a good job in those programs of working on that. So pheasant season's upon us. Hunt safely, but get out there and enjoy our wildlife. The second slide, please, Laura. This is Sweetwater Lake. Will Perry, and I don't know who that fellow is on the right. That looks like Director Prinsloo. Nobody would give me a cowboy hat. So, I'm pushing. I'm hoping that CPW will get us cowboy hats next meeting. But that's Sweetwater Lake. The governor was there. Commissioner Schaefer was there. Director Gibbs was there. And I think Jacob Bray from the Northwest was there. And it was just a great day. It was a beautiful little hike up to that cliff where we took this picture. But that's going to be our 43rd state park, we believe. And it is an absolutely beautiful setting. And I encourage everybody not to wait, but to get up there and take a look at it. There is a beautiful little lodge there that you can stop, and they've got the best pie in Garfield County. So stop in. The next is a shout out to our aquatic people. I think she's going to be sending another slide up here, but it's one that we may not have. I sent over this morning. But a shout out to all of our staff, but particularly the aquatic people. I have been invited to the brown trout spawning up in Delaney Buttes. Unfortunately, timing, it didn't work. Same thing happened with walleye. And also I was just invited most recently to Shock the Dream Stream. And as luck would have it, something came and I couldn't make that one either, but please don't forget me. I will get out there. A special shout out to my area up in the Northwest and Jeremy Huntington. One of the things that CPW does that is kind of behind the scenes, we have a proposed development up in our area, and the developer had to seek input from CPW. And Jeremy submitted a 6-page letter on this proposed development, dealing with stream buffer zones, dealing with wetlands. It was an incredible letter, and really, I can tell you, did a lot for those of us who are environmentally concerned about any development going on, to help push our points to make sure that developers are acting in a way that is environmentally sound. And so thank you, Jeremy. And you'll see later on in our agenda, one of our items today is a new state wildlife area, and that's the Willow Creek up in Grand County. And Jeremy did a bulk of the work on that. I've been talking to him about it since they started working on this a long time ago. But it's going to be a beautiful little state wildlife area. And we don't have a park in Grand County, Director Prinsloo. So we may just call that the Willow Creek State Park, so that we can have one in Grand County. But thank you to Jeremy Huntington, and again, to all the staff. And then my final is, this is Fearless Freddy, the ferret. And so those of you that were along yesterday will know that all of the ferrets that were released went directly from that little kennel, that little crate, into their burrow. But Freddy took it upon himself to say no. And so Freddy did a lot of wandering and running around. He really enjoyed the beautiful afternoon, and he wanted to thank the Mays for the grasslands that they've saved for him. So that's Freddy, the fearless ferret. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Others? Commissioner Adams.
And will Katie be able to? Thank you so much, Katie. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. I'm so sorry I wasn't able, Commissioner May, to join yesterday. I wasn't able to get out of Boulder until 2 p.m. Due to some meetings that I needed to be in strong Wi-Fi for. Alas, I look forward to future opportunities, and I actually have some other opportunities to come down to this area with some of the work we're doing with Outdoor Afro. So I look forward to a return that I can be able to spend some more time. In the interim, I would be remiss if I did not also take a moment of appreciation and observe National Native Heritage Month. On my way here last night, I had the opportunity to stop by the Sand Creek Massacre National Historical Site. And as you know, it's the 155th anniversary of that massacre in 1864. And I am reminded of the healing hike, the healing run that was previously hosted. Obviously with COVID, there have been some changes to a more virtual setting, but I look forward to being able to serve and participate in the Denver component of that. I also was able to share some opportunities to deepen staff and leader and my own understanding on Native issues. There is a Native and Indigenous scientists in quantitative biology session that's actually happening today and tomorrow. So unfortunately, Brian Driver was not able to make it, but I was happy to hear that he was able to share that opportunity with the team. I also wanted to go ahead and go to the next slide. Talk about some field work I was able to do after the incredible wildlife short course that was offered by CPW and Wyoming Fish and Game. I took a field visit to the Aquatic Animal Health Laboratory in Brush, Colorado, an absolutely tremendous experience where I got to learn from incredible staff like April Kraft, Dr. Carrie Brace, Victoria Vincent, and Laura Girk for engaging me in a tour of their laboratory. It was incredible to look at the massive of regulatory responsibilities. These folks are in charge of all of the fisheries, not only the public ones, but the private ones as well. And in addition, they provide incredible disease testing, disease management, and education. It was really an honor to be with the team there. It was exciting to hear of the infrastructure developments that are being secured for this incredible facility, inclusive of a generator. They have incredible freezing mechanisms, as you could imagine, and tons of refrigerators and equipment. And so it was really wonderful to see that that group is getting the resources that they need to serve the incredible state of Colorado and all of the visitors who come here, not only to recreate in angling, but also all of the things associated with our rivers. Next slide. And it has been an honor and continues to be an honor to serve on the Colorado Natural Areas Council. We were able to have our first in-person meeting, and we actually were at the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks. There's some really exciting partnerships that are happening across Colorado Parks and Wildlife and some of our city and county parks and open space. So that was really wonderful to see that relationship, and also to learn more about the critical role of tall grass prairie communities, which if ever there is an indicator of Colorado Parks and Wildlife's impact on my learning and understanding of our wildlife and land, it is certainly in my increased appreciation of natural areas and the increased importance of habitats that our wildlife and the humans all rely on. So I just want to thank that group for continuing to deepen our understanding, as well as to be able to have these on-site visits. And I have talked to Madam Chair Hauser and Director Prinsloo about future opportunities to visit a natural area site so that we can see, because for me, it's one of those things where you look out at that bottom right corner and you're like, that doesn't look like much. But then you see me holding this little piece of paper on the left-hand corner, and that's all the things you don't see underground. And so I was like, wow. And again, these are things our third graders know, but these are not things that adults who are purchasing houses and land, they don't know that. So this is where I was very excited to lift up and gain more information. I also had the honor of serving with Commissioner Josie Heath from the Land Board Commission. And so again, really appreciating the inter-commission collaboration and look forward for more opportunities to do that. Next slide. And last slide. I don't know, they did fancy things. And so the CNAP group has finished their field season. And so here are some interesting stats. The team monitored over 60 state natural areas. There were over 1,800 hours of volunteer stewardship, and staff and volunteers observed and documented over 50 state SWAP species. I don't know, I'm going to find out what that means later, of the greatest conservation need, including wildlife, plants, and insects. So again, when you think about the natural area program, what should come to your mind is wildlife, plants, and insects. So again, thank you for that team. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in that role. And unfortunately, because of my bandwidth, I won't be able to take on additional appointments at this time, but I look forward to continue to deepen my participation on this council and of course on this commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Others? Other comments? No more? Okay. I might turn it over. I'm going to put him on the spot because I want to congratulate him. Part of the reason that Commissioner Vardy is not with us today, maybe you could tell us about this, Commissioner Vardy, is that he is headed out maybe tomorrow, I think, to Europe. He's been selected and awarded the Eisenhower Fellowship for Art Agriculture. So my other carpool option to come here today was didn't occur in the Tesla. I love the big truck though, Commissioner Schaefer. So Commissioner Vardy, would you mind telling us what you're about to go do?
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Yeah, I'm humbled and grateful to have been awarded the Eisenhower Agricultural Fellowship, which is a fellowship based out of a program that was originally a gift to Eisenhower when he was president that is built around developing international understanding for long-term peacemaking through sending individuals in various career trajectories to meet with people in other countries. And so I get to go to France and learn about the farm-to-table culture, as well as explore deep connections for how they've established food equity in the region. And I will be sure to report back when I come back. So thank you, everybody, for your flexibility in letting me attend remotely. Commissioner May, there's nowhere I would have rather been than on your land yesterday. We also had our big annual farm celebration, which celebrates all the farms in our region in Western Colorado by giving our community these free CSA handouts for those that need it. And so I was unable to make it yesterday, and as a result of leaving for this fellowship, was unable to join you all out there. So thank you all so much for allowing me to participate remotely, and grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. And just make sure, Commissioner Haskett, anything from you since you're online? This is a busy time of year for Commissioner Haskett as well, and the most northwest part of the state. Commissioner Haskett.
I don't have anything to add, but thank you. I'm glad I can join you remotely.
Great. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I have a few, and then I will turn it over to Executive Director Gibbs. Again, I want to thank our local commissioners on the Eastern Plains for having us. Always recognize this is also a huge lift for the local staff. So to Brett Ackerman and his team and down here in this part of the state, thank you so much to all of you for hosting us and for all the little details that I know happen behind the scenes that we're probably not aware of. So thank you to all of you. Certainly to Laura always for getting us here and arranging hotels and everything else. I also want to thank both Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Touchton for their interest in the Great Outdoors Colorado Board. You saw on the agenda today that we had that on the agenda to determine who that would be. I just want to say thanks to Commissioner Adams. I think she is incredibly valuable on the Natural Resources Council, and to divvy that up and have sort of the best of both worlds and have both of these commissioners serve in a capacity that's so helpful to this commission. So I want to thank Commissioner Adams for that. And therefore, we do not need a vote for the GOCO seat that will go to Commissioner Touchton. So to Jackie Miller and the GOCO team, you officially have a new Great Outdoors Colorado board member. I just want to say it's been a wonderful experience for me. So thank you for the opportunities that I've had. We'll get an update from you shortly, and I know you'll be in good hands. So it's a win-win, and thanks to all of you. So we will adjust the agenda accordingly, and we won't have that item on the agenda today and tomorrow. The other thing that I just want to mention is a calendar. You're going to see that continues to be this evolutionary process of where we can meet, how we can do that in a way that we have adequate broadband. So we'll have an opportunity to talk to you a little bit through that a little bit later when that agenda item comes up. So, and then I know we're going to hear a little bit about Sweetwater Lake. I just want to say how excited I am for that opportunity in my backyard, the county where I live. When the date changed, I wasn't able to be there, but it was better for everyone since the original date was literally 30 degrees in a blizzard. So I'm glad that it ended up being a beautiful sunny day at a really special place in Colorado. My husband and I spend a lot of time in that part of the world, and that chunk of our county or the adjoining counties of Eagle and Garfield. And so I think that's really special. So I hope you'll give us a little bit more on that, Executive Director Gibbs. So notes from the chair today. Again, I always appreciate Jake for supporting this, to give you a little bit of the Cliff Notes version so you know what we're doing today. Obviously, the GOCO board item comes off. We've got lots of final regulations. Hopefully that was helpful to you. Obviously, if you have questions as we go along, we will take those. And then my final little item is just a point of personal privilege. They're not here yet. Many of you met my parents yesterday. It was nice to have them be part of the ferret release at the May Ranch. Thank you for allowing them to be included. I think they're going to pop in here shortly, but I might not get the moment to introduce them. So thank you very much for being so hospitable, all of you, to them yesterday. Okay, unless there's anything else, any other comments from commissioners? I know we're going to hear from other folks on the agenda. So I'll turn it over to Executive Director Gibbs for the Department of Natural Resources update. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Really great to see everyone in person. Madam Chair, also thank you for your service to GOCO. It's been really great to have you involved with that. So thank you. We've been really busy at the Department of Natural Resources, to say the least. And me personally, I've been kind of zigzagging the state. I've been recently, a few weeks ago, in Glenwood Springs in the West Slope on an Oil and Gas Conservation Commission tour. And then we had our Wolf Advisory Group meeting in Pitkin County area, multiple trips to Denver, Colorado Springs for another Wolf Stakeholder Advisory Group meeting, Teller County a couple of days ago, rolling out our new wildfire mitigation program. And I was just down here last week in Lamar and Springfield, which is about an hour southeast of here, believe it or not, pretty close to the Oklahoma border, for a groundwater commission meeting. And, you know, honestly, I've lived in the West Slope and mountain communities for most of my life, but have really actually enjoyed getting more familiar with the Eastern Plains. There's really, it's just absolutely spectacular when you see the sun come up in the morning. It's just absolutely amazing, because it just looks like just the largest thing in the world. And where I live, you know, the mountains really dominate everything. So I've really grown kind of a unique appreciation for this area that honestly, I didn't know I'd ever experience, really. So it's been actually fun to get down here a lot recently. I want to share with you a few updates for the Department of Natural Resources. In particular, just a couple of weeks ago, the governor presented his budget for the 2022-2003 timeframe, and want to give you some highlights for the Department of Natural Resources and give some water updates too. But parks and wildlife stuff, I'll really leave that up to Director Prinsloo to kind of cover nuts and bolts with what's going on with CPW. But the total funds for this particular budget for the DNR includes $352.2 million, a little over 1,500 FTE. General fund is only 37.7% of our budget, which is only 11%. The whole DNR is mostly a cash funded organization, making up $280.5 million, which is 79%. And then reappropriated funds, 7.9 million, 2% of our total. And then federal funds too is 27.1 million, or 8%. From this year compared to last year, we're looking at a 5.7% increase. So I think that's really amazing to see, and really kind of reflective in some of the needs that we have in the Department of Natural Resources. I mean, it doesn't take too much to recognize, if you just spend time in kind of especially the Denver Front Range area, that we're really a growing population. Of course, we're still seeing about 70,000 new people moving to the state a year. And many of those people, rightfully so, are really enjoying the outdoors and hiking and so forth, which leads to, you know, more challenges for staffing and so forth at our parks and just kind of natural resources in general. So reflective of what we have for the needs in Colorado and for the Department of Natural Resources. First of all, we have number one is to support outdoor recreation and conservation. So this is a $5 million and 15.5 FTE to provide support and resources for CPW to advance the goals of the 2018 Future Generation Act. So there are 10 key components of that, but some of the components of this funding will help with everything from improving wildlife populations, increasing number of fish stock, to maintaining parks and wildlife areas, while responding to the impacts of rapid population growth and increased demand on outdoor recreation. So really hopeful that legislators will view that, you know, favorably this year. Also, there's a real need in working at a regional level to help support and work with communities to get really high level, good water water projects off the ground. And this will help with the water plan grant program. So we're planning on having 4 additional regional people. Ideally, these people will live in, potentially, Lamar, or live in Glenwood Springs, and, all over the state, to really, similar to the GOCO's kind of regional model too, but they'll live and work in those communities and work with the basin roundtables to help develop quality water projects. 2 of those FTE will be more on the area of like administration of those grants, but 4 of the folks will be working with regional basin roundtables and so forth. Another key component of the budget is 1 FTE and $860,000 to establish ongoing grant program, dedicated staff to help fund and support our outdoor regional partnerships. As some of you recall, last year that was part of one of our wildly important goals. And we like to be overachievers in the DNR. So our goal is actually to create 3 regional partnerships, but we created 5. And then moving forward, we're planning on creating 3 more. And so that's really also exciting to have, that regionalized support for those outdoor regional programs. We also have $333,000 in general fund and 3 FTE to help support the water accounting needs for the 3 over-appropriated basins in Colorado: the South Platte, the Arkansas River, and Rio Grande. Let's see. Also, a lot of people don't realize, but State Land Board actually has a pretty extensive water portfolio. So we have $130,000 and 1 FTE to support a water resources manager. And then some of you also may know that similar to Doug Vilsack's position, he's my assistant director on Parks, Wildlife, and Lands. We also have, I brought in an assistant director to really focus on climate change, forestry, and energy. Our forestry department alone, I'll get to that, we're really working hard to, what I like to describe, like put forest health issues on steroids, to really work with urgency. But there's also a great need to have greater coordination on energy innovation. And so if the legislators approve this, we will have another assistant director position for energy innovation. So this is 1 FTE. This person will coordinate work within the Department of Natural Resources, for example, with State Land Board, with potentially Parks and Wildlife, to look at some of those conflicts and issues we see with like solar and wind development and energy needs, and Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Division of Reclamation, Mining Safety, and so forth. So optimistic and hopeful that legislators will support this package. We also have quite a few other areas that are really more kind of technical, I would say. And then really exciting too, we have another subsection of the budget that the governor has appendix to, which has a list of high impact department proposals. And one, really excited to team up with Commissioner Greenberg and Department of Agriculture on groundwater recovery for rural and agricultural resilience. So this would be $15 million to provide funding and support for permanent retirement of irrigated acres in the Republican Rio Basin areas, which is the area that we're in right now. Another one of these high impact proposals is $22.8 million to support state parks broadband and sewer projects. So this would be funding that would, again, help high quality broadband internet access to at least 24 rural state parks and their surrounding areas that don't have access to high speed internet. And in rural areas, we really want to see our state parks, which they already are, like a really important hub for the community, and to have, good broadband in those areas would be, really, really amazing to have, to say the least. A couple other quick updates, because I think, man, I'm sure you'll probably give me the hook here in a sec. You did mention Sweetwater Lake and Commissioner Garcia and others that were able to be out there. Really pretty amazing. This is about almost 500 acres of land that was close to being potentially turned into a golf course, or actually like a water bottling plant, believe it or not. And the fact that we're able to keep this in public lands, there's amazing indigenous caves that you can hike to, that we really haven't even scratched the surface to really have a good understanding of the historical significance of that area, which I think is really amazing. but a lot of partners were involved. But this is very much a starting point, and maybe Director Prinsloo may talk more in detail. But this is the announcement is really starting to kick off the process to collaborate with the U.S. Forest Service, which, by the way, is the first of its kind in the nation. That on U.S. Forest Service lands that we're actually creating a new state park. There's a lot of different partnerships around the nation, but this is the first of its kind to our knowledge. Let's see, other areas. A couple days ago, I was in Teller County for the rollout of the new Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program, known as COSWAP. This is a result of Senate Bill 258 that passed. It provided over $17 million of state stimulus funds for on-the-ground wildfire mitigation work. We are working with the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, Division of Fire Prevention Control, Colorado State Forest Service, counties, to really create this like magical map, if you will, to figure out through a lens of how we can make a meaningful impact on protecting life, property, and critical infrastructure. And we're focusing on some key areas around the state, including, but not limited to, Boulder County, Douglas, El Paso, Jefferson, Larimer, La Plata, and Teller counties, but also 3 Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative focus areas in the southwest part of the Colorado, upper Arkansas, and upper South Platte. Let me just share with you some of the really cool components of this. We're really expanding our Colorado Youth Corps partnership with this, which is, we heard earlier, and, it's like this is the future, pipeline of conservation leaders. Commissioner Touchin mentioned Youth Corps Mile High, but the more we can support them, I think it's really incredible. So they are on the hook to be our partner with doing a lot of the mitigation work. But the big announcement a couple of days ago was really this new partnership that we have with Department of Corrections. So they have what's called their SWIFT crews, their state wildfire inmate fire teams. And this is really, in my opinion, a game changer. This event started at 10 a.m. I got out there at 8 to work with them side by side. I showed up in my fire gear, and they didn't know who I was. And I said, I'm Dan. I work for the state of Colorado. I'm a wildland firefighter, which is all true. And they were like, okay, great. And they knew that the event was going on. I was like, I have to go at 10. So I'm working side by side. I was acting as what's called a swamper. So it's kind of like more like, there's a saw crew and then just, helping with fire mitigation more or less. And so working with these 2 other individuals, one guy looked like he was probably, I don't know, he looked like he was maybe 19 or 20. And, the rule is you don't necessarily ask people, what they're in for, right? But I asked them, how long have you been in there? And this guy was like, I've been in for 8 years. And I was like, wow, like, how old were you when you committed your crime? And he said, 18. The other person had already served 6 years, but this was his second time. These 2 folks are committed to stepping up and being a part of Colorado and trying to solve a problem that we have. They want to have purpose, and it was just like so moving, to say the least. Like, these folks are going to be your neighbors someday, and these are not high. They're not, the folks that are in the SWIFT crews are not. I'm trying to think. Most of them, when I was chatting with them, actually, they're like drug-related offenses, but. You would feel safe having them next to you, but they want to give back. And I really am so excited to have this be a pipeline for people that are incarcerated, that they're going to have purpose and they want to get hired. And I told the crew I was working on, I was like, I'll hire you all in a second. And so, I don't know, it's very, very, very positive, to say the least, of this particular program. A few updates. Other updates is we hired a new state forester, and just thinking of forest health issues, that's really important too. We hired the Colorado State University actually hired Matt McCombs. For any of you that have worked in kind of the Gunnison County area may know Matt. He has a really interesting background. He previously worked for former Senator Ken Salazar. He worked in the White River National Forest, now working in the GMUG. He's a firm believer and strong supporter of shared stewardship and the relationship that the state will have with forest health issues. And then, last month, I was appointed to fill Russ George's seat as the chair of the Interbasin Compact Committee. So I'll be focusing a lot more of my work on water issues moving forward. But for those that know Russ or may have heard of Russ, he's just an amazing individual. He's a former DNR director, just former Speaker of the House, former West Slope legislator, but big time collaborator, big time thinker, and very humbling to fill his shoes that are really irreplaceable. But he's just been a wonderful mentor for me, and he stepped down for personal reasons. But really excited about this new opportunity. I'm going to be working hard to either travel around, or a lot of these meetings will be virtual, to work with our basin roundtables to look for common themes on how we work together as we develop water projects moving forward. So looking over my notes. And then just last but not least, really quickly, the federal infrastructure bill passed, and we are really looking through a lens in Department of Natural Resources on everything and how we could potentially incorporate some of these federal funds on programs, including like water resources for drought resiliency, wildlife habitat, public lands, forest health, watershed resiliency, reclamation, remediation of mine lands, transition to cleaner economy. And so some of these are kind of formula based, and we're really analyzing, just like Department of Agriculture and other departments, kind of looking through a lens of like what's possible, more or less. And there's time to work on this, but some programs are brand new, where the feds are still developing how it will look like and how they partner with local governments and states. But I'm really optimistic about what kind of funding we could see in the Department of Natural Resources moving forward. So that's a long update. I apologize. There's a lot to cover. Happy to answer any questions, and I'll be here all day too.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gibbs? That was a lot. Commissioner Bailey.
That was a lot. Thanks so much. Just quickly on the last point, do you have any optimistic ideas, goals, or ways that you'd like to utilize and leverage the infrastructure funds that are coming through with that bill having passed?
The first part for infrastructure bill, and what component?
Just what are you excited about, really? Like, what would you like to see happen with those funds?
Oh gosh, great question. I mean, it's this could be transformational change in Colorado, and so I'm optimistic on a variety of fronts. I mentioned this cool partnership with Youth Corps and Department of Corrections. Like, we could see significant amount of funds that could be really used in a targeted way to really protect people and really focus on proactive management for forest health issues. You look at a lot of communities around the state that are really struggling with water quality and quantity. You look at the San Luis Valley, you look at our tribal lands. It could be a game changer to really improve our water systems, throughout the state of Colorado. Potential for new state parks type funding too, and partnerships. That's just really amazing as well. But we really want to try to look through a lens and not just like look at silos of ownership of Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, county, tribal lands, and so forth, but look at Colorado as a whole and try to just be proactive and be collaborative together. So I'm really optimistic about that, because this infrastructure package, and also previously the ARPA, there's a lot of ways that we can also partner with local government. So just imagine like how we can stretch these dollars if we're really focused and targeted. So we one thing I forgot to mention, we do have a new person on staff that's our recovery officer. So his full-time job is to really work with all of our departments to really examine like what grants would be eligible and how we apply, and just kind of coordinate all that. So and other departments as well have that too. I think Commissioner Greenberg may have a recovery person, or some departments share people too. So yeah.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, Director Gibbs. I just wanted to say thank you for your member post editorial that you co-authored with Representative Neguse on our forest and improving our forest. Thank you very much. I thought that was a well done editorial and much needed. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
But you can't see me smiling. Oh wait, it's my turn to talk. I can. my mask off. Thank you for that update. Oh my. And I'm especially excited about the cross-agency collaboration that you mentioned. In my role with Outdoor Afro, I've had the pleasure of deepening and expanding our relationship with the Forest Service and the South Platte specifically, and really encouraging most of the and all of the outdoor recreation organizations and entities to try and balance out stewardship with any of their outdoor recreation efforts, and not on an annual basis, but on a regular basis. And so it was very exciting to see that collaboration and know that there is a role for outdoor recreation organizations as well, to reimagine the stewardship responsibilities that come with the privilege of our outdoor recreation. So thank you for that. And you know, I got a hard one after that. So I wouldn't be me. I gotta be me. So thank you so much for the SWIFT crew update. Again, having meaningful work for those who are incarcerated is absolutely critical. And as you see, the demands on our volunteer corps around the country is going to continue to increase. So having meaningful work is absolutely critical. And I would be remiss if I did not also ask about how we can better ensure that the wild horse inmate program, which is also housed in Colorado, I was saddened to know that some of those horses were used in the Haitian border issue here in the United States in Texas. And it was heartbreaking to hear that horses from Colorado were used for that. And so I am hopeful that we can reimagine that program and make sure that those horses are not used for the ways that they were used for those crossing the Haitian border, but they are actually used to ensure the stewardship of our lands here and the incredible relationship between humans and non-humans. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Adams. The horse program, that's all you know, managed through the Department of Corrections for that. So it's not the DNR, but yeah, but happy to work with you and let you know kind of who's in touch with that. But just, I thought you were going to ask a question too. Some people have asked me about like pay for the inmates too. Yeah, and we're actually, Department of Corrections has quadrupled the pay for them, which is not like enormous amount of money, but it's still a really, you know, Dean Williams, who's the head of corrections, is really forward, really creative thinker, and really believes strongly in rehabilitation and really looking for a pathway forward for these individuals. So they're quadrupled their pay, and then what they have, the red hats, what they call, they're the folks in leadership within the corrections crews, and they are paid minimum wage, which in prison, that's really unheard of. So these folks are able to bring in money and, you know, save it or give it to their families and stuff, which is, you know, frankly, pretty awesome.
Thank you for that reminder that the horse program is under Department of Corrections. However, it is wildlife. So I would imagine that there needs to be a stronger relationship. We need to make sure that those horses are taken care of, and they should not be riding down there and doing what they were doing. So I just want to make sure that all the wildlife that we are charged with being responsible for are being ethically used. Thank you.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dan, for that. I particularly, as Commissioner Adams did, I appreciate your comments on the SWIFT crew. I've had similar experiences, and it's touching. I appreciate that. One thing I was curious about, or maybe it's just a suggestion, but on the preserve that I manage, we've worked with the Colorado Coalition of Homeless, you know, another group of people that are trying to get back on their feet and are available for, you know, manual labor and the types of things that fire crews do. And I was just wondering if we have any initiatives or just a plan to see that some of the homeless groups or shelters might be another pool of available workers for firefighting or other conservation work, and it could be another pathway to get these people back in the mainstream of society. So anyway, that was just but thank you for working with the SWIFT crews.
No, thanks. And that's actually something we The DNR has worked with various different coalitions, including leadership from Denver, Seeing Kind Denver, to really look at what potential lands within the DNR could look for short-term kind of like camping compounds as people figure out the transition of moving into a home structure. So we've been involved in that capacity, but that's really intriguing actually. So let me get back to you and see where we could partner with that.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Gibbs? Okay, it is a treat to have, when we are on the Eastern Plains, our Commissioner of Agriculture for an update from the Department of Agriculture. Kate Greenberg.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to be out here and be with you all together today. It's always a tough act to follow after Director Gibbs, but just so appreciate our relationship across agencies in this work with CPW and a lot of the other work that Dan mentioned as well. I first want to thank my staff who are here, Wayne East, as always, who is my delegate to this board and will be filling in for portions of this meeting per usual. We also have with us Bethany Howell, who is our new Deputy Director of Communications and Community Engagement, which is a new position within our agency to really expand not only our communications capacity, but also our ability to be in communities. And Bethany has been working closely with Brett on the CPW team to put together tonight's event at Dallas and Brenda's Place. And once again, a community event celebrating, again, our partnership and the work of the May family and the collaboration between agriculture and conservation that we're celebrating tonight. So thank you to all who have helped organize and bring the community together around our work. Commissioner May, just want to say thank you again for yesterday. Very glad I was able to make it for the Black Ferret release with a phenomenal group of people, your beautiful and wonderful family, and the vision that you all have brought to fruition out on the land. I was here this summer and got the tour, at least a quick tour of the ranch. And I think what we got to witness yesterday was really evidence of the stewardship that you all bring throughout the generation. So thank you for your leadership and dedication. With that, just much like Director Gibbs, I've been out in the field quite a bit, traveling the state. Before this trip, well, actually just yesterday was in Pueblo, a couple of weeks ago up in the Northeast, visiting 5 counties over 2 days between Akron, Sterling, Haxton, Holyoke, Yuma. Just a phenomenal time up there. Colorado Counties, Inc. was a big partner. CCI helped a lot in putting that together. We had representatives from our federal delegation, both Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper had staff. Representative Buck, our state delegation, was with us in person for the most part, and then county commissioners out there as well, meeting with producers, with ag businesses, with others who make their living off the land and off of agriculture. And I think all of us at all levels of government came away with a very deepened and shared understanding of how critical agriculture is to our state and the innovation that's going out in the field that we don't always hear about when you get into the city. So we got to see it firsthand, and I just want to thank, as usual, everyone for their hospitality out there in the world. At the department, we've also got plenty going on, just like DNR. Our WIGs, our wildly important goals, are we're focusing on 3 areas. The first one is economic and supply chain resilience for agriculture. The second one is advancing voluntary stewardship, and the third is supporting the next generation. And so everything that we're focused on is focused on advancing those 3 things and really finding nexus points where we can advance multiple at once. So for example, a lot of our soil health work, we're looking at how we can attract companies to Colorado or companies that are already here to work with our producers because of their stewardship investment. And this is something I've learned from Dallas as well, that it is possible, and we'd like to see that sort of a growing and expanding marketing opportunity for our producers for their stewardship to be compensated in the marketplace. In addition, for the next generation, we're really thinking about how we can expand the entire ecosystem of support, technical assistance, training, financing, education for young people at various points in their life and in their careers. year to engage with agriculture. So there's lots of conversation around expanding K-12 education. We just created a laboratory program that engages youth in school districts anywhere in the state. So far, it's been in the Denver metro area to come to our lab in Broomfield, and would invite anyone who has a relationship with the school district. I'm looking at Commissioner Adams right now, to work with us to bring youth groups out and work with our scientists. We have various modules we can put into place. We are also, this is a daydream of ours, but we'd love to have the capacity for a mobile laboratory to go out into the field and visit students where they are. In addition, we've got our paid apprenticeship program, sort of the next phase of the pipeline for young people looking to take an internship. We can pay up to $5,000 per intern, and we're actually have funding now to expand sort of our education and apprenticeship program. And then sort of the next step, and this goes to my next update around stimulus, part of our $76 million state stimulus package that the governor led on last legislative session, in addition to our legislative leaders, includes a $30 million revolving loan and grant fund for agriculture. And that fund is targeted to both small and mid-scale processors and beginning and underrepresented and underserved farmers and ranchers. So we are actually now in the process of establishing a relationship with a financial or multiple financial institutions to do the lending. And we are setting up terms and conditions along with them, but it's a remarkably flexible program. We know that with now the legislative requirement to focus on financing for underserved and underrepresented farmers and ranchers, we need to think about the historical barriers to financing and lending that have existed within the ag lending space and how we can help overcome that. So we have flexibility to consider payback periods. You know, we're looking at deferred repayments, income-based repayments. We're looking at how we can avoid default and instead work with borrowers with technical assistance, business development, other services to help get them back on their feet and actually graduate into a traditional lending pool after we sort of work with them in the very early and tenuous phase of building an ag business. And of course, in ag, you don't usually have cash flow in year one. So let's say you're trying to buy land, you're not going to produce and make money off that land until subsequent years. So how can we help, again, with that land access component, knowing it's sort of a high risk phase of business development for young people. So very excited about that. The processing side, we know our processors, have seen quite a bottleneck throughout COVID. So we are very excited to be able to both provide financing and grants to family scale processors here in the state. So really focused on independent businesses who need help with capital development, workforce, training, equipment, and really trying to use that tool to, again, diversify, lessen the bottlenecks in our system, provide more opportunities for producers, which would hopefully open up more marketing opportunities as well. Our additional stimulus items, of that 76 million, that 30 million is for the revolving loan fund. In addition, we have dollars for drought resilience. In July, when we got the money, we got $15,000 out to all 75 conservation districts. That was statutorily required. In addition, though, we've got dollars for grazing advisory boards, for rangeland resilience, dollars for drought education and research with CSU, expanding our co-agmet monitoring capabilities around soil moisture. We're doing post-fire watershed assessment around risk for producers. And then in addition, we have about 1.5 million left over for competitive grants. We received 8.1 million in requests for those dollars. So the need is high, and hopefully the infrastructure bill might be another place where we can see more money come down for a lot of these projects. We've also got soil health dollars going out the door. Last year, the legislature codified our soil health initiative into statute. So we're building out that program. The $2 million in stimulus are going to help advance voluntary stewardship around soil health. And then we just successfully received a $2.4 million SIG grant, Conservation Innovation Grant, from the federal government to match the state stimulus. So very excited about expanding that work through our STAR program, which is our Saving Tomorrow's Ag Resources. It's a 5-star rating program, of course, all voluntary, but for producers who participate. The goal is that it'll be recognizable in the market. So again, companies who want to pay a premium for stewardship or who have climate targets, which most companies now do, or if they don't, they will soon. They're looking across their whole supply chain, and we want them to see Colorado agriculture as a place where we can help them meet their climate goals. We've also got $3 million for renewable energy. This includes agrivoltaics, and I want to mention this because I know there's a lot of course, the state is looking to put, solar and other renewables in, and a lot of private businesses looking to do the same. And if we can think about ways to bump up the solar panels in height, we can actually start integrating agricultural production and wildlife movement underneath. So instead, if you have low solar panels, you don't have the opportunity to stack systems. Agrivoltaic is stacking systems. And so we've got stimulus money to help support projects that do that. There is a pretty incredible operation, Jack's Solar Garden in Longmont, which we visited, that has 8-foot high panels that tilt with the sun, and they're doing both cropping and livestock trials underneath to test what production looks like, what soil moisture retention looks like when you have more shaded ground, all sorts of testing and monitoring with that system. So really excited about that. And then in addition, we're helping with marketing, advancing marketing, and other promotion for ag with our stimulus dollars. Last few updates, the budget proposal. Again, just thank you to DNR, to Director Gibbs and his staff for a major team effort writing this dual proposal around groundwater and supporting our 2 rural basins who have very tight timelines now on retiring acreage. We want to see that done in a voluntary and compensated way with some creative ideas that are emerging from those basins actually put to work with dollars behind them. We've also got other budget requests for increasing our ability for emergency response. We've seen how much our agency has been a support through the various emergencies we've had this last year. We're also lead agency on certain SEOC responses, especially around livestock disease. So looking to scale up there. Same with pests. We want to be ready for what we anticipate will be more pest outbreaks. And so we want to continue our ability to work with counties and associations in response. We've also got requests around hemp fiber, expanding hemp fiber marketing opportunities through decortication primarily. That's the bottleneck for us right now. How do you turn the raw product into a fiber product? And water quality testing. So kind of what that means is again, going back to that resilience theme, how can our department make sure we're helping our producers build resilience in the system? Lastly, just a few new developments within our agency. In addition to the soil health bill that was passed last year, we also created a brand new office within the department, the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office. So that office, we're now hiring. We actually just hired a person who will be on board in December, who will be a policy specialist for us to make sure that we are doing our part to drive forward the greenhouse gas reduction roadmap and other strategies around natural and working lands in a way that benefits producers. I firmly believe in the co-benefit of this work, and I think we see that play out on the landscape every day. We're also advancing our EDI, equity, diversity, inclusion goals and targets throughout our organization. We've got unconscious bias training that our HR team is doing with all of our staff. We've got leadership positions on the statewide equity alliance, and that's been a really important role for us and relationship for us to have as well. We're looking, of course, at pay equity. We're looking at other sort of cultural elements of inclusivity within our team. And then the programs I mentioned around, our lab outreach program, engaging with youth, engaging with the next generation. We're thinking about where are we not yet engaged? Where do we not yet have relationships? And how can we make sure that we're reaching out to people who don't already have sort of a relationship or pipeline with the agency? So a lot of conversations with the Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs about potential partnerships there. And I think as we kind of expand the rest of this work, there'll be many more opportunities for working with communities and individuals who have not historically been served by us. So we're very excited about that work as well. And that is it for my presentation this morning. Thank you.
I'm guessing there might be a few questions. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have comments. I wanted to speak about Commissioner Greenberg and the efforts that she's made in reaching out. The issues of today's agriculture are extremely complex and have been for generations, but they're so dynamic and fluid today. There are so many things that we deal with today that haven't been dealt with in the past, such as climate resilience and soil health. and all the things that are going on. And I just want to commend Commissioner Greenberg and her department for their reaching out that they do and being proactive in all of these things. I think we're extremely fortunate in Southeast Colorado to have both Commissioner Greenberg and Director Gibbs be able to attend this meeting. I think it's an indication of their commitment to the Eastern Plains of Colorado and agriculture, and I don't take it lightly. I know when we had the meeting in Durango, Commissioner Greenberg's hometown, she was looking forward to being there, and she couldn't even be there because of her commitment. So I'm thankful that we have these officials that are willing to be here in Lamar. One thing I wanted to say on the subject of agriculture, I'm thankful, I'm humbled a lot's been made about the black-footed ferret release, but I wanted to mention that this is mostly possible besides CPW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the NRCS. The Colorado Cattlemen's Association is pivotal in the support of the black-footed ferret reintroduction program. If not for the support and lobbying of Colorado Cattlemen's Association in Washington, D.C., and making sure our safe harbor agreements were possible and put in place, this could never even happen. And for the black-footed ferret release sites that are in Colorado, nearly all of them are on Colorado Cattlemen's Association members' places. So I think it needs to be said, a lot of times the cattle industry is not properly commended for the work they do in the environment and as conservationists, but the Colorado Cattlemen's Association is very proactive and very supportive of it. And I just want to mention that during our agriculture segment, that needs to be noticed. And it gave me a chance to take my mask off for a few minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner May, and I will also just maybe tag on to that. I was remiss in doing that earlier. I appreciated Commissioner Adams referenced it as well. The opportunity you took to share with us the heritage and the land acknowledgement yesterday when we were on our tour, important Cheyenne and Arapaho, obviously, and the additional outreach and relationship work that you're doing. So certainly thank you for that. This is obviously an important part of our state as reflected by the Sand Creek Massacre. So thank you again for underscoring that yesterday for us while we were on your property. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg, for that update. As you can imagine, I am beyond excited about the lab program and looking for ways that I can connect and support in any way. I did have a brief question about the urban farmers and just how urban farmers are included in that, in the efforts. Just are they eligible for funding and those kinds of things, and the support and education from the urban farmers. I think of the great work of the frontline farmers is one example. But again, I look forward to that. And then I just wanted to echo the comments of Commissioner May on the Colorado Cattlemen's Association. I had an opportunity, I didn't mention in my updates, I didn't take any photos. It was just a follow-up from participating in the conference. And I was struck by one of the themes of that conference, which was unlikely partnerships. And so I had an opportunity to visit a farm, a ranch facility, a very large one in Grand Junction, and to spend the half day, won't say who, but spend the half day and go through the properties and really talk about the fiscal risks and the ecological challenges and just the incredible relationship between the farming community, the ranch, and the land. And it is not this, you are land for profit. That's not the relationship. And again, I think there's a lot of myths that go across between the urban and rural divide. And so really looking for more opportunities to be able to heal some of those relationships across the urban-rural divide, because again, we're going to need food production across the board. So thank you so much, and thank you again, Sarah.
Commissioner Greenberg, you want to any comment on that?
Great,
Commissioner
thank
Greenberg.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Adams, and wholeheartedly agree about the relationships and coming back to the land together. If I remember your question, was it around urban farmers eligibility around financing in particular? Mm-hmm. Absolutely, we'll be eligible. Yes, yep. And we'll have lots more outreach communication. We're finalizing the rules. We'll be entering into negotiations with financial partner, which a lot of the terms of the program will come through those negotiations in addition to the rules. And then once that's all out, we will of course be publicizing the availability of these funds and financing tools to the communities and doing our best through partnerships to reach as many of our targeted producers and demographics as we possibly can.
Okay, a little feedback. Is that us? That's not us. What's that? It's a heater. Okay, great. It's a heater. Other questions for Commissioner Greenberg, comments? Okay, hearing none, turn it over to Director Prenslow for his update.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hauser. Welcome to Southeast Colorado, and thank you to the city of Lamar, not only for the bag, but for the welcome. Look forward to interacting with, went offline, interacting with people from, residents from Lamar, and again, Southeast Colorado. It's always appreciative to come out and see what real life is like outside of the Beltway. So thank you. I'll try and move things along fairly quickly, maybe get us back on. Others have covered Sweetwater update. So we're really excited about that, obviously. Just maybe a little clarification. It would be the first co-managed park with on federal ground with the Forest Service, and with the White River National Forest. So we're really excited about that. We did sign just an MOU that said we'll start working on that with Scott Fitzwilliams, the forest supervisor, and myself. We'll staff, and his staff are starting the planning on that, and we're planning very diligently. Jacob Bray and his staff are working on that daily. So MOU, we got a lot to work to do to get that open. As Director Gibbs mentioned, it was private ownership, now went public. So that's a big addition considering the alternatives that were in front of that property. Real excited to announce Parks and Wildlife made the decision and announced the appointment of the inaugural Colorado Outdoor Equity Board on October 21st, excuse me. The board, created by the passage of House Bill 1318, is composed of members representing communities that have faced barriers to accessing Colorado outdoors and are responsible for we are responsible for the governance of the Outdoor Equity Grant Program. So we're real excited about that. We're working hard at that. I can give more detail later, but just wanted to highlight that. Trying to keep moving. Also was reminded yesterday, Commissioner Emeritus here locally, his granddaughter got her first deer, but went and got tested. And so remind the public, we're in the middle of hunting season, got tested for chronic wasting disease. And so those take a couple of weeks to get back. By the time they got back, the notification back, which is just a reality of testing and shipping, and then CSU tests it and you send a result. You don't get a notification. You need to look online to make sure it's negative or not negative. Anyway, so just reminder, the chronic wasting disease is found around the state. We're working hard to try and manage that disease, and locally there's 8+% of the deer here locally are getting affected by chronic wasting disease. So encourage people to look at tests. It's not just a Northeast or a Northwest Colorado issue. It's around the state. Also, Commissioner Vardia, I know you covered it, but I do want to highlight again that your Eisenhower Fellowship Award, we're going to miss you for 6 to 7 weeks. Enjoy France. If you go to Bordeaux or get wine, I need to talk to you about that. So anyway, be safe in your travels, and congratulations. It's quite an honor for you. Sadly, real sadly, in the last 2 months, and I hope I don't miss any, we've lost significant people within Parks and Wildlife of our family. I'm just going to cover them really quick so I can get through it emotionally. But Tom Antonelli, Braden Black is the son of Travis Black. Here locally, if you notice, there's 5 crosses as you come in town. Mike Trujillo passed away. He was the area supervisor in Pueblo a few weeks ago and had the privilege of going to both of those funerals. Joe Marion worked for the Los Animas Hatchery and is a part of this community in Los Animas. His family lived on our property. Janet East, the mother of Wayne East, and I know Wayne probably won't be happy with that, but Gordon used to work for us, and his mother Wayne's mother just passed away last week. Glenn Henshaw used to be a district wildlife manager and then ended with the education specialist out of Montrose. He just passed away, and we just lost the wife of Andrew, one of our DWMs in the Southwest. That's all in the last couple weeks or a couple months. Pretty devastating. So I'll just move on to that so I can make it through that. I did have the privilege of going 2 days ago. I left Denver, drove to Hayden, and participated and was invited to a check station. We had a wildlife check station in Hayden all day at the Yampa State Park. Jacob Bray was also there and did the marathon drive. Then from there to here, I think I spent 16 hours in the vehicle. So it was a long day. It was a privilege to do that and most of our hunters are absolutely legal hunters, but we do occasional check station, and you find a few things, but you do get to visit with some segments of our constituents, and a lot of them are happy. They like to get checked and visit and see what happens. So that was a real blessing to be able to do that. Also, and I'll try and wrap up fairly quickly, I was privileged to do a tour with Assistant Director Versteeg and his staff, Matt and George, out of the research section. We got to go up and look on the South Platte River, all the improvements we do. And I know Commissioner Garcia was going to go try and look at fish underneath the banks that we've fixed. The Dream Stream, and that's all along that river. We've spent millions of dollars in there to try and improve that aquatic habitat. Just fascinating day for me to get out. And no, I didn't catch a fish. So in case you're wondering, that we really did look at habitat. I also got to celebrate the wedding of my executive assistant, Danielle. Now it's Marchese. That was a lot of fun. Don't get to celebrate a lot here through the last year or so of COVID, but that was an absolute blessing to do that. Last but not least, if you can queue up, I asked the staff to help me with this because I'm technically non-existent, let alone inefficient. But I had the privilege of drawing a once-in-a-lifetime moose tag in Colorado. Wasn't sure. I got to spend part of 10 days over a month period in Colorado's high country near my home in Meeker. And long story short, I think I saw 2 moose total until the second to last day, and I was ready to come back. I had to do an announcement with the governor in Sweetwater in the middle of that. Long story short, the reason I'm highlighting this is I have the privilege, and we all provide the privilege of people, whether it's hunting in the fall, turkey hunting in the spring, use on our state parks, hiking, mountain biking, all the things that we help manage. It really struck me spending parts of a month in this fall. The colors were fantastic. I mean, beyond belief because of, quite frankly, the drought and no freezing, but just beautiful. We create such an opportunities. We have, I'm going to highlight Commissioner Haskett. She provides these opportunities. So it's a once in a lifetime for me. It's actually work for her. It's snowing, it's raining. You have to go set camps and pull camps when it's freezing out. That's what she's doing today. And I thought I would do a 2-minute slideshow on the blessing I got to participate for this fall. So Laura, if you could do that and hit play, and then I will be done unless there's any questions. Just a little background music so you don't have to worry about that. So that's it. Thanks for the indulgence. I do want to again thank Commissioner Hauser Hauser. I looked Commissioner Hauser Haskett for providing those kind of opportunities. As you well, it ended thanking landowners and outfitters and people that participate and all that. So a lot of fun for me. A lot of work. I thought you would enjoy some of the scenery we get to help provide. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Director Prenzel. Questions, comments? I heard something about that being a record, perhaps. Is that right, Commissioner Schaefer? I don't know. So I heard somebody told me that. Little bird.
I had a record backache after moving it, I can tell you that.
Commissioner Haskett, any opining comments on your experience with Director Prenzel?
No, we had a good time, but it was a lot of work. And anyway, thank you for doing that. I didn't expect that.
Thank you. And I just want to underscore, I know how hard it was for Director Prenzel to get through a large list of losses to this family. And we will have an opportunity over lunch to extend our sympathies as a commission to the local community here. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we approach lunch. So know how much our thoughts and prayers are with you, and all the members of the CPW family have been so impacted. Okay, I think we're going to turn to Justin Rudder and Margaret Taylor for a financial update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Directors. My name is Justin Rudder. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I want to open today by thanking Laura Porter. As Commissioner Garcia pointed out yesterday, my upload to the Commission website was not complete, and I was able to fix that last night, and Laura, always working, either fixed it way too early this morning or way too late last night. So the presentation and the correct uploaded package is now available on your iPads and should be available on the website. If not now, then soon. I apologize for that oversight. I was 2 weeks ago putting this together the night before I went on my second rifle hunt and second rifle season. And I was probably not paying as much attention as I should have been. So what I bring to you today is an update on the first quarter financials. This is the period covered from July 2021 through September 2021. I'm focusing here in the presentation on the top line numbers. It's kind of a general snapshot. It's a busy part of our season, but it's not indicative of a whole year necessarily. What I'm displaying on the screen before you is just the top section, which is the revenue section. The bottom line total shows that we are increasing revenues year over year. However, the details are important. As you can see, that big red number at the top, a drop of $7.6 million to license passes, fees, and permits. That's the products that we sell. And discuss this a little bit more in the memo, but there's due to one of our revenue accountants who is addressing some medical issues. We are understaffed on part of the accounting side, and the revenue that was earned between September 14th through September 30th was not entered into the accounting system. It's just a delay in processing technical documents. And so that is not necessarily a true representative number of our sales. Looking at the detail, you can see further in the packet that's available online, you can see that there's a line called reconciliation to general ledger. That's where we account for differences between what's being shown in our IPOS system and our core accounting system. You can see a large reconciling item there, and that's based on back of the envelope calculations, that's due to that revenue not being entered into the accounting system before the period closed. The bottom line total still shows that increases in revenue, and that's largely due to the legislation that was passed last session, changes to kind of how our our funds work and kind of transfers to some of our funds. That's reflected there towards the bottom of the page under general fund and severance tax. Those are the result of changes in legislation. Moving to the expense side of the ledger, we see overall increased expenses with some changes in either direction in the details. There at the top, you see that we are increasing personal services expenses across the department, while at the same time, we're seeing reductions in operating to a degree, and then also payments to other agencies. The payments to other agencies includes things such as indirect cost recoveries paid to the director's office, core, the amount of money that we pay for our accounting system, and the Office of Information and Technology, and legal services received from the AG's office. OIT and the AG's office in particular, I can see variations in year to year based on services delivered. And so when you see drops in payments there, it's often a reduction of service being delivered or a less need for those services. In the bottom of that section under the capital expenditures, you can see that the major change there is an increase in capital acquisitions. Our RFP and other capital real acquisitions can vary year to year. It all depends on the timing of the projects, when projects close, and the size of the projects. So variations in that line are not unexpected. Bottom line total, we still are seeing revenues exceeding expenses, and that means we are booking additional revenues to fund balance. So if there's no questions on the quarter update, I can move on to kind of what we're doing with the legislature this year. As Director Gibbs mentioned, our 2023 budget request was transmitted by the governor to the legislature on November 1st. It included a number of change requests or decision items, which are things that we're asking the legislature to consider and hopefully approve. I think Director Gibbs highlighted some of these on here as well. We have RO1, which is just for request one. It was the department's #1 priority, which is to support the increased outdoor recreation. That's $6 million and 15.5 FTE. Includes $3 million to go to state park operations to support our day-to-day operations on state parks. And then the 15.5 FTE are all going to the wildlife side of the agency. Majority of those are wildlife managers. The reason that we do not have a staffing request for state parks included here is that House Bill 1326, which passed last year, included $3.5 million of general fund to support state park operations. That went primarily to operating, as we're reflecting here, but also to staff that were approved on the park side of the agency. So we had, through our internal budget process, that approved FTE or positions for both parks and wildlife officers and other positions. However, with the opportunity of the legislation that was being passed during the earlier part of this year, we were able to accelerate those hiring of those parks officers. So instead of on our normal 18-month delay between making a decision to ask for a position and then being able to fund it, we were able to accelerate that to a quicker 6 months or so. The director also highlighted the outdoor regional partnerships. The bottom items here are a little bit more technical. The request 08 is basically a realignment of spending authority to reflect our small capital program that we use to support maintenance on our properties. The Colorado Wildlife Council is a group that advises the division on ways to advertise the benefits of hunting and fishing to Colorado. Their spending authority, or their ability that the legislature has given them to spend revenues, was lower than the amount of money that was being brought in through the $1.50 surcharge that is applied to each license. And so we've requested additional spending authority so we can spend down that fund balance. Lastly, the records access management system and radios, the RAMS project, as we call it, is our law enforcement database. It's been in progress for a couple of years now. We're moving from the capital development of this system to the ongoing maintenance, and we're requesting spending authority for that. And then we have a rather large number of radios, and the replacement cycle on them is 8 to 10 years. And so we are requesting a budget that's a standing budget to just replace radios annually. And so that's the end of the operating side of our budget. There's two parts of our budget that go through the legislature: the operating, which is staff and people and the things I normally talk about. But the other half of it, and it's a substantial and growing half-ish, I think it's $80 million, in total this year. So that's about a third of the operating budget. But it is our capital request, and that's why we have Margaret Taylor here today, our capital program manager. And she's going to run through the state of the capital program and also touch on the request in her presentation. But I'd like to ask for any questions before I hand it over to her.
Questions for Justin? Yep. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you for the update, always. Curious, I couldn't find the incredible memo where you kind of outlined the high points. Was that on there? I looked for it a couple of times, but I didn't see it. And as I said, I think it's just been such an incredible transparency mechanism. And I think it helps a lot as far as educating the public on how CPW is funded, where our funds are going, and hopefully I'm hopeful incentivizes continued support. So thank you. Will those be coming?
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, for the question. So as of 7:04 a.m. this morning, when Laura emailed it back, she had corrected my deficiency. I had uploaded the wrong version, which did not include that as a cover page. And so I have uploaded the correct version this morning, and it should be available to you on your iPad and to the public shortly, if not now. Thank you
So much. It's such an incredible lift. And also I had a question just about the status of the dashboard, again, from that eye externally, how we can support our visitors as well as our residents in understanding and unpacking the complex fiscal braiding that makes this agency run.
Thank you.
Justin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. So I was speaking with Lauren through it last night, and I understand that we're in vendor selection for our website redeployment. And so that's an encouraging side that we're moving down that process, and we will soon have an updated website that can handle the Power BI components of that dashboard.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? By the way, we do have the heat getting turned off, so it's coming. Other questions? Not yet. Commissioner Garcia, I imagine you will later. Okay. Okay, Mr. Rutter. Oh. Thank you, Margaret. It's good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you all as well. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Directors, I'm Margaret Taylor, Capital Development Program Manager, and I am pleased to present an overview of what Capital Development is working on and the most recent large capital project list. And I'm also going to go over a couple program highlights as well. Capital Development is in charge of building and maintaining CPW's vast infrastructure. Our group also tracks an infrastructure and project management inventory and strategically plans for maintenance and development. Our section's broken out into central, which I supervise, and regional components, which is directly supervised by the deputy regional managers. When we look at the CPW strategic plan, capital development fits in a lot of different categories, including conserving wildlife habitat, managing state parks for world-class outdoor recreation, and connecting people to the outdoors. And we do this by providing safe and accessible facilities for outdoor recreation. With this strategic plan, there's the operational plan, and there's several goals that we're working on, which is on a 2-year basis, including an asset inventory improvements and inspections of our properties, a 5-year capital plan, long-range planning for dams, hatchery modernization, and the construction of Fisher's Peak State Park and expansion and creation of new state parks. When you look at the Future Generation Act, capital development is all over that plan. We really pledge to spend a lot of money in a lot of different ways for the public's enjoyment and to enhance our facilities. We're lucky enough to have a lot of support by the governor, and we do have a couple of initiatives that were funded by general funding that we're also working on, including $20 million for expansion of state park facilities to address additional use. And that added 12 additional projects to what we're doing. And then $14 million added to expand parks, including new locations such as Sweetwater, which has been mentioned several times, and expanding parks such as Schweitzer and Highline. Another big initiative that we're working on is electric vehicles. We do have a partnership with Rivian right now, which is an automaker, and you guys know about that. They came to talk to you for approval for that. We're about ready to break ground on that project. We're just waiting through some contractual issues, but we're about ready to break ground on there. Also, it looks like the division, or actually the government as a whole, is going to be going more to electric vehicles for fleet. And so we'll be working on adding electric vehicle charging stations to a variety of places. When we think about this last couple of years, the changing environment due to the pandemic has really affected this program. When everything was shut down, construction was not. So the work that we do for CPW never stopped. However, it's evolved in the last couple of years. We're seeing increased prices, not enough people bidding on jobs, labor shortages, supply chain issues. So that all has added into cost increases. And of course, we're working hard on project completion. So in this program, we manage a database that shows all our projects. And we're able to use data analytics to really look at the program as a whole. So I just pulled a couple things from our Power BI platform that we use. But these first couple of charts are going to show you that we have a lot of projects going on. So this shows 4 fiscal years. The money for capital construction is usually 3 fiscal years because it takes a while to build things. So our ideal goal is to only have 3 years open at once. Unfortunately, things happen and construction does take time. So right now we have a 4th year open, but we're looking to complete as many projects as we possibly can in these timeframes. If you look at this top graph, it just shows the amount of projects that we have. So every year we're adding about 400 different projects to our roster. And green means good. Green means that the projects are complete. And so what I'm looking at when I look at this data is to make sure that we are completing projects years in advance. So that's something that we're really working on. The bottom graph just shows you how we spend our money. So again, this is the big picture of all the things that are related to capital. But if you look at that teal color, it's mostly large capital, which are projects over $150,000. What's also interesting is the amount of money that we spent on dams, and that will continue into the future. That's that more green colored box. So if you look at fiscal year 21, for example, we spent $42 million on large capital, and 12 of that is from dams. And you'll see that rise because we're about ready to do a new slug of dam projects. This chart just shows the program as a whole. So if you look at what we do mostly in that gray slice of the pie is small capital. So those are projects under $150,000. We've really changed the way we've operated, especially on state wildlife areas or with the wildlife funding. And we've increased money for things like fencing repair, vault toilets, aquatics, taking care of our hatcheries. So a lot of the bulk of our work goes into that. And then the other big piece of the pie would be those large capital projects. And then the smaller pieces just show other projects that we do within CPW. So I'm going to get into now our selection process for projects. And really, I'm here to talk about our latest list that we'll see in a moment. But the thing I want to highlight on this is that a tremendous amount of work goes into looking at these projects. They start at a field level. Really, the field decides what work needs to be done. It goes up to the regional or the branch supervisors. My group really works to make sure that the budgets and the scopes fit and that we have the money to do the projects. Then in about March, it goes to the leadership team to make a final decision on lists. And then really with especially large capital, there's a lot of different iterations that the list has to go through. It may have to go through GOCO if we're going to fund projects through GOCO, or if there's a legislative component, it has to go to the legislature. And of course, it goes to the EDO. And so eventually the projects are selected and funded based on our funding categories. So this list is in your packet. I'm not going to go over the entire list, but this is what's going to come live in July of 22, so next July. And a couple of things I just want to highlight. If you look at that upper box, you'll see that we're proposing to fund about $12.7 million in parks. That's a little bit lower than usual, but as I mentioned, we just received all that big slug of general fund money. So really the amount that we're investing in the parks is higher than usual. If we look at wildlife, we are recommending to fund about $41 million, and that's a lot more than we normally fund on wildlife. And again, this is due to the Future Generation Act and us really spending money on those things that the public will see or that will benefit wildlife or our infrastructure. Couple things about the list. Blue is wildlife and green is parks. It's based on the geographical area that it's funded in. And when we are picking these projects, we really look at operating costs because it's a thing, we don't want to fund a project if we're not sure that we can continue with the operating needs. And in some cases, there's staffing requirements that would impact a project. So we look at that. And then we also have a capital priority list that we look at. That's one thing that we changed in the last couple of years, making sure that everything that we're funding is hitting a priority. That's really important to the division. So a couple things I just wanted to highlight. One of the things we've been working on in capital development is this concept of a 5-year plan. So it gives us the ability to look at big picture, large capital project needs coming up in the next 5+ years. And it's been able to help us develop priorities, and it helps with various information requests from others. When these lists from the governor's office were being developed, we were looking for specific things, for instance, things that would expand visitation on parks. And so we use this list to help us pick those projects that we would like to be funded through that general funding. It's not set in stone. It's something that cannot be set in stone because the things just come up with, that's the nature of construction. And so this is evaluated and approved by the leadership team annually. We do kind of have a list in there that is long-term, longer term goals. And to get everyone's mind wrapped around this concept of what can actually be done in 5 years has been a little bit difficult. So we have an area where you can kind of just think big and long term. The last program I wanted to highlight is an important one within CPW, and that's dam safety. Dam safety gets a lot of attention from the legislature, and in the past 8 years, we've put a lot of work into, first of all, identifying our problem facilities and really going forward and fixing them. We were fortunate enough to add a position a couple years ago, and so now we have 3 full-time professional engineers working on dam safety. And that's because we are the largest dam holder in the state of Colorado. We have 115 plus dams. That's a lot of dams for 3 people to really look through. When we're looking at dams, we look at risk-based decision-making. And so that sounds pretty intuitive, but that's not always how dam safety was approached. And so now what we do is we really look at a dam and we say, where are the biggest risks? And we make repairs based on those risks. And in order to do that, we developed a document called the Screening Level Risk Analysis, which is very common for dam owners to have. And it gave us a starting point to say, these are our dams that really need to be fixed. The list started as 11. It's sometimes referred to as the evil 11, but it turned out that we had to add some to that evil list. So there's about 14 that we really look at and track the maintenance and repair of those particular dams. And now we're ready to look at the next level, because when that first was done, it was basically like almost triage mode. What are the most important dams to do? And with 115 dams and a lot of them being over 75 years old, dams are a place where we need to spend a lot of our resources. And this is really where we use the 5-year plan in this program, because we really have mapped out the work that we want to do in the next 5+ years. And again, has targeted those most dams that have the potential to create problems for us down the road. So that is a quick highlight of capital development in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Margaret? Commissioner Touchton.
That mess. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate. I did have a couple questions. I know budget is not really our bailiwick, but this was more. I think on that chart, I couldn't see it from here, but if I remember from our packet, we spent like 24 million on fish hatcheries and about 9 million on dams. And I just sort of questioned that prioritization because, you know, when a fish hatchery goes bad, I guess we have fewer fish, but when a dam goes bad, people could die. And so it struck me that spending 3 times as much on fish hatcheries as on dams wasn't necessarily consistent with that safety risk assessment list. In other words, I thought the dams might be the lion's share of the funding rather than the fish hatcheries. Since
sure.
And the other question I had on those dams and the number we own, do we have any process that, I'm a guy who likes rivers way better than dams, to get rid of them? I would love to see some dam decommissioning. I don't know the specifics of these dams. I know we got dams that got no water in them. I think that's going to be a more common problem 30 years down the line, that some of these dams are going to look really silly. And so I'd like to see if we have any process to just divest or decommission, breach some of these dams and maybe give us back some of our rivers.
Sure. So I'll take your first question, which was basically the hatchery modernization versus dams. And I had mentioned that with dams, we look at it from a 5-year planning aspect. And in some cases with dams, what we'll do is we'll rehab the entire dam all at once. So you'll see big costs, and actually next fiscal year, you'll see some big costs to rehab a dam all at once. The other thing that we do with dams is we do specific repairs that need to be done immediately. Outlet repairs, for instance, especially if we can't open a gate. That's very bad. So we've prioritized the things that need to be done immediately. So what you'll see in dams is, because we've built out the plan in 5 years, some years there'll be less dam work that needs to be done, and some years there's going to be more. As I mentioned, in the next coming years, you're going to see 3. We're doing 1 major repair right now, which is going very well at North Michigan Reservoir, which is on State Forest State Park. But in the next 3 years, you're going to see Haviland and Rito Hondo, which are in the southwest region. And we're also going to be doing Terrial pretty soon, which I know is near and dear to Commissioner Garcia's heart. So you're going to see large dam projects coming. That doesn't mean that we're not doing the work. It just means that we're not quite ready to do that level of dam work. As far as the hatchery modernization, this is a really important project to us because it is part of the Future Generations Act to modernize at least 1 fish hatchery by 2025. And so we actually moved that up by a year. And you'll see that we actually haven't identified the one that we're going to modernize yet. We're very, very close, but we did have to move that funding up so that we could hit that goal. So that's just one reason why 5-year planning is so important, and we have lots of priorities. But I can agree with you more that if there was a dam failure, it would be significantly bad for CPW. Your second question, repeat that one more time.
That was more about whether we really need all these dams
yes.
and whether in the future there'll be water to even put in them.
Sure. Okay, so when we look at our dams, it gets complicated because we're also the largest water right holder in the state. And to operate our water rights, sometimes we need storage capacity to do those. And also storage capacity also helps us release water periodically, which does help downstream use. So every time we're looking at repairing these dams, we ask ourselves that question. When we're going through the process of knowing that a dam has issues, we ask ourselves that question. I will say that there is a cost to breaching dams, but we evaluate that with all of the other necessary thoughts when we're doing evaluations. Sometimes also dams do play an important role in our mission to provide angling for the people of Colorado. And so that's something that we also look at. I would say that a lot of our dams are not large. And so they may or may not really impact rivers. They may be very small impoundments.
Which doesn't matter. Commissioner Adams.
Hey. All right, I'm quick. All right. Thank you, Margaret. I have appreciated this update. So you may recall a few months ago, I had the opportunity of visiting a Colorado Springs utility, and I went on a dam tour. And I learned that a small dam project is $7.5 million for a small dam project. And so I want to echo the comments around just some of the costs. And I will say that discrepancy is also in the infrastructure bill, where there is significantly more money for roads, tolls, and high-speed internet, as opposed to the $3 billion for dam-related projects versus $1 trillion. So again, I want to echo those concerns. There's also some money in there for dam removal, $75 million. So again, not sure how many trickle down to us, but as we think about how we want to make sure that our dams are doing and kind of doing some of that preliminary work. So again, appreciative of that and the recognition. I love the slate. Also wanted to just clarify that of the 115 dams, in addition, it was my understanding, because I went to that Colorado Springs, and there was a representative from the state. So it is my understanding that the state also has responsibilities for monitoring and oversight of the private dams as well. So that number is just the ones that we own, or is it inclusive of the ones that we are also responsible for monitoring?
Yeah, thank you for bringing up dams. It's near and dear to my heart right now, for sure. So to answer your question about our dams, so we do have 115 that we own within CBW. Within DNR, there's another branch called the Division of Water Resources, and they have staff that is in charge of monitoring and regulating those dams. So we work with them all the time, and my guess is that's probably who was on your tour. I did also want to mention that in your packet, you should have a document that looks like this. And it's a handout that really breaks down what we're doing with our dams. There's a lot of good information, and it also breaks out the difference between like the very big, large dams compared to the smaller dams. And it's interesting because dams are very expensive. For us, a large repair, we'll use Terrial, for example, we think it's going to be about $18 million. So that's very large for us. We can do smaller repairs, repair a dam completely for about $1.5 million, but that's big money to CPW.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm just appreciative that we don't own any of the steel dams. I will also say, I did have a question about the 5-year plan. And when I first came to CPW, Katie Lanter did an incredible crosswalk of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Strategic Plan with all the other plans, so the sport plan. And so just curious, as you are considering the development of another plan, just again, requesting as much alignment to existing plans as much as possible, throughout would be very helpful in just those integrations and synergies across projects and departments. Thank you.
Yep, and that's very important to me to be able to cross-reference all of our plans. And I will tell you that the 5-year plan isn't one of Katie's beautiful plans necessarily. It's more of a way for us to track projects. So it's not word heavy, it's number heavy.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Margaret, you'll be happy with my question because it's also about dams.
Hi.
My question is, I presume these funds are mostly M&I maintenance on existing dams. Do we have a line item or is there any discussion for example, on the Southeast Water Conservancy District, one of our major issues is loss of yield because of sediment and loss of storage behind the dam. And it's a major cost, a major problem that's coming up. Does CPW have a division or a line that concerns itself with sediment behind existing dams and loss of yield on those?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So that would come up on a case-by-case basis. I would say with the dam safety program, we're focusing on the dam itself. However, what I will say is we also look at a reservoir holistically too. And there are some cases where dredging would help, and it would also help for aquatic habitat, for instance. So when we're planning these projects, if we know that there's going to be a major dam rehab, we're also looking at all of those other tangential things. Can we build trails that around the reservoir, or can we build benches so people can fish easier, or can we dredge? All those things are really important. And I know specifically in this area, if you look at two buttes, for example, that's something that sedimentation has just come over and over and over again. And that's something that we're going to have to look at.
Yeah, I think that's right. Over the coming years, especially with the burn scars, sedimentation behind dams is going to be a real issue. Yes. And I presume we have the means to deal with it, but we cannot afford to let our water rights suffer because we lose rights of storage.
Right.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay, any other questions, comments for Margaret? I would only jump on the dam bandwagon and concur with Commissioner Touchton when and where we have an opportunity to decommission and retire a dam. It's a good opportunity, and there are many partners out there, American Rivers and others, that would join us in doing that. Thanks, Margaret.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Sorry, Margaret, before you go. Thank you, Chair. We have our finance meeting bright and early at 7:30 before the commission meetings on Thursday. I'd love it if you'd join us next time.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the invite. Appreciate it.
Come up, make a presentation, and have another meeting to attend. How great is that? Okay, we have one more item, and then we promised you a break, and I think we will catch up a little bit given that we've got a couple items that came off our calendar. So joining us is Adrian Varney, CPW Program Officer, Jackie Miller, who had the opportunity, I think many of you know, to retire the term interim in front of her title. She is the Executive Director of Great Outdoors Colorado. And there's another guy that's on the agenda today. I don't know that we know him. Dan Zimmerer? I don't know. Anyway, I think GOCO is just stealing everybody from CPW. What's that all about? Director Prenslow, just saying. Anyway, Dan Zimmerer, CPW Partnership Manager, and many of us know him as orchestrating the Partners in Outdoors Conference. Congratulations to you, Dan, on your new role. I'm sure you'll tell us a little bit about that. So I'll turn it to Adrian.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Let me take this off. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Directors Prenslow and Gibbs, Jake, Katie today and the omnipresent Laura. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. Laura, sorry you couldn't be here today. Thank you once again for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here. I always appreciate the chance to talk at all of you about all the great things going on in the GoCo universe. But first, I actually want to take a second to recognize Commissioner Hauser for her amazing Wilder mask. Also, your service on the GoCo board has been nothing but instrumental in everything from our creation, the nitty gritty of the creation, to our strategic plan, to all the finite details, and hosting us out there last month in Glenwood. So thank you very much for everything. I've personally grown from my experience in working with you. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I definitely thank you. So on the thank you bandwagon, I also want to, on behalf of all the entire GoCo squad that is here with us today, I want to thank CPW staff, the Southeast region, and most importantly, the May family, echoing all the comments that have been so amazing about being able to be invited to this ferret release that was yesterday. They are cute, vicious little creatures, and it was nothing but historic in my heart to have been able to be there. So thank you all for that. I'm looking forward to another great dinner tonight with everybody. Moving on real quick, this is just a quick snapshot of all the GoCo investments since our inception in this local region. It includes all Baca, Kiowa, Bent, and Prowers counties. I want to point out that these parks and wildlife totals are primarily 100% done in partnership directly with Parks and Wildlife. So these local government and open space numbers were also in addition. These are some highlights that come with it. Obviously, the John Martin Reservoir. And I would be remiss not to point out another sort of local celebrity when it comes to GoCo investments in the area, the Heartland Ranch Preserve and the Southern Plains Land Trust. They've been historically very successful in securing GoCo funding, and we definitely look forward to a continued partnership down the road in that realm. So thank you for the continual amazing slate of great projects there. I wanted to take a few slides to talk about some sort of atypical GoCo investments in the area. Usually we highlight projects that we've done. Well, obviously these are still projects that we've done, but I wanted to focus on this one. In 2019, the GoCo board awarded a $54,000 open space purpose fund grant to CPW in partnership with CDOT to build on the recently, at that time, completed Western Slope Wildlife Prioritization Study. Sorry, that's a mouthful for me. So this project, why it's a little unique and atypical, is because it was awarded to CPW Southeast region via our competitive side of programming, not the traditional investment proposal side of things. So in this project, working to prioritize migration needs in Eastern Colorado to improve connectivity for wildlife and reduce wildlife vehicle collisions is another step towards completing that statewide study, allowing for projects, allowing for the prioritization of projects that will be more cost efficient when it comes to wildlife migration projects, and they'll have the greatest benefit for wildlife landscapes, habitats, and public safeties. Just a really neat avenue outside of our investment proposal side. So back in September at our most recent GoCo board meeting, the GoCo board approved a $2.85 million interest-free loan to the Conservation Fund Land Trust Organization for the acquisition of the Kern property for the Sand Creek massacre site. Historically, but not traditionally, throughout GoCo's history, GoCo has provided loans to nonprofit organizations and local governments to facilitate important land protection projects. Most of those 12 loans occurred in the late 90s and early 2000s, but most recently GoCo provided a loan also to TCF to secure the acquisition of the Sweetwater Lake property to eventually facilitate the transfer to the United States Forest Service, and as you all know now is our newest state park. So that was a really exciting process for us. Moving back to the Kern property, as I mentioned, the GoCo board approved this $2.85 million loan to TCF to purchase the historic 3,478 acre property, and that nearly doubles the size of the lands that are able to be preserved on site. In addition to this inherent historic value. The current property also contributes to maintaining one of the largest federally managed blocks of intact shortgrass prairie ecosystems in the national park system, providing native habitat for several species of concern. And it's also a vital stopover for habitat for migratory birds. Thank you, Commissioner May, again, for a little bit more background on the values in this area. It's very important to note that this acquisition is supported by the Northern and Cheyenne Arapaho tribes, especially given the presence of the extremely significant archaeological remains on the property and the sacred nature of the site. Traditionally, the land of the Arapaho and Cheyenne peoples, GOCO honors the historic value of this land, enabling TCF to secure the property for its long-term historic preservation. Moving over to our non-competitive investment proposal side of things, I wanted to talk about our most recent, nope, sorry, that was wrong. I went into the wrong world there. This is our competitive side of things. This is our new programmatic framework and our new strategic plan. So our programs team has been hard at work, originally receiving for this one grant cycle over $25 million in requests for an annual grant cycle that our annual budget is just shy of $13 million. So you can see the demand was really, really high. All these proposals go through an initial concepting phase where it's reviewed at a staff level. And then there are certain projects, the 13 particular in this cycle, the 13 most compelling projects are then invited to apply at the application phase. And our intent there is a more equitable approach, hoping that people don't have to put more time into non-competitive applications. They don't get emotionally invested in it. And then they can come back at a later point in time with a more strict competitive project in mind. So with this round, the peer review process, it involved a consultation with 4 outside experts and various facets that have expertise in various facets of GOCO's work. So the staff then selected 11 of the 13 applications to recommend to our program committee for funding and final approval at our upcoming board meeting in December. So once approved in December, these 11 projects will lever GOCO's $4.5 million investments over $25 million in matching investments. I wanted to just point out one project within here that is directly correlated to all things CPW. It's the Douglas Mountain Ranch property. It's a 123-acre property in Clear Creek County. And this property is special for a lot of reasons, spanning all of the shared values that GOCO and CPW have in wildlife habitat conservation and recreation values. It's also been identified by CDOT as an ideal location for a new wildlife crossing going over Highway 40 there. And probably most especially, it's adjacent currently to the Georgetown State Wildlife Area. So this additional acreage will actually be owned and managed by CPW, increasing the acreage with that state wildlife area. So kind of wins all around there. And with that, as Madam Chair Hauser mentioned earlier, one of GOCO's new look is definitely our staffing. You can recall probably over the past few months I've been here, the one consistent thing I have talked about is all the changes that have been going on in GOCO. And it is, I'm sure you guys can hear the excitement in my voice. I speak for everybody at GOCO, everybody on staff, everybody on our board. This dust has settled, and without further ado, I want to formally introduce you all to our new executive director, Jackie Miller.
Adrian, I feel like I need a walk-up song after that. That was lovely. Really excited to be here today in this new role, and want to thank, of course, Commissioner Hauser for your service on the GOCO board and to Colorado for so many years. We were so lucky to have you, and welcome Commissioner Touchton. Excited to get to know you as well in the time ahead. So I am Jackie Miller. I've been part of GOCO staff for about 15 years now, and have really came up on our local government side of our work, working with cities and counties and special park and recreation districts to help them realize their dreams for the outdoors in their communities, and then turn those into reality with GoCo funding. I did direct our 2015 strategic plan, and out of that plan came the Generation Wild initiative, and that in and of itself was a huge lift. So I focused on getting that on its feet for the last 4 or 5 years. Took so many lessons learned from my work with a new partnership network and collaborative grant making to apply to our 2020 strategic plan. So I'm tremendously committed to the success of this plan, the success of our new regional officers, our new strategy of grant making, and of course the outcomes on the ground. GoCo turns 30 this year, which is crazy to think about. And that means that our partnership with Colorado Parks and Wildlife also turns 30 years old. So not only is GoCo unique in the nation and coveted across the nation as a dedicated permanent funding source for the great outdoors, our relationship with Colorado Parks and Wildlife is also unique in the nation. And I think together we can realize that we have tremendous challenges and opportunities facing our state today as it relates to outdoor recreation, conservation, stewardship, equity in the outdoors, and so much more. And so I'm really excited to take our partnership to a new level. It's better than it's ever been today, but there's increased opportunities for us to work together in new ways to help accelerate really meaningful outcomes on the ground. And so I look forward as the executive director to working with all of you and your incredible staff to help make that happen. I also can't think of a better team. Adrian has done such a wonderful job supporting us in our partnership with CPW during this transition once Emily Orbanek left. And I just want to express my gratitude to her and for all the ways that you've shepherded this relationship so well, and to welcome Dan Zimmer as a GoCo staff member. I just want to say that people are at-will employees at GoCo. We don't force anybody to apply, but we are delighted to have Dan on board and think that he is this position was really written for him, and know that he and Adrian are going to do really wonderful things together in the years ahead. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, Jackie. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow, it's an honor to be here, and it's been an honor to work for the agency the past few years. I really enjoyed my time at the agency, was particularly motivated by the projects and initiatives I got to work on. Likewise, it's a privilege to continue to work with the agency in my new role at GoCo, so I'm really excited about that. But that said, I recognize there's big shoes to fill and following up the great work that Emily Orbanek has done. However, looking forward to teaming up with Adrian and working under Jackie's leadership to advance the partnership and advance the shared goals of both of these great organizations. So with that, just wanted to share some short-term items that we have on our list. As you know, the CPW investment proposal process is underway, so we're going to be working with Justin and his team on moving that forward. We hope to launch, again, the Director's Innovation Fund in a few months. And our December board meeting is coming up on December 9th, and it is now a virtual event. So if you'd like information on that, we welcome you all to join us there. And then also in the next couple of months, Adrian and I would like to go on a listening tour, talk with the leadership team and the regions, and just learn more deeply about what the challenges and opportunities are for the agency. And so with that, we'll get us back on schedule and not stand between lunch unless y'all have any questions.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in full disclosure, Dan, well, welcome to GoCo. Bad loss for CPW. But in full disclosure, when Jackie came to me and said, you know, I'm thinking about stealing Dan, I said, great idea. I thought it was this Dan. But luckily,
that Dan.
Luckily for GoCo, it was you. So thank you. And congratulations, Commissioner Touchton. You're going to be a great addition to the GoCo board. And losing Commissioner Hauser, Chair Hauser, people don't remember or don't know, she was and still is the senior member of the GoCo board. nobody who's been on that board longer than Chair Hauser. So you will be the new person replacing the most senior person. So congratulations and thank you, Chair Hauser. Real quickly, the Sand Creek came up, and I know Commissioner May, that's important to you. That was that process is looking. It's a bridge loan, and that is very similar to what we did at Sweetwater. And I know we've talked a lot about Sweetwater today, but it was a result of $7.5 million bridge loan from GOCO that was able to move that along. And so there are a lot of things that GOCO can do. Land acquisition is one, much easier for GOCO than it is for CPW. So thank you for all of that work. I just want to quickly say and introduce, we have David Cockrell here from Pueblo, GOCO board member. Thank you, David. David joined us yesterday for the release of those little black-footed fellows and girls, along with Pam Denahy, who was also here from La Junta. And of course, we had Commissioner May's wonderful wife, Brenda, another GOCO board member from Lamar. And so thank all of you, along with the GOCO staff that joined us yesterday for the release of Freddie the Ferret. Thank you.
Other questions, Commissioner Touchton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you on behalf of my day job, the Southern Plains Land Trust, for the funding that GOCO's sent to this area. It's been vital to our success. You're one of our best partners, and I think, well, I just want to let you know all that money's still kicking around in the community. And for those of you who don't know, I think Bent County's the second highest unemployment rate in the state, and so it's really appreciated when GOCO funds find their way here. I really look forward to working with you all. I got some big shoes to fill, and look forward to working with Commissioner Garcia. I think GOCO is one of the greatest ideas our state ever had. The existence of dedicated funding that can't be stolen when the legislature has some other priority, I think is really essential to long-term conservation. And so I'm really excited to be a part of the effort. And just real quickly, I had written here in the margin loans. I think that's outstanding that you have, it sounds like you've dusted off a program and are revitalizing it with both Sweetwater Park and the Sand Creek Massacre site. My own experience with nonprofits is those bridge loans are often make or break a project, because the land is available for sale now, and the buyer or the seller wants to sell it now, and the fundraising might take 5 years. And so those loans are, I think that's a great, it sounds like a re-innovation of something you've done, but I think that's a really good thing. And I just wanted to commend you for doing that, particularly in the 2 instances you mentioned, Sweetwater and Sand Creek. So thank you, guys.
Okay, any other questions, comments for our GOCO team? I might only conclude by just saying I can't believe I would have been the most senior, because I haven't been on that long. So that tells you how much, I think 3 years or maybe 3.5. That tells you how much turnover there's been. So it's great to feel like things are stable, and we're all family. So there's no stealing happening. It's all, we're all part of the same team. So congratulations to Dan. I just want to say it was a special treat to have the board in Glenwood Springs, not my hometown, but my current hometown, for my last meeting. And I also want to thank the opportunity to curate that a little bit and get that group into Glenwood Canyon to see the damage, and to maybe tee up some opportunity to support some of the repairs to Hanging Lake Trail and some of the other serious damage that has been done in that corridor. You wouldn't even recognize it now, just a month or 2 after. It's pretty remarkable, the work that's going on there right now. So just thanks for a little bit of latitude to help bus folks in. This group obviously heard a presentation from Mike Goolsby and Scott Fitzwilliams at our Meeker meeting, and the GOCO group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are no other comments, I know everybody's probably in need of a break as I am. So let's come back. Let's go into recess and come back at 10 after the hour. Thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. And if there are thank you. Group actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see
that. So thanks very much for that. Actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. Actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that. Actually got to go put some boots on the ground and see that. So thanks very much for that.
Keep making it to get this.
As long as you eat that slow, you don't ever have to get fast. Wearing this thing.
Oh, yeah. Keep track of that.
Okay, we are reconvened for Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting on November 18th. We are on item 11, final regulations. Jonathan Boydston is online with us. So Jonathan, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair, Executive Director. I'm Jonathan Boydston, here today in my capacity as outgoing Acting Regulations Manager for CPW. You'll soon hear from Krista Heiner, who's CPW's Regulations Manager, who's back from leave. I'll be presenting the final regulation items today, the action items before you, and Krista will then present the other regulatory items in front of you today. So starting up, as the Chair said, with agenda item number 11, these are final regulations related to consumer price index fee increases, W0, and several other related chapters. This is an action item today, again, related to CPI increases based on the changes to the Denver Aurora Lakewood statistical area for the consumer price index. As a reminder, the Commission has the authority to adjust most of our license fees annually based on the consumer price index. The Commission also has the authority to adjust retail agent commission rates, which you will also note in the materials for this item. You'll see for this item at the beginning of the materials that we provided an introductory memo, followed by the redlined regulatory chapters. In all, those are W0, W2, W3, W11, W15, and P7. And finally, on the last page of the materials for this item is a comparison of non-resident license fees in the Mountain States. The red line changes in the regulatory chapters presented to you for this meeting will look similar to the red line changes presented in September when this was at draft stage. Specifically, you'll see that under the proposal, most wildlife license fees would be increased with CPI to the statutory cap. So increasing the vast majority of fees to the statutory cap, except for low income licenses and select discounted licenses. The division recommends adopting this proposal today. We believe adjusting most license fees with inflation is in keeping with our goal of financial sustainability. We also feel that continuing our approach of not raising low-income licenses with CPI helps underscore our commitment to removing barriers to participation in wildlife recreation. Finally, continuing our longstanding practice of offering select discounted licenses helps in our effort to incentivize purchase, offer equitable pricing between license types, and make our license fees more comparable to neighboring states. The memo at the beginning of the materials for this item provides much of the detail related to our recommendation, statutory cap for each license fee, and past prices. The quote unquote actual prices for 2022 are shown in the far right column in the license fee table that begins on the second page of the memo we've provided. The statutory cap is provided in a blue shaded column, second to the right. Discounts are noted in the yellow shaded rows. Again, the vast majority of license fees under this proposal would be raised to the statutory cap, but for discounted licenses, you can see what the statutory cap would be. Please note, if the license is marked as a discount, but the statutory cap equals the actual price, that means the Commission created that license with a discount from the start. In other words, eliminating the discount would mean eliminating the license type. Also, one exception I should mention is the daily state wildlife area pass. priced at $7.50 plus fees, which we do not advise increasing at this time because of that that price $7.50 plus the fees, which equal $150, equals the $9 daily state park pass. So we recommend keeping the daily state wildlife area pass and the daily state park pass at the same fee, which they are now. Again, this is an action item, and these changes would become effective on January 1st of next year. Madam Chair, with that, I can take any questions if you'd like.
Any questions for Jonathan? Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jonathan, when is the CPI actually adjusted for the Lakewood, Aurora, Denver time-wise? Was that done? What period in 2021 was that actually done?
Yeah, it was earlier, I believe, in the around the summer before we sent the materials for the September commission meeting. I can't remember the exact date or month that it comes out, but somewhere around that time frame.
The only reason I raise that is that I think that there's been a large adjustment on the, I think nationally, and it's probably likely that we'll see a pretty large adjustment coming next year. We've tried to stay away from big jumps, and so I think it's more reason to follow the staff's recommendation this year.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jonathan, morning. Afternoon. Good morning, yeah. Thank you for taking my call the other day and spending some time going through this with me. I appreciate it. Very helpful. As I told you, a couple of things I still want to raise, and that is one is the low income. While the low income and keeping those licenses steady is a good idea on one hand. On the other hand, I just want us to be mindful of the cumulative effect of doing something like that. Low income, most people who are on low income, Social Security is a good example, are getting increases. And if we always hold steady at some point in time, there's going to be a gap there that's going to be very big. And if we try to make up that gap, that's more difficult than it is to do annual increases. And so I'm not going to object to it, but I just think we need to be mindful of that issue. The one that I did have some issue with, and that is the mountain lion, non-resident. If you look at what we've done with the non-resident, non-resident bear, we've talked about endlessly, and I agree with why we're doing that and holding that steady. We increase the fur bearer, we increase the elk, but yet we don't increase mountain lion. And mountain lion licenses are a premium, and I just think it's unusual that I know it's historical, but historical for me is never a really solid reason. So I'd like you to just talk a little bit about why we're increasing non-resident elk annually, but holding mountain lion steady when it's something that they already have from the statutory cap, a huge, huge discount as they do on others, but it's the only one that we're not increasing.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. First, to speak to non-resident antlerless elk, I should mention that briefly. That's an interesting example where we set the price of non-resident antlerless elk at 75% of a either sex elk non-resident license. So just a little bit of background on that increase. So you are seeing a increase by default with CPI for non-resident antlerless elk. The commission has taken the approach in the past of keeping the non-resident lion price at a level fee. It's been $350 since, I believe, 2010. So it has been at that price for some time. Before then, it was below that price. I think $250 before that year. So we have had it at $350 for quite some time now. To your point, one of the main things that I would point out, and others can chime in as well from staff, but I would point to the non-resident lion license price in neighboring mountain states. So if you look at the materials for this item, the last page of that is going to have a comparison of non-resident prices for mountain states. Right now, looking at it, it's about $237 for $237 for the average price for lion licenses in mountain states. That's one of the main reasons for trying to be comparable to neighboring states and competitive when it comes to non-resident licenses in particular. If you're curious, the annual increase for CPI for lion, it's right around 1.9% increase for the annual CPI increase. So if the commission decided to increase the vast majority we're already recommending to be increased with CPI. In this case, looking at it, I have some notes jotted down here. The lion price with a CPI increase, so $350 with an annual increase of CPI, would be $356.48. So just so you know. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And Jonathan, one last piece, and that is the no increase on the daily park pass for state wildlife areas. The state wildlife area pass, the new pass that we came out with. That one's holding steady. And you gave me the background on that and how it relates to our state park pass. It might just be helpful for the public and for other commissioners for you to repeat what you told me on that one.
Sure. So the price for a state wildlife area daily pass is right now it's listed in that table at $7.50. If you add in the wildlife license fees that we have, those are $1.50 combined for those other fees. So if added together, it's $9. So the $9 equals the daily fee for a state park pass. So we would like to keep state wildlife area daily fee and state park pass daily fee at the same level. That price point was decided upon for the state wildlife area pass fairly recently because of that reason, to try to keep it level with state park passes.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for all your work on this, and thank you for coming back to the commission with moving all those numbers. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me first say I would support applying the CPI to mountain lion rates. I would actually do a lot more. I'm in favor of adjusting all the licenses by the CPI for reasons like Commissioner Schaefer mentioned, and Commissioner Garcia, I think, mentioned also, that it's better to do small incremental bumps than to wait and then be faced with a big bump. I do hear from a lot of people who accuse us of prejudice against predators. And one of their best pieces of evidence, I'm not saying they're right, but one of their best pieces of evidence is this discounted license. If you look at what's on sale, it's bears, mountain lions, and small fur bearers, with the exception of non-resident cow elk. But everything that's on sale is a predator. And so I think they've got a good point that we appear to be devaluing predators. And I would like to correct that. I would bump these up to the statutory max. Normally, pricing is driven by scarcity and the quality of the product. These predators are scarcer, or more scarce than the things we sell for more money. And mountain lion hunt should be a highly valued opportunity. I particularly think $100 bear hunt is let me think of a nicer way to put this. It's a incredible value in today's world. I spend more taking my kids out to the movie and a dinner. And so I think our pricing is indicating a prejudice, or that this is a low value experience. And that bothers me. One other point I'd just like to make is I also think that sometimes the way we market these, it's like getting fries with your burger. Most non-residents are coming here to hunt elk, and then we say, would you like a discounted bear license to throw in your back pocket just in case? And in my experience, we're all limited by our experience, that lends itself to a less thoughtful hunt. When the person didn't really plan on hunting bear, and it's just something they're going to do if they randomly encounter a bear, they haven't really thought it through. And I think that leads not only to a lower quality of hunter, but the volume of licenses is leading to a lower quality experience for the people who are serious about those hunts. So I don't know that anyone else shares these views. I would definitely kick up the mountain lion license, but I would eliminate all the discounts with the exception of those for youth, seniors, and veterans. And that's based on the people we're talking about, people we either want to encourage or reward for their past sacrifice, or recognizing their limited means. But otherwise, I would value the animals at full value. Even if we charge full price, people spend more to come here and go golfing. And I just think that's wrong. There's a lot of opportunities to go golfing, and there's very few opportunities to harvest a mountain lion or a bear, and we should price that commensurate with its value. And we also, I think, should make it a desirable experience, not something you hand out like fries with a burger at a restaurant sort of unthoughtfully. So I don't object to a lot of things about it, but I would like us to eliminate the discounted licenses. I'm happy to hear pushback from staff because I know some people feel strongly about that, but I would like to start that discussion.
Before I turn to other commissioners, Jonathan, staff, any comment to that? And then I'll go to Commissioner Haskett.
I have one very small clarifying remark, which is that for non-resident fur bearer, that's priced to equal non-resident small game. That is one interesting example where we're pricing that because non-resident small game and fur bearer essentially confer the same benefit. Most of the same species can be hunted under both of those. So I can give more background on that, but that's the reason for non-resident fur bearer.
Director Prinsloo.
I'll take the bait, I guess. So at some level, interesting, obviously commission can do what the commission can do. I think interesting about mountain lion, I don't think we have much of an issue, and I'd look to Reed and his staff about marketing or selling the amount of mountain lion. So I think there could be a discussion, in my opinion, on that one. I just disagree with your characterization of bears or cow elk. And I'm not looking for tick for tat. I just think I don't believe that characterization. I think people that come out, we have a lot of bears on the landscape. We are having much difficulty keeping a population. They are not scarce. Neither are mountain lions and neither are cow elk, but there are ways, and cost is one of the ways you can incentivize the selling and distribution of licenses. And so, you know, we're mostly on top of cow elk, but we also have to be mindful. There are non-residents that won't pay full price for a cow elk. And so is that discriminatory? There's a lot of things in there. I'll just leave it at that. It's for me, decent discussion about mountain lion, but bears and cow elk are not some fire sale because we don't value them, and hunters do value that they can participate in that. So I just want to put that up.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I wouldn't say that the predator licenses or cow tags are on sale. As someone who's been to commission meetings for most of my life, honestly, most of this stuff was done as a management tool. So to manage the species, it's not necessarily that they're on sale. I don't actually know how the price came to start on mountain lions. Maybe staff could answer that. But we are higher on the mountain lion licenses than the 6 adjoining states. So do we want to change it to a higher price just because that's where it was set? Or do we not want to have any mountain lion hunters, I guess would be the question. If we raise it to higher, we're already higher than 6 other states. What are we doing to ourselves if you look at it as a management practice? And the same thing on bears. We lowered the bear license fees in Burlington 3 years ago, I believe. And it was costing us more for our staff, for game damage claims, all of those things, than it was for what we're selling these licenses for. We're not losing any money that way. I think we're actually ahead. The statistics of success has actually gone down, even for the number of licenses sold. So I don't think we're doing anything to benefit ourselves in the long run by changing those two things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. I would just like to push back on Touchton's description of the discounted tags. It's not so much that it's not a coupon, it's you're providing an opportunity, more opportunity, and it's helping us, the agency, reach management objectives. We all know that we have a problem with bears in general in a lot of our mountain communities. And we have increasing issues with mountain lions as well. So unless we can figure out a way to meet our objectives, I don't see this as a problem.
Commissioner Touchton.
Okay, well, so there's, first of all, there's what you tell people with the price. And they are, in the case of bears, about 15% of what the legislature's authorized us to charge. In the case of mountain lions, about half what the legislature's authorized us to charge. And with the exception of cow elk for non-residents, they're the only thing we have, and I will say, on sale. Everything else is bumped up to what the legislature said we could put it at. So I do stand by the fact that a discount and a sale are the same thing. And that tells people what you think of the resource. Now, the management point is a different point, and that may be valid. With bears, honestly, my own opinion is that's large part poor trash management by communities. And that's the root of the problem. I don't know that we're going to hunt our way out of people being negligent with their garbage. So I think that's, I think there is a problem. I agree with you on that, but I think the problem is caused by people being messy and not taking care of stuff. You know, I'd take a half a loaf. I don't think we have any trouble selling mountain lion licenses. I'd like us to value them appropriately. And I'd like to signal to the public that we do care about these animals and that we aren't selling them at a discount. Some of these, I mean, you look at the other licenses, predators are rarer than deer and elk. People tell me they enjoy hunting predators. They like eating predators. I think they should pay as much to hunt the predators as they are willing to pay for deer and elk. And I just, my own experience has been that I've run into a lot of non-thoughtful, principally out-of-state hunters who impulse bought a bear license. And if I'm remembering right, some of our waste of game claims that I've read in our materials for past meetings often involve an out-of-state hunter who shot a bear and didn't know what to do about it because they didn't really think through that hunt. So I think it would be a better quality experience for the hunters, and it would make the non-hunting public more receptive to what we do. And I think that's an important perception out there, is what the non-hunting public thinks of our management. So anyway, those are my thoughts. It doesn't sound like this is widely supported, so I won't waste everyone's time on it. I would like to see if we can at least talk about raising mountain lion prices. It sounded like that was more worthy than a wholesale across the board in these discounts. But
thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I'm going to go Commissioner Haskett Commissioner Bailey, Commissioner May, and Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just touch on that real quickly. So to Commissioner Touchton's comment about trash bearers. So I live 30 miles from nowhere, which most of you came up river last September and saw. I mean, I don't live near town. I have seen more bears in the last 15 years than I've ever seen in my life. And I continually see bears. Even like Commissioner Touchton, when you were with me, we saw a bear on the trail. I do believe there's a lot of bears, and I don't think it's all related to trash. I think the trash issue is also the fact that they just don't have the landscape to go on when there are so many in the woods also, that we're pushing them to these places also. And unfortunately, they're learning about trash, but that's just part of the result of overpopulation, I believe. Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you, Chair Hauser. I think a lot of what I'm hearing is that, right, we're balancing a lot of different factors, right? There's the role in management, there's the revenue generation, there's the perceptions of both the hunting and non-hunting public, there is comparability across other states with similar species that are hunted. And so I guess, I think it's an important topic to bring up. And I think when we're thinking about these conversations more broadly, there's also the sort of tradition and history, right? The reason it shows up, but maybe putting word into Commissioner Touchton's mouth, but like, there's a $350 difference, right? We're seeing this in the numbers. And so there's that tradition and history. And so all that to say, as we're having these conversations, as we're moving forward, as we're thinking about annual increases, having a bit more information on all of those things. How does this influence management? How does this influence perceptions? What is the history? How did we end up here? I think would probably help facilitate the discussion as well.
Thank you. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, it's not as much a question of a game management issue. I agree with Commissioner Garcia that if we are going to change this and get it out of appropriately what the CPI is going to be, I think we should do it across the board, because if we don't, we are effectively changing our entire fee structure, and we're doing it in a way that we don't realize, because at some point where we're not raising, for example, non-resident lion license, but we are raising other non-resident licenses, we're skewing the numbers. And I am more in favor of keeping the same rate of increase on those as we are on the other species.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Commissioner May just mentioned. One thing I just wanted to point out, or even ask the question, is, when we're talking about lion hunters, from what I know, the vast majority are employing outfitters and guides in order to, be able to use dogs, which are a significant investment and expertise. And so it's one where there's a significant expenditure of financial resources in order to have a high quality, high probability of success hunt in comparison to spot and stalk or your DIY hunter that might be hunting elk and coming here from a far-flung state. So it's a much different context. Likewise, other states don't have the same restrictions on methods of take when it comes to bear hunting as Colorado does from was that Initiative 10, 30 years ago. So it's one where there's not necessarily an apple and oranges comparison to be made between species because of all these gradations of differences between states, as well as sort of the manner in which you actually go out there and chase in the field. So I just wanted to make sure that that was coloring the conversation appropriately.
Other commissioner comments before I turn it to Brian? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe one compromise, which won't make me happy, but will make me, you live with what you can get, would be, I would like to make a motion to apply the CPI to everything except the park pass that Jonathan mentioned. But that would, I think, that would also, we had not applied the CPI to like non-resident fur bearers, mountain lions, bears. But I what Commissioner May just said, I think is a very valid point, which is everything costs more, and even people on a fixed income are going to get a bump. So let's do that across the board. Otherwise, we're incrementally furthering the discount that I already don't like. So that's my compromise position, is to make a motion that we apply the CPI to everything, with the exception of the day pass at the state wildlife areas that Jonathan and Commissioner Garcia discussed.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Well, I was in the comment, but I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Adams. Okay, we'll hold this, and Ryan, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Director or Commission Directors, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. I just wanted to provide, there's been a number of questions that I think I can provide some insight on. First off, just kind of historically, how we got here is that actually in 2000, there was a fee bill run. And at that time, it was a non-resident fee bill for increasing non-resident fees. And there was a concern at that time of impacts of bear and lions on essentially ungulates at that time. And so there was the commission, the legislature went ahead with and passed that fee bill with the increase, but still maintained concerns over increasing bear and lion at that time. And so that's why it started as a reduced price. That was then increased back in 2010 by $100. It started at $250, went to $100. So that's some of the history, and then they've been evaluated. Of course, then we reduced bear licenses subsequently as well. And then just a few things about just license. Lions are managed very differently. Bears and lions are managed differently. Lions, we set a biological maximum of the amount that we're going to allow harvest. And when that's achieved, the season's closed. We sell licenses over the counter. Right now, this last year, we sold 2,600 licenses, actually 2,676 licenses, and about 18% of those are non-resident. However, interestingly, the non-resident contribution to harvest is almost 50%. So we're getting a significant amount of our harvest coming from non-residents because of a higher, essentially, success rate that they're running. So anyway, just some information to address a number of the questions that came up. Happy to have any follow-up questions if needed.
Thank you, Brian. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarification on one thing. So unrelated to this conversation, on the habitat stamp, when we did the reauthorization, it wasn't a provision to be able to tie it to the CPI. Anybody know?
I don't know the answer to that.
Vilsack.
Mr. Vilsack.
We got CPI on the habitat stamp in future generations. We didn't increase the fee, but we can increase habitat stamp by CPI as well.
Okay.
For the public and the record, that was Doug Vilsack. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Brian. So if we did increase the lion tag by CPI, I think we're talking like $6. Do you think that would make any difference to the rates you just gave about non-resident participation? Or
I don't believe it would. When we increased, we looked at the numbers between when we increased from 250 to 350 in 2010, and we did not see a major impact on non-resident license buy.
Okay, other comments before we call the vote?
Madam Chair, I have one quick question, perhaps, in the comments. There is also, we have kept, although the commission has the authority to increase application fees for the big game draw, for example, with CPI, we have not recommended increasing those. I should have mentioned that earlier. Those are still at that same level price as they have been in the past. And so I want to ask before the commission makes a motion if you would also like to increase application fees with the consumer price index.
Okay, I'm going to circle back on the Roberts rules on that, but Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, I would like to amend my motion to the motion in its intent is to apply CPI to everything with the exception of the parks pass that Jonathan mentioned.
Okay, I think that was clear, and Commissioner Adams was your second on that. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe we have a motion and a second. And so I agree. I think it would be very helpful. Commissioner Touchton brings up some questions that I think deserve further discussion. There's no doubt about it. We have a new commissioner, Commissioner Bailey, I think, who brings a new perspective, which is extremely well appreciated, I think, by myself as well as all the other commissioners. So I think in addition to this, it would be good that, and first of all, the CPI is going to make a big jump, in my estimation, with what's happening with inflation right now. So this is going to be a much bigger issue next year than it is this year in terms of continuing to do this. But it wouldn't, I think it would serve us all well to maybe I personally would like to take a deeper dive into, I understand market, I understand management, and both of those are extremely important. There's no question the bear issue is a management issue, and I understand that, and I agree personally with the policy, but I think it deserves discussion. The mountain lion, on the other hand, I think is more of a market question, and I would like to have further discussion on that. And so that's something that we will give to Commissioner Hauser as she develops her agendas for the future, and to the director. But other than that, I agree with the motion. Thank you.
Jake.
I have a clarifying question for my own certainty. The only carve out we're talking about, Commissioner Touchton referred to the Parks Pass, but the Colorado State Wildlife Area one-day pass is $7.50. There's an additional $1.50 that brings you to $9, which equates to a $9 state parks pass. That's the only carve out. Okay.
Okay, so everyone's clear on the motion? Okay. I'm going to call the vote. Laura, would you please do a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, as a point of clarification, could you repeat the
Yes,
motion?
I will try, or I will ask Commissioner Touchton.
Can you hear me?
Just a moment, Laura. I believe the motion on the table is to adopt the annual changes related to license fees and agent commission rates with the Denver Aurora Lakewood Consumer Price Indexed to everything on the list with the exception of the State Wildlife Area Parks Pass that Jake just described.
And a processing fee.
And the processing fee. Did I get that right, Commissioner Touchton? Okay, thank you. Okay, Laura, please.
Oh, okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Adams? Bailey?
Yes.
Fleckta?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Phillips?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Chair Hauser?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That's kind of how that's done. Nice job. We will move on to item number 12. Jonathan.
Yes, great. Thank you. Item number 12, these are the final regulation changes for W1, our fishing chapter. You'll see these changes on blue paper today. There are a couple changes in chapter W1 per our annual review of the chapter, as well as one cleanup related to a previous change. You'll see the first change related to that cleanup I mentioned on page 13 of the blue document. Specifically, we've removed duplicative regulations related to mountain whitefish from a handful of places in the chapter. In 2020, fishing regulations were modified to include a statewide daily bag and possession limit for whitefish. That's a bag limit of 4 fish and a possession limit of 8 fish. Therefore, a number of property-specific regulations related to whitefish can now be removed. The next change to mention, which is on page 33 of that document, so scroll down a bit, removes the regulation prohibiting fishing on the south prong of Hayden Creek. This change stems from an issue paper on this subject presented on the consent agenda last meeting. The original fishing prohibition for the South Prong of Hayden Creek was put into place to protect a strain of Colorado River cutthroat trout. A wildfire then burned the area, leading to a fish recovery before all of the fish were lost. The stream no longer supports the cutthroats, and so we're now proposing striking the regulation that prohibited fishing due to the lack of those cutthroats. And then finally, on page 65 of the blue document, you'll see our last change where we've removed the reference to the Wacara lease from regulations concerning the White River in Rio Blanco County. CPW and the landowner of the Wacara lease were unable to negotiate a new lease agreement for the property. We're therefore needing to remove the references to that property from regulation. This is an action item again, and these changes, if adopted, would become effective on April 1st of next year, which is the typical time frame for the effectiveness of fishing regulations. Madam Chair, with that, I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Questions on this item? Okay, we're gonna, just in the interest of time, we're gonna roll through these unless there's, Jonathan, you as well. Commissioner Garcia? Are you gonna make a motion? Thank you.
Changes to chapter 1 as recommended by staff.
Second.
The motion made by Commissioner Garcia, seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. I will just take a community vote here. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, motion carries. We're on to item number 13, Jonathan.
Yes, very good. Item number 13, these are final regulation changes related to Turkey for Chapter W3. These are, again, per our annual review of Turkey regulations. I presented some of these items last meeting. You'll see the proposed changes today on purple paper. And the changes include both updated season dates and license numbers for Turkey, as well as those annual review changes based on the issue papers I presented at the September meeting. So beginning on page 2, you'll see the first Turkey change specifically for the creation of Turkey novice outreach hunting licenses. This new Turkey novice hunter outreach program would allow CPW and partner organizations to host turkey hunts for novice adult hunters. The proposed regulations in that section, as we discussed in September, are very similar to our current big game novice outreach hunting program. Now, a quick word on how we work with partner organizations. Organizations have the option to either work with CPW staff who would manage the hunting events for novice hunters, or organizations may request novice outreach hunting licenses for a novice hunting outreach event that they're managing themselves. Division staff are available to provide training for interested organizations on conducting novice hunting events. And division staff have also conducted outreach related to novice hunting programs to organizations representing diverse communities in the states, including Latino Outdoors, Hetero, and Hunters of Color as well. Following that novice license change, on page 4, you'll see the beginning of the revised license tables with updated dates and license numbers for 2022 turkey hunting. Overall, we're proposing a handful of unit-specific changes to license numbers with an overall increase of 90 limited spring licenses and an overall decrease of 15 limited fall licenses. A few more specifics to share on turkey license numbers for units 103, 107, and 109 in the Southeast, where we're proposing decreases in fall licenses. Local CPW staff have observed fewer turkeys in the area and have some concerns about the turkey population perhaps decreasing. Since the concern is specific to population numbers, they're recommending a decrease in fall licenses to reduced harvest on hens specifically. The reduction equates to 25% fewer licenses. Also, a quick word, GMU 103 in that area has been impacted by drought recently, which impacts that decision too. For the remainder of those changes to license numbers for turkey, which are all increases in the Northwest region, staff have observed growing turkey numbers there, but not enough perhaps of an increase to go completely to over-the-counter licenses. Also, one reason not to go to over-the-counter just yet is many of the turkeys are on private land, so not very accessible to large numbers of hunters. Moving on, a nice segue on page 5, you can see we've added GMU 23 list of fall season over-the-counter units. So this is the one Northwest over-the-counter turkey change, adding GMU 23 to that list of over-the-counter units for fall season. And this stems from the issue paper that I presented on this topic at the September meeting. And then finally, on page 6 and 8, we've made some just clarifying changes to the unit descriptions on the left-hand side of the page for TM59K1R, that hunt code, and then also the hunt code TE85L3R. Just clarifying changes, adding in a couple words to clarify the unit description. This is an action item today, and these changes, if approved, will become effective on January 1st of next year. With that, Madam Chair, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Jonathan. Questions on this item, Commissioner May?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the item, agenda item 13 as presented.
Is there a second? Commissioner Phillips, motion, Laura, for your purpose, motion made by Commissioner May, seconded by Commissioner Phillips. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, Jonathan, I think you can see the pattern here, probably not quite as much detail. I think we can move forward a little bit more quickly.
Sure.
I'll turn it to you for item 14.
Yeah, item number 14. These are final regulations in chapter W9 related to state wildlife areas. It's on pink paper today. The division has been assessing our regulations related to state wildlife areas recently, and our management approach for certain state wildlife area properties. Related to that assessment is the relatively recent change to license requirements for accessing state wildlife areas. We're, as part of our holistic analysis of general state wildlife regulations, we're assessing all of our property specific regulations, and we're making also every attempt to involve impacted stakeholders as part of that engagement, and that engagement continues at this time. Although we may propose further changes in the future and perhaps broader changes to state wildlife area regulations, we've identified some more pressing changes that we're recommending as a one-step change, specifically exempting certain properties from the state wildlife area license requirement that was recently adopted, or relatively recently, adding properties to chapter W9 with necessary regulations, making our commercial use regulations for state wildlife areas more consistent with state park regs, and clarifying wording for an upcoming seasonal closure at Perrins Peak State Wildlife Area. I have a little bit more I can add, Madam Chair, but for the sake of time, I will explain it that way. If any commissioners have any questions, please let me know. But again, the changes that we're including here are exempting certain properties from the license requirement. We can get into the management decisions behind those exemptions, but I'll tell you very quickly that some of that has to do with other agencies managing the state wildlife or certain parts of the state wildlife area property. Other examples would be for lease agreements where we're not able to charge more than what's defined in the lease agreement. On top of those exemptions to license requirements, we're adding certain properties. And then there's also some changes just to the commercial use regulations, which is for consistency with state park regulations. Jake, the council can add more about that change as well. And then finally, just clarifying some wording about a seasonal closure at Perrins Peak. With that, I can take any questions.
Okay, questions, comments, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. The first was just, we did have a committee, and I think Commissioner Haskett and Commissioner Vardy were our representatives to that committee that was reviewing the state wildlife area pass in the first instance, but then issues like this. And I didn't, in the materials, I was unable to find if that committee participated in the creation of this list, or I just wanted to see if the process that resulted in the creation of this list. I don't have any specific issues, but before you answer that, Jonathan or Commissioner Vardy or Haskett, the other thing I get a lot of emails complaining about this issue, and I want to encourage the folks who think we should pay more attention to non-consumptive users to buy this pass. It's frustrating to me that we created a pass and then we're exempting things from it, because I view it as an opportunity to contribute to our mission. And I just wanted to maybe respond to the people who keep sending me emails saying they don't want to buy this pass and they want to recreate for free. But that's just not the way it works. If you want a seat at the table, you might want to contribute to the program. So anyway, that was just one thing. But I am interested in how this list was put together.
Jonathan and or Commissioners Vardy, Haskett, and looks like we have Lauren coming to the table. Jonathan, I'll start with you.
Sure, Commissioner Touchton, I can tell you, and I'll let Lauren chime in as well. I will tell you that this is certainly the exemption list specifically has gone through some vetting internally within the agency. A lot of these properties have very different type of management situations on the ground that have led to an exemption being recommended, or in some cases, like I said, lease agreements that would preclude us from charging for a state wildlife area pass. I will say, working with non-consumptive users, other working groups, that work does continue. The changes that we've identified and are bringing forward today are more pressing, perhaps, but we are continuing to work with our assembled working groups.
Commissioners Vardy or Haskett, would you like to comment?
If I may, Commissioner. This is Commissioner Vardy. And while we didn't meet specifically to talk about these areas as a follow-up of our group meeting, in the earlier deliberations, probably every one of these came up as a point at which we'd like to talk about exempting them in the future. And so there was not a particular meeting specific to this agenda item. However, discussions about exempting state wildlife areas was definitely integrated into our discussions throughout.
Okay, Lauren, you here to address this item, I assume?
Commissioners, Chair, Directors, Lauren Truitt, I'm the Assistant Director for Information and Education and one of the CPW staff leads on this effort. Here to answer any specific questions. I think much of what has been covered is the reason you are seeing this list. We did follow up with all of the work group members to let them know that this agenda item was coming forward. It is not a substantive change to property management. Really, this is cleaning up some challenges that the implementation of that pass created with those lease agreements, with the legal requirements that we have on some of these properties, which, as Commissioner Vardy has said, was always a part of the conversation, is we didn't want to have this pass be in direct conflict with the leases or the management authority on some of these properties. Boulder County, Larimer County, we are not the recreation management authority. So just trying to do some general cleanup where the meat of the conversation will continue into 2022 with that work group, with the ultimate goal to bring back use recommendations through regulation to this commission, probably next fall, next winter.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say on behalf of Grand County, thank you for the addition of Willow Creek Reservoir State Wildlife Area, soon to be State Park number 44. And I would move to pass the recommended changes to Chapter W9 as outlined in our materials and as recommended by staff.
I would second.
Sure. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Vardy. Do we need a roll call vote on this one? Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Jonathan, we are on item, sorry, Commissioner Schaefer.
Just wanted to mention, it'd be great to get an update in regards to the sales and sort of folks taking advantage of the new access pass, getting an understanding of how that is being implemented and, sort of enjoyed.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Actually have pulled numbers to date as of yesterday. From the inception of the program, we have now sold 3,834 passes. That is a combination of day passes, youth and senior annual passes, the annual passes, and then the centennial low income pass.
Comes out to about $57,000 for the agency and for this program.
Lauren, I might just add on to that. I know there was some question about how to, I don't know that there is any way to determine somebody who buys a fishing license to qualify. Is there any attempt to try to disentangle that or understand that as well? I'm guilty, by the way, so, or
Sure.
not guilty, I suppose.
So as part of the pass purchasing process, now that once your annual fishing license lapses, you would be able to purchase one of these. We do have a drop down, why are you purchasing? So that we can really understand, are you purchasing a fishing license to actually fish? Or are you purchasing to access one of these properties? So we have been working to distill some of that. It's definitely not perfect data. As we've noted, some of our licensed vendors, they just select a random response. So messy data, but we are collecting it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you so much. This actually reminds me of a previous comment that we've had, or conversation that we had about ensuring that all of our vendors are complying with our anti-discrimination clauses. I know I brought this up a couple of years ago, and I'm still getting feedback from people who are racially and ethnically diverse people trying to purchase licenses from some of our vendors and encountering significant discrimination issues. And so I know we put previously there was no place to put a comment on the website, so thank you for making that adjustment. But again, what can we do more proactively to remind them that they've signed this and that this is still something that we are very much upholding as an agency, and that there are consequences for when there are anti-discrimination complaints raised against them.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, for the question and the comment. Yes, as we've talked, termination of these contracts is part of our policy. If we have any reports and verify any report that there is discrimination, termination of that agreement is absolutely part of our contractual obligations. We send out regular communication to all of our licensed vendors. In recent communications, we have brought up the anti-discrimination clause that they have all signed as a reminder that we are very serious about the treatment of our customers, the access to the agency's products, and the outdoors. We will continue to make that a regular communication from the agency. In addition to the comment form on the website, we have comment cards at each of the license vendor locations that come straight back to the agency. So we will directly receive that information if someone chooses to fill it out. But if you are receiving any reports of discrimination, please encourage them to reach out to me and my staff. We will follow up with those in full detail.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And again, I test this out myself by going in, and sometimes I'll go in with the CPW logo and the commissioner, and sometimes I don't go in at all. I mean, with any kind of marking that I'm affiliated with this commission at all. And I will tell you, the reception is different. It is very different. My behavior is the same, but the reception is very, very different. So again, I want success to me is that regardless of whether you're on this commission or not, you are met with the same level of professionalism, of respect. And again, we're a part of the same community and the same state. So again, making sure. So thank you so much for also letting me know that there are cards available. If anybody has any situations, I assume these cards are available in English and Spanish. Again, as I get those comments or issues, I'll be sure to follow up with you follow up with you directly.
Please do. Thank you. We take it very seriously that our customers are welcomed at every location.
Okay, I will welcome a motion on this item to adopt changes to Chapter W9 as proposed by staff. Commissioner Phillips, Commissioner May, second. We can do all in favor, signified by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to get through the final item, number 15. We're going to bump Krista to after lunch. So Jonathan, if you'll close us out on these items.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, very good. So next up, we have final regulations again for Chapter W16. These are regulations related to refunds, preference point restoration, and the Director's Disaster Authority. This document is on yellow paper. The proposed changes are at final stage today after having been at draft stage at the July commission meeting, actually. We delayed the second step in our rulemaking process to accommodate the changes made to Chapter W16 last meeting, a one-step change. These changes that we're bringing back today would become effective on February 1st of next year. That was the reason that we were able to table that to accommodate the other changes. So for the sake of time, I will not go through the nitty-gritty details here of the specific red line changes because the commission has seen these in the past, but I will, again, I can if you have questions, but I will sum it up basically to say that these changes are related to refunds and preference point restoration. Essentially the circumstances when refunds and preference point restorations would be possible, and in some cases the process for which those are given. And then additionally, there's also a change related to guaranteed licenses and specifying that guaranteed licenses are under the purview of the Director's Disaster Authority. That's already in statute actually, but we just want to include it in regulations. With that, again, happy to take any questions, but for the sake of time, Madam Chair, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Jonathan. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve agenda item 15 as presented. Okay.
Second by Commissioner Schaefer. All in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Any nay? Okay, I think that wraps us up for the regulatory items. Thank you very much to Jonathan and to Krista as well. So I'm going to invite Brett Ackerman up for our awards and presentations. He's going to describe to us what we're going to do over the next few minutes. We'll move lunch back just a little bit. So Brett, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ackerman, Southeast Regional Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm privileged to have seated next to me here Sheriff Aaron Shiplett from Baca County. And we wanted to recognize him today. And Baca County specifically has been a great partner, and we partner with counties throughout the state of Colorado with our agency. We have partnered with various aspects of Baca County. Recently, we rebuilt the spillway not too long ago of Two Buttes Reservoir, and Baca County sent manpower, equipment, and contributed materials to that effort on that state wildlife area. As in many of our smaller communities across the state, we have very strong partnerships with the law enforcement community. And we all work together very closely on many of our operations as our missions often overlap. We've had countless opportunities to work together with Sheriff Shiplett, from armed suspects threatening lives to just needing a little more manpower on the ground. And each time we know that we can rely upon each other to back each other up and to help each other. When we were up in Meeker in September, there was a report of a missing person on Two Buttes State Wildlife Area. And so Sheriff Shiplett, of course, mobilized his people immediately, as did we, and we began a big search for this missing person. Two Buttes State Wildlife Area in the Black Hole area has a water feature that people swim in, but we weren't aware whether this person was in that water feature or was out on the ground. And so there was a ground search that was orchestrated quickly, and we looked for days for this individual. At the same time, we mobilized some of our underwater ROV resources from across the state. Our program is headed, as I think you've heard before, by Assistant Director Dugan and consists of staff from throughout the state. And despite a grueling multi-day search, we're unable to locate the missing person. When we finished our meeting in Meeker, I came straight to Two Buttes as they were continuing to work. And there I found Sheriff Shiplett himself and his Under Sheriff Chris Griffin continuing through the night to work as we had located this unfortunate victim's body in the body of water there. And they were working, as I came onto the scene, Sheriff Shiplett was working with the father of the victim. And it was a great example of an expert law enforcement opportunity to work with the family in a tragedy. And I saw Sheriff Shiplett and his department's expert nature at work firsthand, as I saw him treating this gentleman as if he was his own family, offering comfort and helping him get through this tragic event together. It really struck me the expertise that Sheriff Shiplet and his department has in Baca County. And we wanted to recognize him, not just for that event, but for the years of partnership that we've had with Sheriff Shiplet and Baca County. Thank you, Sheriff. And certainly, Sheriff, if you'd like, we'd like to invite you to share a couple words.
Thank you for this this award. I was a little taken back. Wasn't sure why I was appearing today. So good job. Usually what we lack in this part of the country is resources. And so we've been able to rely on Colorado Parks and Wildlife from the district, region, area, and all aspects of everything that we have needed from them. And it is a partnership in this part of the country. So we have used them and they have used us, and we work very, very well together. I consider them part of my team and they consider me part of their team. And I want you guys to know that as a commission, you need to be very, very proud of the people that work in this country, in this part of the country, this area, this region. They're exceptional people, and you should be very proud of them. We didn't get the outcome we wanted on this particular mission, but I can guarantee you everything I asked or everything that they asked for, we worked hand in hand. And except for the outcome, I think this was a perfect example of how the state and local communities can work together. Local law enforcement can work together, and we need to do more of this. I want you guys to know that. I'm very honored by your award. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, Madam Chair, we'd like to take a picture together with you and the director, and then shortly after that, before lunch, if we could convene just outside the door that you came in over here, we're going to have a small presentation before we go to lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so per Brett's instruction, we will meet outside briefly. And since we're running a little bit longer, let's plan to reconvene after lunch at 1:30, please. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
Well, we caught up pretty fast. Pardon me?
Did they say the food were 20 minutes?
Okay, so per Brett's instruction, we will meet outside briefly. And since we're running a little bit longer, let's plan to reconvene after lunch at 1:30, please. Thank you. We'll stand in recess. Okay.
What we're charging for a skunk license.
Okay, we are reconvened after lunch for the November 18th Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We did not get to item 16 before lunch, so I'll turn it to Krista Heiner for item 16, and then we'll move straight into 18. Thank you,
Great.
Krista.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Directors, Commissioners. I'm Krista Heiner, Regulations Manager. So we'll get started with agenda item 16, chapter P1, Parks and Outdoor Recreation Lands. This is step 1 of 2, and it is blue in color. The first issue paper deals with requiring reservations for big game and small game hunting in the Jefferson County portion of Golden Gate State Park, where hunting is permitted. Hunting is currently managed there on a first come, first served basis with a limited number of hunters allowed each day. But the visitation at Golden Gate Canyon State Park has increased in recent years, which has corresponded to an increase in conflicts between hunters and non-hunters, hunter crowding, and a decrease in hunting success. Staff believe that requiring hunting reservations through the hunting reservation system, in conjunction with lowering the maximum number of hunters each day from 35 to 15, will help to address some of these problems. We've also included a brief write-up of the results of a survey of hunters in 2021 on page 3, following the issue paper. The second issue paper for P1 deals with permitting kiteboarding through special activity permits at Navajo State Park. This is on page 4. Kiteboarding is currently prohibited at all Colorado state parks. However, Navajo Reservoir encompasses both Navajo State Park in Colorado, as well where kiteboarding is prohibited, as well as Navajo Lake State Park in New Mexico, where kiteboarding is currently permitted. Staff proposed that kiteboarding be permitted at Navajo State Park in Colorado through a special activity permit with the following restrictions. The kiteboard must have 3 safety systems: the control bar release, quick release, and safety release. And the issue paper goes into greater detail about those systems. And we've also included some visual aids, which we'll see starting on page 7, following the issue paper. And additionally, kiteboarders must wear an approved personal flotation device. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take questions on these issue papers if you have any.
Okay, questions, comments, item 16, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Krista, if I read the issue paper on the Golden Gate Canyon hunting thing correctly, we currently allow 35 hunters a day, and we propose to lower it to 15 to address, I guess, complaints from both sides of the issue, complaints of the hunters of a bad experience and complaints of the other park users of the hunters. But I also read that our current average use over the last 3 years is 15 hunters per day. And so if this level of complaints is occurring at 15 hunters per day, to address that, maybe we have to look at a lower number. In other words, like it seemed like we would cement in the status quo, which both sides were finding not optimal. And so that a lower number of hunters per day might be the appropriate thing. I think the reservation system is a good idea, but I just didn't know if we had the cap correct, because that seemed like that's already the status quo.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that is correct. That is on average about how many hunters they're seeing per day. Some days possibly more and some days potentially less. So maybe this would, cap it on those days where there is more. But I believe that park staff is trying to just evaluate how this hunting reservation system might work. And so then could adjust that level, going on from here. But it's certainly something we could bring back to the park staff and see, what they feel about those numbers as well.
Any other questions, comments for Krista on this item? Okay. Seeing none, I think we'll move on to item 18, Krista.
Great. Yeah, item 18 is chapter W2 issue paper. So these are for big game. This is again step 1 of 2, and these are green in color. And you'll see there are quite a few issue papers. So due to the volume, I'll only briefly describe each one. but I definitely invite you to reference the materials, and please let me know if you have any questions. We've grouped them kind of according to different categories. So I'll start with issue papers that affect multiple species, and then I'll move into species-specific issue papers after that. And just for the sake of time, I'll just try to go through those issue papers in that block first, and then ask for questions at that point, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
It is.
Okay, great. So the ones that affect multiple species, the first one deals with amending the season timing and fluorescent orange or pink requirements during the overlapping archery and muzzleloader seasons. And I think if I'm correct, Regional Manager Corey Chick was planning to introduce kind of this issue and why we brought this issue paper forward at this time. So I'll turn it over to Corey with your permission, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Krista. Corey, good to see you on the screen.
Good to see you. Thanks, Madam Chair, commissioners, directors. I tell you, this is a hard one to talk about. I'd actually prepared some things in writing in the last minute, kind of threw it to the side. It's a tough one to talk about, but since 2016, we have had 2 incidents where we've had hunters that were fatally killed. In this instance, in Dolores County, we had a archery hunter and muzzleloader hunter that what we believe were calling each other in. The archery hunter was mistaken for game and fatally shot. The Dolores County Sheriff's Office, along with CBI and CPW staff, investigated this. The defendant was ultimately charged with manslaughter and careless hunting. I can't say enough how our thoughts go out to the family and friends that were affected by this. These type of things should never happen, but unfortunately, no matter how much hunter education or training we do in the field, they do happen from time to time. Really, that's about all the update I would have on that. And it's really the reason, you have one of these every now and then, it's not so bad, but when in such a short time frame, you have a couple of these, it starts potentially showing a little bit of a pattern, which is why you see the issue paper that's presented to the commission today. So, I mean, relating to the case, it is not adjudicated at this point. I can answer any questions if you have any, or if I can answer those, or turn it back to Krista to go ahead and present the issue paper to you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Questions for Corey before we go back to Krista? I'm sure there'll be other comment on this. Okay, Krista, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. So the issue paper presents a couple of different alternatives to address the safety concerns related to that overlapping archery and muzzleloader season. Over the years, several potential solutions have been brought forward to address these concerns, but thus far, none of them have been acceptable to all stakeholders. So the issue paper does lay out 3 alternatives for consideration. The preferred alternative is to require archery, deer, elk, bear, and moose hunters to wear solid daylight fluorescent orange or fluorescent pink during the period of overlap during the September archery and muzzleloader seasons west of I-25 on public land only. The second alternative is to require archery, deer, elk, bear, and moose hunters to wear solid fluorescent orange or fluorescent pink, again, during the period of overlap west of I-25 on both public and private land. And then a third alternative is to look at separating the regular archery and muzzleloader seasons by date. And I guess, I don't know, Madam Chair, would you like to have discussion about this issue paper now, or should I just continue on to the next one and discuss them all together?
I think we should probably take this issue paper on its own. And then we do have public comment. So I'll ask if there's any other, Commissioner Garcia.
But we're still talking about orange and pink.
We are, yes.
But so I just a little bit confused because I did a little bit of research because I'm retired. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, deer and elk can't see the color orange. Is that right? Anybody know?
Ryan, Reed, Jeff, come on up. Look like a deer.
Thank you, Jeff Versteeg, Assistant Director for Research, Policy, and Planning. Unless something has changed, my understanding is that most ungulates are colorblind. They can see intensity, so shades of gray, bright and dark, but they're unlike birds that typically don't see color.
Thank you. That was my understanding because I'm going pheasant hunting and I wear orange. And last I checked, pheasants can see orange. So maybe I ought to be filing a motion to stop wearing orange to go pheasant hunting. I don't want to scare those poor little things to death. So I just wanted to clarify. I don't see a lot of fuss. I want to hear from the deer hunters and the archers why they don't want to wear orange if the game that they're hunting can't see it.
Is that rhetorical? Is that just stating
We
that?
have
Just
somebody raising their hand.
come up to the microphone. This is your public, sorry, public comment. We're gonna do public comment in a moment. Yep. Other comments from Commissioner May?
I do have some thoughts on it, and I believe that the status quo is good because I believe that we all have personal responsibility. We have to be accountable for our own actions, which means if you're in the field hunting, you're the only one that can control what you're going to shoot. Before you aim that gun and pull that trigger, it's your responsibility to know what you're shooting at. And I don't think that we should require anybody to wear anything that is already not on the books. I believe that anybody who is afraid that it's not a safe environment for them has the ability to wear anything they want to wear to the field. The ones that feel like it gives them a disadvantage should not have to, because isolated cases, which are always going to happen, we can require this to be done and we're still going to have cases like this. So what do we do after that happens? I believe that we're all accountable for our own actions and we have to accept that personal responsibility.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Dallas is Commissioner May is saying, it typically resonates with me. It's a little bit like motorcycle helmets, and this is the counter argument that's going on in my own mind is, no one wants to be an organ donor, but at least not before their time. But they choose to wear a motorcycle helmet or not, and this orange is a bit like that. But the thing that maybe Corey was mentioning came up with motorcycle riders as well for me, is the impact on the person who has to scrape them out of the street. And there's a toll on our first responders who encounter these. And that was what was pointed out to me is, if a hunter wants to assume the risk of being shot by an idiot, that should be on them. But it's also on someone like Corey's staff who's got to go and encounter that situation. And so I'd like to look more at separating the seasons. It didn't seem that there was a preference between the two. Separating the seasons to me seems both sides would have what they want. The bow hunters would be safer and the muzzleloaders would have their own separate time. But I've observed it by proxy that it's not just an individual decision. It affects the first responders and the caregivers who have to clean up after these messes happen. So that's just my thought on that.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a passel full of issues to sort of wade through on this one. So this has been brought before the commission previously when a extremely tragic case of a young man losing his life. There's a lot to unpack here, though. There is an issue regarding overlap of seasons. We really the deliberated, I think, quite a bit during the last big game season structure, and some, previous commissions have done the same. There's a lot of constituents that enjoy having a month-long season for a variety of reasons. There's also this issue of personal responsibility. Like this doesn't abdicate that responsibility. This is one where anytime an issue arises like this, where we have a tragedy, it isn't necessarily the regulations that are at fault. That said, we also have an issue of archery participation exploding over the last decade at a level which, frankly, I don't think any of us would have anticipated the number of folks that are engaging in that particular method of take versus others to this level. So I think that I really do appreciate this issue paper. I think that the alternatives that are outlined are the best available alternatives. I do think that we need to listen to the constituents affected by this, which are, the folks that are archers and muzzle loaders. But I also want to caution everyone that my concern is if we don't take action on this, somebody will make us take action on this, and we will not be able to shape the outcome in the way that we want. That takes into account those folks that are directly affected stakeholders. So this is something that I do think we need to take really seriously and think strong about. Actually, implementing one of these alternatives that I presented. That said, personally, one of those alternatives to me that I would like to cross off the list is reopening the big game season structure. We spent a lot of time and work just a couple years ago working on that. And right now we're looking at an allocation process that's going to be really involved, that likely will roll into the next big game season structure. I think that process works, theoretically works really well. I think we should follow that, but this is something that I don't think that we can necessarily do what previous commissions have done, which is do nothing. I think that we will be told to do something otherwise.
Okay, others? Comments from the commission before we do public comment? Okay, I think we have two on this item. Katie, I'll have you manage this. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for CPW. We do have two individuals signed up for public comments on this item. So we'll start with Joseph Brown, followed by Henry Ferguson. Mr. Brown, if you could come up and sit in front of the laptop there and use the microphone. Each person will have 3 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you have 15 seconds and then also when your time elapsed. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Cool. First off, I want to say thank you to the commission for having us. It's been a crazy year seeing all of you guys on my computer, and this is first time in person, so hello. Before I start, I just want to reiterate the sympathies and our condolences. I sit on the board of directors for the Colorado Bow Hunters Association, and this type of tragedy is unthinkable, but it does happen. There are inherent risks in hunting. This is one of the ones that's the most unfortunate. And we're doing everything we can to support the man's family who lost his life in Dolores County. On this issue, though, I would agree that it comes down to personal choice, and there's a great deal of responsibility for the hunters in the field. Like anybody who's ever taken big game or even thought about taking big game, one of the goals is a clean and ethical kill that results in an animal dying the quickest and most humane or ethical way possible. For me and for the CBA, this, like the last 2 or 3 incidents of this fits the bill of gross negligence. Not only did the hunter not identify the difference between a 800-pound animal and a human, he was also thinking that he was taking a shot on the vitals of that animal, or not. It was just careless and reckless, and that type of thing doesn't have a place here. But I also agree, we live in a state where motorcycle helmets are not required. like it should be personal choice and the onus of the person who's hunting to make that decision. I wear during muzzleloader on my backpack, I have a big, huge orange flap that I throw out on the back. It helps me feel safer, but I also know people who wear full camouflage and black their face and paint their face and even wear gloves because yes, it's also my understanding that ungulates can't see color, but they can see solid shapes. That's why you wear camo to break up the outline. And blaze orange or blaze pink, this is also my understanding. I'm not a biologist, but the pigments of those colors show UV light a lot more than most of the camouflage colors or camouflage clothing. So it may not be that they could see the actual blaze orange as a color, but they might be able to see the light. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I agree that the 4 alternatives are good. We would, the CBA
15 seconds.
would support status quo. Also, hunter education has been working very, very well over the past 40 years, and we would love to partner in helping to educate hunters and encourage or even incentivize the wearing of orange, but not force it.
Time's up.
Thank you for your comment. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Touchton.
Sorry, just one quick question. Your preference would be the status quo, and Commissioner Schaefer might not like me asking this, but what about separating the seasons? What would be the disadvantage of separating the seasons?
I don't think there's a disadvantage to it, but it like making that kind of change outside of the 5-year planning structure is like, I think we could look at it next time, but right now undoing all of that work doesn't make the most sense. Like we need to have roundtable discussion on that.
Director Prenslow.
Commissioner Touchton, at least one, I think Commissioner Schaefer said it, there's hundreds of discussion points and angles on that, but one of the disadvantages we hear in splitting the seasons is there's a reasonable amount of people that are in the same camp that are archery and muzzleloading that hunt together. They just go different directions out of the same camp. And so that's not always true. You know, sometimes people are just bow hunting and sometimes they're just muzzleloading. But if you split them, you would not allow that to happen. And where other alternatives have pluses and minuses, that's one of the things that was discussed to your question.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
So next we can have Henry Ferguson come up, please.
Hi there. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Henry Ferguson. I'm the Vice Chair of Public Relations for the Colorado Bow Hunters Association. We are a 50-plus-year-old organization that represents bow hunters throughout the state, resident and non-resident alike. And we've worked with the CPW for years on education purposes and opportunities, and would love to continue to do so, especially in an education purpose like this. That would be very beneficial for all of us. Of the 4 options that were made available, the only viable option in our minds right now is option number 4, status quo. We would love to entertain option number 3, which is splitting seasons, but we would, once again, I would like to echo what Mr. Schaefer said, and also what Mr. Brown said about that happening within the structure and confines of that 5-year season structure. Our greatest concern here is not only would wearing hunter orange have a significant impact on already low hunter success rates in archery season, it would have an even more significant impact on the hunter experience for archers. Bow hunters, by the nature of the weapon we choose to hunt with, getting close is our primary concern and our primary goal. And getting close would be greatly impacted by having a solid color or having a solid panel visible. That's our greatest concern right now. And again, we want to make sure that Colorado remains a great destination for bow hunters and gives us every opportunity to find success in the fields and help us to not only feed our families, but help us to manage the wildlife populations as a tool for you guys.
Questions for Mr. Ferguson? Comments? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ferguson, I guess just to summarize where you're coming from, the idea of personal responsibility, but it sounds like you guys are willing to assume the risk of being shot by an idiot.
I mean, the risk does always exist, just as that risk could exist walking down 16th Street Mall with our family. I mean, you're probably statistically safer. In fact, you're much safer in the field as a hunter, but that risk does exist, yes. And it's something that obviously we don't take the field assuming that, hey, this could be my last day. I mean, that's obviously not the thought, but it is a reality, of course.
The questions, comments on this item? Sorry, was there someone up there?
Hello.
Sorry, Marie, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for you. Did you poll your members on this? Because I'm just curious, is this the board or is it the whole membership?
So we have had several discussions on our Facebook page, on our and also on a website called BowSite that has a Colorado specific page. So I've taken a number of comments off of there to base my remarks on today. Due to the limited time of the issue being made available to us on late Wednesday, there's not been a tremendous amount of time for that, but we will most definitely do that.
Okay. Have you ever thought about camouflage orange?
I mean, it wasn't something that was in these 4 issues, so we were here to address the 4 issues in front of us. I mean, if something like a camouflage orange hat were required during those 9 days, I doubt you'd get a tremendous amount of pushback on that. It wouldn't be our preferred, but for safety reasons and in the interest of keeping the season dates and keeping the length of time that we have in the field, yeah, that would probably be amenable to us.
Okay. But I was just thinking as a compromise of not just a hat, but also a vest or 500 square inches of camouflage orange would be better than nothing. I know a lot of the archers don't want to wear orange, and I understand that, but there's both sides of it, and maybe camouflage orange is something in the middle that's a compromise.
You know what? I think it's something that would be worth discussing, but again, we would definitely want to approach our membership based on that. We would want to make sure that we are absolutely representing their thoughts and opinions on that. But as of right now, I think that it just wasn't something that was in the 4 points.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's any other comment on this issue paper, we will move to the next. Krista, Commissioner Bailey.
If at any point anyone else within CPW can comment on that compromise that Commissioner Haskett just suggested, I would love to hear that.
Sure. Staff or anyone that could comment on that?
Good afternoon. I got the look from several people, so it'll be me. My name is Ty Petersburg. I'm the Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement and the author of this paper. That was a discussion item, the camouflage orange, and coming out of a reg review, we decided to keep that more simple. That's why we came out with a solid recommendation for one of the alternatives. Certainly, we can go back and look at that with the leadership direction, the director's direction on that, and come back to the table. That was a discussion item, but we just decided to keep this issue paper simple for the sake of the time and getting it before you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We've got some topics to address in the future. If there's nothing else on this issue paper, we'll move on, Krista, to the next one.
Sure. I guess I just wanted to clarify on that issue paper then. Would the commission like us to come back with potential draft regulations relating to camouflage orange or one of the other preferred alternatives, or I just don't know exactly what the commission's preference is related to this issue paper at this point.
Mr. Schaefer.
What I think would be ideal is if staff would provide a little bit of an illustration of what that discussion was, the pros and cons of potentially allowing for camouflage orange, if you will. I think that there is a lot of validity to the notion of keeping it simple, particularly when you're talking about something that, isn't widely manufactured in the same way that, blaze orange is and general camo is. But it'd be great to just have a better understanding of the discussion that, the staff may have on this, and so that the commission may have a better understanding of those pros and cons.
Does that give you enough, Krista?
Yeah, I think so. So I'll just come back with additional information on the pros and cons of camo orange, and potentially some draft regulations about relating to camouflage orange as well. You can take a look more at that and vote on it potentially next time.
That sounds like it reflects the conversation. So, and Commissioner Haskett's question as well. Okay. All right. I think we can move on to the next one.
Great. So the next one deals with decreasing the fee charged for exchange licenses. This is on page 3. Currently, the wildlife license exchange fee is set at 50% of the cost of the original license, not to exceed $25. As part of the audit conducted looking at which fees might be eliminated, staff identified exchange fees as unreasonably high and feel that keeping the exchange fee low incentivizes the customer to exchange the license rather than request a refund. The administrative cost of issuing an exchange is relatively low, but it does require staff time. So the preferred alternative is to charge a $5 fee per exchange. That's all I have regarding that issue paper, Madam Chair.
Okay, questions, comments on this one? Okay, our commissioners online. I don't see any of you, so we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, sounds good. So we have 3 deer issue papers up next. The first one deals with creating new deer hunt codes for game management units 122, 125, 126, 127, 129, 130, 132, 137, 138, 139, 143, 144, 145, and 146. This is on page 4. CPW is in the process of changing the boundaries for the data analysis units D28 and D33 in the Southeastern Plains. And as part of that process, staff is proposing new hunt code groupings for several impacted game management units. So I won't go through all those specific recommendations, but I'll definitely can answer questions at the end of this section. The second issue paper deals with adding a second and third rifle season doe hunt codes, DF05402R and DF05403R. This is on page 10. The deer population in the Gunnison Basin has increased over the past 14 years, and staff have seen a rapid increase in the last 4 years in data analysis unit D21. So staff recommend adding second and third season rifle doe hunt codes to help manage that population and to provide additional opportunity for youth hunters there as well. And then the final deer issue paper deals with adding private land only doe hunt codes for game management unit 72. This is on page 12. And the population within game management unit 72 is over objective, and a substantial portion of the increase in population is occurring on private agricultural land. So staff proposed creating private land only antlerless hunt codes for second, third, and fourth rifle seasons to address population management objectives and game damage conflicts on private lands there. Any questions on these issue papers? If not, we'll move these issue papers forward to final stage in January.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the Gunnison paper, my question is, I think the same as the Gunnison Wildlife Association. I know this isn't part of the process where we're at, but can you give us a rough idea of what we're talking about in terms of quota in order to achieve those management objectives? I think that when we're talking about late season, particularly doe harvest, like what is the just general idea of what we're trying to achieve?
Brian?
Yeah, I can just say generally that, the quota will be set in the spring, and that, staff try to avoid issues with setting a conservative quota, as had been the case in other neighboring game management units, 55 and 551. But probably Brian Dreher would be better positioned to answer more specific questions about the quota in that case.
Hi, Brian.
Thank you. Again, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Schaefer. So usually when we start one of these DOE licenses seasons, we do start conservatively. I can't speak to probably specific numbers yet. I mean, I know what we do know is that we've seen tremendous production in particular in the Gunnison Basin over the last many years, which has obviously prompted us to add this issue paper. I can kind of speak historically on how we've operated. Certainly that will be a discussion and we can revisit that when we bring license recommendations back in May and have that conversation even prior to that, so you understand where we land on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, probably first and foremost, I really applaud trying to get ahead of potential management issues regarding sex ratio and things like that. I think that this is definitely the right approach. It's one where, I think particularly when we're talking about female harvest, what we're talking about cows or does, particularly in the Gunnison Basin, it's something that obviously we have a lot of constituents that is a concern, but it's one where, I'm not at all, opposed to this issue paper. I think that you guys are doing exactly what you need to be doing and not causing, dramatic changes into the future. This is a way that we can be more conservative about it. I do think though, like the numbers will be something that folks are going to scrutinize pretty closely. And I look forward to, having that process play out, later next year. Early.
And I appreciate, if I might just follow up, that, the local staff there in the Gunnison Basin have been working very closely with the Gunnison Deer Association and other interested constituents. And they're certainly going to do that as we go towards making those recommendations for this spring. So thank you.
Okay, anything else in this one? Thanks, Brian. Okay, Krista, let's keep moving.
Great. We can keep moving on to the issue papers then. We have, again, 3 issue papers. The first agenda item I know might cause a little bit more discussion, so maybe we can stop after the first agenda item. It deals with limiting archery elk licenses in game management units 14, 214, 80, and 81. And this starts on page 13. So I should mention this item actually has 2 associated issue papers. The first issue paper pertains to game management units 14 and 214, which are in the Bears Ears Data Analysis Unit E2. Archers are currently able to use an over-the-counter antlerless elk license in these areas. However, due to increasing pressure from archery hunters and decreasing harvest success, as well as heavy outdoor recreation use and decreasing calf to cow ratios, staff would like to remove game management units 14 and 214 from the valid units included in that over-the-counter archery antlerless elk hunt code. However, I should make a special note that the over-the-counter either sex licenses would still be available for game management unit 14 and 214. In addition, under the preferred alternative, staff also recommend moving the rifle antlerless hunt codes specific to these game management units from list B to list A. The second elk issue paper that pertains to this topic starts on page 21 and proposes limiting archery elk licenses in game management units 80 and 81. This issue paper provides quite a lot of detail on the historical background of these units, but in brief, since 2005, staff have taken steps to stabilize the population, including significant decrease in the limited antlerless rifle and muzzleloader licenses. Meanwhile, there's been a significant increase in the number of archery hunters in these units, often leading to overcrowding. There's also been continuing issues with poor calf to cow ratios in these units. Staff present as the preferred alternative, creating limited either sex archery licenses for E32, which they believe would both best address both the biological and the social issues at play there. So, Madam Chair, maybe I'll stop there, as I know these issue papers have quite a bit of discussion associated with them.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a couple of things. One, really appreciate these issue papers coming forward and trying to address these problems. I do want to highlight that the issue in particular in 14 and 214, more pertinent to 14, it isn't necessarily an issue of hunters. It's an issue of recreation happening at a scale that nobody foresaw, just 10 years ago. This is something that, we're trying to address with the regional partnerships and developing community-specific plans that deal with these conflicts between user groups. But this is something that, is spreading like wildfire in different areas. And this is something that, as a commission, we're cognizant of, but there are not readily apparent answers that will fix these problems in a snap of a finger. This is something that, I've heard from a number of friends and colleagues, concerns over this, support for the issue paper, but also just concerns that this isn't going to necessarily be the, panacea that's going to solve this issue. So it's something where I think, really need to continue to endeavor to work through the partnerships, invest in those partnerships, and also try to, actually find real solutions for this, where we're not having user groups eventually being pitted against one another, having the sort of this cultural warfare that's occurring between, consumptive or non-consumptive, or simply methods of take users. This is a huge issue for not just this commission, but like the future of hunting and fishing and all of these other things, mountain biking, whatever it may be. And I think that I just wanted to highlight what I think is the gravity of this situation, where it's something that this agency is going to wrestle with, I think, a great deal into the future. And we need to continue to endeavor to actually solve the issue instead of punting it down the road.
Commissioner Tetchton, and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me first second what Luke said. My understanding of the issue with GMU 14 and 214 is the recreational impacts. And one lever we do have, and I'd like to understand more about how we might pull it, is trails. It seems that this area has, I would say, suffered from some idiotic trails into elk calving areas and other important habitat. And that's something that we do occasionally fund. I don't know if we're responsible for any of these, but, before limiting the season, I'd like to limit the trails. And so I'd like an analysis of what's really the problem, whether it's the number of hunters or the number of misplaced trails, particularly motorized trails, which I don't have much use for. In 80 and 81, the concern I've seen expressed, and I understand that we probably don't have data on this, but with the explosion in archery participation, is whether a lot of it's non-resident. And I believe I've been told that we can't say that, but people keep saying that to me over email. And whether I'd like staff to chime in on, it's been suggested to me that we should look at limiting non-resident participation because the resident participation is a very small sliver. I just don't know if that data exists or not. So I'd be curious in knowing about that.
Brian?
Madam Chair, this is Corey Chick.
Sorry, go ahead, Corey. Yep, Corey.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Corey Chick, Southwest Region Manager. Commissioner Petchin, that's a great question. And you're correct, I don't have that exact data on non-resident hunters, but anytime the commission chooses to limit, for instance, in this case, archery in 80 and 81, that would limit the amount of non-residents, just to answer that question, to 75-35. Instead of over the counter, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Anything else, Brian, on that? Okay. Commissioner Haskett and then Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. We used to hear from something called Keep Route Wild, I believe, which was about trails over in the Steamboat area. And they weren't even the hunting population. They were just people over there concerned about the development of all the trails over there. And can anybody answer if we're still working with them, trying to maintain, not building so many trails, where we stand on that? I am happy to see both of these issue papers. I think we have a supply and demand issue. We have a lot of habitat loss. We have a lot of recreation. Down south, it's definitely a recruitment issue. Up north, it's trail development, I believe, and public recreation. So, and I see Garrett. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, Garrett.
I'll try. Good afternoon, Director, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Garrett Watson, Northwest Deputy Regional Manager. To kind of tell you where we're at with that process is we are under a cooperating agency agreement with the Forest Service under some of the trail management, especially the Mad Rabbit Trails proposal going on up there. And so as a cooperating agency, we have worked we've been engaged deeply with the Forest Service, not only my staff and land use staff, we have our local staff, our area wildlife manager that's part of that, but we also have our federal liaison with DNR that has also been engaged as part of that cooperating agency. So right now we're engaged under the NEPA process, which we're in the environmental assessment phase of that. And so we made comments to the Forest Service under this NEPA process, under the environmental assessment, and we are currently waiting for a decision to come back from the Forest Service, at which time they make a decision. It either becomes a finding of no significant impact, or it turns over into an environmental impact statement that will be requested at that time. So once we get that decision item back, that's when CPW and DNR will look at whether or not we object to any of the decisions that are made under the environmental assessment as they analyze all the impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner May and then Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Garrett basically answered my questions. As been said, I think this is not a problem of elk recruitment. It's not even a problem of habitat, but it's a problem of too many people in the landscape. And the Mad Rabbit Trail, which is proposed, as Garrett said, CPW has commented, has provided input. But my concern is if this comes back, which I think it's real quick, in a couple of days it could come back. If it comes back with a decision of finding of no significant impact, basically CPW from that point, I think it's obvious this is a powder keg. And if it comes back as that, my understanding is CPW will no longer have the ability, it'll basically be done. But if a NEPA goes in, the objections can be done. And my question is CPW prepared to be objecting if this comes back with no significant impact? Because it's obvious, I mean, even by the issue paper we have, there is a huge impact.
Garrett, go ahead.
I can comment to that a little bit. And so part of what we do in land use is avoid, minimize, and mitigate. And so once we get the environmental assessment comes back of the decision, we'll look at it at that time along with DNR to figure out whether we can either avoid something, we can minimize it, or we can ask for mitigation in some way. So we will be, as a cooperating agency, we will be heavily involved in that once the EA decision comes back.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, thank you. I commend you for the work you're doing with all these agencies and trying to bring this together. Good luck. You and I have talked, and everybody's right. It's more than just the hunter pressure. But in terms of the hunter pressure, this isn't the first time that we have proposed limiting archery in a particular unit. The last time we did it, we told the archery community that we expected that the number of limited licenses would be relatively equal to the number of over-the-counter that they had previously purchased. And we did that. And my understanding is that roughly 90-some%, I believe, of the people that applied for those limited licenses got them. And so I think we made good on our promise. Now, if there were people who had over-the-counter prior to that didn't apply, that's something we can't control. We can't tell them where to apply. But can we feel safe that with this one, that we would try to do something similar? That we would try to keep the number of limited licenses somewhere in the vicinity of the number of over-the-counter that were previously purchased, at least on the front end?
Yeah, typically what we do, and I think Corey's still online in the Southwest region when we went to fully limited on archery. I think we started off at that meeting demand level, and in the case of this, we're just getting rid of kind of the B license option for the antlerless archery, and so we'll have to kind of look at a harvest of cow elk, in those units to see what we can sustain and what we can as far as the population modeling going, so that we can set licenses specifically for antlerless, because that's where we control and manage our herds is through female harvest, which would be a little bit different than if we're managing the either sex with with bulls in the harvest. So, but yes, that'll be part of the discussion, is where that demand is and what that population model trend is going to be with the harvest of females in that population.
Thank you. And the other factor that we also need to consider is the fires. Troublesome as an example. It's going to move hunters as well. And we won't know what the effect of moving all those hunters is for some time. So it's just another factor.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't one of the initial partnerships that were funded the Routt County Recreation Roundtable? I think that's the correct name. But is that right?
You're correct.
Okay. And I think that's where, largely while we're making regulatory and rule-making decisions and things like that, the hope is that we're going to be able to address these very specific issues at that local level. And I'm really glad that was one of the initial projects that was selected to be funded in order to deal with what has become a longer-term issue in the area. So we have additional opportunities here where hopefully an organic, locally driven solutions will be provided.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Garrett, do you know the Mad Rabbit Trail proposal? Does it include motorized vehicles?
It does. It's motorized, hiking, non-motorized, and some of our concerns within the agency and then within DNR have been associated with elk production areas, route densities, and then Colorado roadless areas. So that's what we've been most engaged on.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this item? Commissioner Touchton.
That's okay, you guys. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
This might be, sorry. This might be a question for Jake, but I'm a little discomforted with the idea that we have to accept the Forest Service's what they call a FONSI. Do we have the ability, I assume like anyone else, to sue them when, that's a challengeable decision. If we think that they failed to detect a significant impact, I'd like Jake to take a legal 2x4 upside the head and do it. But are we prohibited from doing that? I mean, anybody else in society can.
That we're prohibited. But the question is, do we want to? Director Prenzlow and then maybe Jake.
You might think about something a little lower bar prior. Maybe if you're concerned, a letter that you're concerned before we talk about lawsuit, if the EA is still open, and I don't know the detail of that, but the commission could do a resolution, the commission could do a letter, the commission could instruct staff to say, we're concerned. And I think all that would potentially be appropriate before I'd sue anybody. There are protest periods and things like that even before lawsuit, but just a couple thoughts.
That question from our resident lawyer. Commission. Commissioner Blecka, did you have some? Sorry, I can't see his hands very well.
I know.
Commissioner Blecka.
It's like I'm beating this.
Yeah, Commissioner Blecka.
I want to be that person. So with this area, I'm pretty familiar with it. I spent a lot of time up there personally and then professionally working with Routt County and CDOT to do that gigantic parking lot project that's up there. And that all came off of, what Commissioner Schaefer said, the increase in recreation. this is, to me, this is just an example, one tiny example of what's going on everywhere in the state, where you have multiple user groups all wanting to get ahead of each other on the same amount of property. You know, right now we're talking about archery access, but then in the wintertime, it's snow machines, and the ability that these machines give us to access the backcountry is further and further and further in. And there's rules out there of not accessing, but we all know it happens anyways. In the spring, in the springtime, when there's actual elk calving, I'll say non-motorized pressure pushes them onto private property, creating potential, game damage situations, plus probably recruitment issues. So I don't know how you get, and you had mentioned before that they have this roundtable, you're talking about a community that is well-organized, well-funded, strong communicators, but you're representing all these facets. And so it's not just one group, it's everybody doing the same thing at the same time. So I don't know who, we're only in charge of part of it, but it's federal land, right? So what do you use? It's more than just closing down a trail. It's creating a culture of acceptance, of diversity, of appreciation for habitat. It's like what we're all talking about, the same land. We're just wanting to use it for ourselves, and it's not working. It's glaringly obvious it's not working. So people need to back down and start listening and come up with some really legitimate suggestions on how to do this, because it's not working. Suing whoever for whatever acronym you just said, like, it's not going to work, because they're still going to get back there until people actually stay out of the backcountry when we ask them to. That's what's impacting all of this. So I don't know how you do that. I don't know how we can create a culture of across the board respect, I guess. So thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to clarify, has there been precedents where the Forest Service has gone against a CPW recommendation like the one that we're talking about? I mean, I'm just, before we escalate, I'm just curious. I've had the fortune of working with some Forest Service folks and biologists, and a lot of the things that we're talking about we're in step with. So it's just one person, but I'm just curious if we have precedents where they have gone against our ecological assessment.
Dr. Prinzlow.
We have a great relationship with the Forest Service, and yes, they have gone against what we would. They're multiple purpose, purpose management, and so are we generally, but depends on, their plans. So there's lots of different levels to that answer. I believe we've protested a resource management plan in the recent past with the Forest Service. Generally, again, we're a cooperating agency and have a great relationship with them, but we don't always completely agree on every issue.
And I just asked because I know that in the conversations I've been having, there's been a real uptick in the figuring out that balance between outdoor recreation, the different types of outdoor recreation, and the responsibilities around habitat. So happy to hear that relationship is strong, that there have been disagreements in the past, and there's been pathways that we've been able to find that keeps the integrity of the relationship intact. Thank you.
Mr. May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is this. I think that this commission is going to begin to deal more and more and more with this situation. To me, as we discuss herd management, the single thread that runs through the tapestry of every discussion is habitat fragmentation, degradation, and wildlife corridors being destroyed. And to me, this is a classic case of it. You almost have a resident elk herd, small resident elk herd, that do not leave an area because of the pressure that they have on them. And I think this is the bellwether, or a bellwether, for this commission. We have to look over the horizon, because I think we're going to be faced with more and more and more of this. And I think it's important that we're standing in the right place when this decision is made.
Okay, that was a lot of feedback. Krista, do you feel like you have what you need? moving forward? You hear all that?
I appreciate the discussion for sure. I just want to make sure that I understand that the commission's direction to come back with the preferred alternative draft regulations for these two elk issue papers. It seems like there's kind of a broader conversation as well going on, but I just want to make sure that I understand regarding regulations what the commission's wish is.
And I think what I heard also is outreach, perhaps shy of lawsuit. Outreach and engagement with the Forest Service and our other partners first. That might be the first step. And so however that would occur, Director Prenslow and others, that would be the softer side or the nuance of it, I suppose. Okay. Commissioner Adams.
An opportunity to maybe do some education work, Lauren, around just the impact of hikers and non-consumptive users on our. I really every affinity and outdoor group I talk to who are primarily hiking focused, I really think I do not think they understand the impact that trails have. I really do not think that they do. And so if we can please get some significant campaigns together to help increase people's understanding of, even if you are hiking, even if you don't even come to our state parks, who are making an impact, and there is a benefit by their very existence. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us moving. Thanks, Garrett. Okay, Krista, we're gonna move on to, I think we're on to Bear.
We actually have two additional elk issue papers to just.
Sorry, yes, second of those two. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So the next one deals with extending the E3 antlerless elk private land only season dates for hunt code EF006P5R. That's on page 29. The population of elk in data analysis unit E3 remains well above objective, and elk damage to standing hay crops has been a long-standing issue. However, ag producers are also experiencing this damage to stacked hay in the winter months. And so to help alleviate this problem, staff recommend extending the early private land only season by changing the ending dates to January 31st instead of September 30th as a preferred alternative. And then the last, I guess that is the last issue paper for elk there. Yeah, so any other questions regarding that?
Questions on this one? I don't see any, so now we'll move on to Bear. Thanks.
Sure. And for Bear, we have two issue papers that are similar again, creating an unlimited private land only rifle bear season for units 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, 23, 24, 33, 214, and 441 from October 1st to the end of the concurrent 4th rifle season. It starts on page 31. Again, there are two issue papers. The first proposes creating an over-the-counter private land-only rifle bear season for game management units 4, 5, 14, 214, and 441. This change would allow more bear hunting opportunity and harvest on private lands where a significant amount of game damage occurs. And the second issue paper, which starts on page 35, proposes creating a similar over-the-counter private land rifle bear season from October 1st to the end of the 4th concurrent rifle season for game management units 12, 13, 23, 24, and 33 for similar reasons. That's all I have regarding those two issue papers, Madam Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions, comments on these two items? Commissioner Touchton.
You should have known I would have jumped all over an over-the-counter bear season after my comments earlier today. Not a big fan of that one. But one thing I'm concerned about is when's the end of the 4th rifle season? Does anyone know off the top of their director?
I can tell you it's November 28th in 2021.
So about 2 months. And what is the quota? I mean, I'm just concerned about another over-the-counter predator license. This is not the solution to bear conflicts. It might be a part of a solution, but if this is in response to conflicts, which was my understanding, that this needs to be in tandem with some other methods to reduce conflicts, mainly trash management. And I don't want these communities thinking that this is our response. If they're irresponsible with their trash management, then we'll just start selling over-the-counter bear licenses.
Director Prenzo.
I'm sure, thank you. I think Brian will have a better biological answer, so I'll punt to that. This may surprise you, completely agree on trash and bear. As we are working on that, we'll bring that to the commission separately. Bear and trash are definitely one of the driving factors. I would say in this area, just because I'm familiar with the Northwest, this one is really not a trash issue. This one's more out in the open agricultural zones, hence the private land only. This was closer to Glenwood, Pitkin County, Summit County, Gunnison County, et cetera, you would be more spot on. This one is really more agricultural land. I'll let Brian take the rest of it. Again, completely agree. We have a trash issue also, and we will not get to bear resolution all by hunting or all by trash management. There's multiple things we have to work on, but this one's less of a trash issue, just globally.
Okay, thank you. And just Brian, before you speak, one other question I had is there a minimum amount of private land that's required? Or is anyone with a lot a private landowner?
So again, thanks for the question. Brian Dreyer, Terrestrial Section Manager. Commissioner Touchton, thanks for the question. First off, to take that one, there is no minimum required. If it's on private property, this license could be utilized. Just to be clear now, is over-the-counter bear opportunities through this issue paper are not new. In fact, as part of the big game season structure, this that's in place right now, if the strategic goal was to reduce a bear population or bear population within a DAU, those PLO licenses were already over the counter for places or DAUs that had them in place. And so this isn't some kind of a new structure. It's been existing. It's just currently in these DAUs, we do not have these PLO opportunities, and they're looking to add them. Through time, this opportunity has been one way where a landowner has an issue with a bear. It is an opportunity for them to potentially harvest a bear instead of our CPW staff maybe having to take action. And so that is one thing that has been utilized through time in this whole suite of kind of bear harvest management. That makes sense?
Other questions on this item? Okay, I don't see any. Go ahead and proceed. Krista, I think we're on moose now.
Great. Yeah, we have 3 moose issue papers. The first one is removing game management units 51, 59, 511, and 581 from the current hunt codes MM050 and MF050 and creating new moose hunt codes that include units 51, 59, 511, and 581. This is on page 35. When these hunt codes were first created, the MM050 and MF050, just last year, game management units 50, 501, and 4 new units were combined into these hunt codes. And staff assumed that the 4 licenses would be used across the units, but it turns out all of the harvest was concentrated in game management unit 501. And staff expect that that will probably continue and recommend reallocating the game management units into 1 hunt code for units 50 and 501 and establishing new hunt codes for 51, 59, 511, and 581. The second issue paper deals with adding antlered moose hunt codes for game management units 4 and 5. This is on page 37. Previously, the moose population in the area was relatively small, but moose have expanded into these units and for more established populations. And staff believe the presence of this new population allows for more moose hunting opportunities. And therefore, as a preferred alternative, they're recommending that we add game management units 4 and 5 to the existing game management unit 14 antlered moose hunt code. And then the final issue paper is adding cow moose hunt codes for game management unit 55. This starts on page 39. Similar to our last issue paper, game management unit 55 has been expanding in population, and now staff believe that the herd may be exceeding carrying capacity. Bull moose hunting is currently open in all GMUs surrounding Unit 55 and in 55, where the quota has also been increasing over the past decade. And staff are proposing to introduce antlerless moose hunt code to Game Management Unit 55 as a result. That's all I have for moose. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is probably for Mr. Dreyer, but so I understand the rationale behind creating hunt codes for GMUs 4 and 5. My question is, if we were to move forward with creating a season, as I understand, there's not an existing like herd management plan or management strategy. At what point do we have that in order to base, decision making off of in the future?
Brian Dreyer, Terrestrial Section Manager. So that's a good question. We actually have a number of moose DAUs or units where we've opened historically that have not had plans written yet. So it's something that would follow. Many years ago, we made an effort to try and create DAU boundaries. But what we've seen with moose through time is as geography spreads, we're having to modify those boundaries. And this is just another example. I think what you'll see, as we usually do when we open these seasons in new areas, is that we're really conservative with harvest. And so harvest, is not going to be a great number, but it would require into the future that we would develop a plan on this.
Yeah, I understand there's only 200 some herd management plans for you guys to do in the next few years. But it is one where I think where my interest lies in it is that it really helps us base management off of, including particularly, I think, whether it's the HPP program or being able to, apply for other grant programs where we can actually, enhance that habitat to create some really, really great hunting opportunities in the future. So it's one where I understand the demands are ridiculous at this point, but if we could figure out, subsequently in the next year or whatever, what the potential schedule could be for, creating those plans so that we can, have more solicitation and investment of stakeholders to try and create the best opportunities possible. I think that would be great. But I also understand the demands are outstripping supply right now.
Thanks for that understanding.
Anything else on this topic? Okay, we'll move on to bighorn sheep. Krista?
Great. Again, we have 3 issue papers. The first one deals with replacing the individual ram bighorn sheep hunt code for S19 with an either sex hunt code. And this has to do with the population of sheep in S19, which have remained relatively stable. However, many of the animals spend the majority of their lives inside Rocky Mountain National Park boundaries, making them unavailable for hunter harvest. Despite a small increase in population, just 1 ram tag is available, and wildlife biologists and managers from both CPW and Rocky Mountain National Park have felt that S19 can safely tolerate a conservative annual ewe harvest. Therefore, as a preferred alternative, staff recommend replacing the existing ram license with an either sex license, which would provide greater opportunity for hunters to fill their tag. The next one has to do with modifying the Sheep Game Management Unit S54 hunt codes by shifting the archery season to be later and changing the rifle subunit boundary to match that of the West Elk Wilderness boundary. This is on page 43. Hunters have had difficulties locating sheep in GMU S54 in recent years due to the terrain and other factors, despite a growing population size. The current archery season, which occurs prior to the rifle season, takes place in August, where the rams are still consolidated into a large group and are difficult to locate. Staff recommend removing the archery season to later dates after the S54 rifle hunting season, which is closer to the rut and would improve the odds of hunters locating and potentially harvesting rams. Also, they recommend revising the subunit boundary to make it less confusing and to align it with the well-marked West Elk Wilderness border. And the next issue paper deals with creating 2 ram sheep seasons in Game Management Unit S16. This is on page 45. Currently, there are 4 ram licenses issued in S16. However, there have been reports of hunters using the same area and coming into conflict with each other. And to address this issue while still maintaining a quality hunt, staff proposed creating 2 ram seasons in S16. The first season would be a split season, with the first split starting the Saturday a week before Labor Day weekend and running 12 days. The second split would begin the 3rd Saturday after Labor Day and run 16 days. And then the second season would start the Saturday after Labor Day and run 30 days. And that's all I have for you for bighorn sheep, Madam Chair. Any questions?
Okay, questions on these papers? Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. The only question I have is in regards to the experience thus far in, I think it's S69, moving that archery season after rifle. Obviously, success rates have been really high there, but is there an access issue of moving it later in that high country and hunters actually being able to get into some locations? It seems like that's not the case, but that was the one thing that kind of stuck in my mind is, you start getting up in high elevations, there's a safety issue later you go in the year.
So it's Brian Dreyer again. It's a great question. It's certainly, I will commend staff statewide for really trying to look at ways in which they can increase sheep hunting success across the state. I will tell you that this is not new. We have a number of sheep units where we're offering those seasons later into November. And it certainly is a risk for any sheep hunter that tries to draw one of these tags. The advantage is as you get closer to the sheep rut, there are some distinct advantages of hunting them that time of year. But certainly it is one of those things that hunters need to be aware that as they get into those seasons, especially in an alpine environment, they may deal with adverse weather conditions that they're going to have to essentially. But what I will say is where we've done this, in general, we've not had that issue, but it certainly could happen at any point in time. If we have some early season, massive snowstorm, it is a risk that we would run by having these later seasons in alpine.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but it's one where I don't know if that's something that we put in a notice for actual licensed winners of just making sure that they're aware, but it's something where in a state where search and rescue services are stretched extremely thin on a constant basis from a variety of different user groups, we don't want to exacerbate it.
And that's a really good suggestion. And you will see in our sheep and goat brochure that we do annotate with a fair number of comments in various places, just as kind of information for the hunter before they apply. And I think that is certainly something that we could add into the brochure. So.
Okay. Don't see anything else on this item. Okay, Krista, bring us home on mountain goat.
Great. One issue paper for mountain goat, extending the boundary of the Mountain Goat Game Management Unit G12. This is on page 47. This proposal is being made to account for the expanded range of mountain goats in the G12 herd in Gunnison County, which has been confirmed by recent data collection. And additionally, hunters and outfitters in the Upper Gunnison Basin have expressed desire to open up hunting opportunity on this portion of the herd. The distribution of mountain goats in this area closely mirrors the current southern boundary of the S13 bighorn sheep herd. So staff proposed extending this boundary to match the current S13 southern boundary. And this would likely provide immediate opportunity for 3 to 6 additional G12 mountain goat hunters for the first year based on what's estimated for G12 productivity and on the ground observations. And that's all I have for goat, Madam Chair.
Okay, questions on this one? Comments? Okay, I don't see any on this one, Krista. So I'm just going to check in with everybody really quick because we're running a little bit behind. I think we'll be okay at the end of the day, but do we want to take a quick break now or do you want to wait? Quick break now. Okay, let's take a quick break and we'll pick up. Sorry, Julie. Since all these next topics are germane, let's come back at 2:45. So that's 9 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay, it might not seem like it, but I think we're going to be in good shape on time. Made a few adjustments, have a couple calendar things, and I think our dinner date at the Maze, we'll have plenty of time to get there. So, okay, so we're going to pick back up on item number 19, and we do have a public comment on this one. So, Chris, I'll turn it to you.
Great, thank you. We just have two more regulatory agenda items. I know this has been a regulatory heavy meeting, but keep going through them. Item 19 relates to section number 1000A of chapter W10, non-game wildlife. So step 1 of 2, and this is light green in color. This issue paper describes adding and amending regulations authorizing livestock owners and their agents to haze gray wolves to prevent or reduce injury to livestock. This issue paper was drafted in response to concerns raised recently about livestock operators' ability to use non-lethal management techniques for wolves. Because of current statutes and regulations, any hazing of wolves would be considered harassment, and absent this change to regulations, efforts to disturb or annoy gray wolves would constitute unlawful harassment. Appropriate hazing can help to reduce livestock damage, increase social tolerance, and improve attitudes towards wildlife that might otherwise cause damage. So chapter W10 number 1000A currently prohibits the harassment of non-game species, including threatened and endangered wildlife, and staff propose amending that to authorize livestock owners and their agents to haze gray wolves under certain circumstances and using specific lawful hazing techniques. And those techniques would be livestock guard animals, fladry or electrified fladry, cracker shells, rubber buckshot, rubber slugs, and beanbag rounds, scare devices or tactics such as propane cannons, vehicles, ATVs, noisemakers, box lights, and motion and radio activated guard devices. Anything not listed there and those above would be considered unlawful harassment, and any of those techniques that result in injury or death of a gray wolf would also be unlawful. And I think I'll just stop there, Madam Chair, and see if there's any questions or discussions on this topic.
Okay, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is fantastic. I think this is a case of the agency being proactive, because this will allay some of the concerns and fears of livestock owners, or it should, because up to this point, the common thought was they would have to stand by and watch as something happened. So hopefully this sends a clear and loud message that they're going to be able to do things necessary to protect their animals up to this point, at least. One addition I think would be important to make to the techniques is that we include range riders on horseback, because that's going to be a majority of people who are out in their cattle anyway, but other states use range riders very effectively. And I would like to ask that that be included as an acceptable technique.
What is a range rider?
Range riders would be people actually on horseback out in the range, basically checking on and guarding. And if there was a situation where wolves in the area and threatening livestock, they would be able to haze them away. As the current language is now, I think it could be interpreted that that would be illegal, but I think that's highly important that that's allowed.
Thank you. I will go Commissioner Schaefer, Touchton, Bailey. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner May's sentiments. It's great to be proactive on this. The one thing that sort of stuck out to me is and I don't disagree with the methods, vehicles and ATVs, chasing off any potential depredating wolves. I also think, though, like providing some sort of explanatory language or guidelines so that folks have a better understanding and don't get themselves into trouble of, running wolves for miles upon miles, like being able to just provide some guidelines around not just that technique, but the other techniques, so that it can satisfy others' concerns, but also, if it is a range rider or the ranch foreman, like that they're not going to, inadvertently get themselves into trouble either. So if we could provide some level of explanatory language, I think that would alleviate one of my concerns around what is obviously a politically charged issue. We don't want to unintentionally put people in a place where they could potentially get themselves in trouble.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with both Commissioner May and Commissioner Schaefer. I think this is a promise that we made, that we would give livestock owners the tools to protect their livestock. And so I do think it's appropriate that we put this in place right off the bat. One process question is, I would like to know, maybe someone can explain this, if the stakeholder advisory group was able to chime in on this list, on the particulars. As Dallas just mentioned, there might be some things that occur to some folks that, like range riders, that we've inadvertently omitted. The one thing that caught my eye was rubber buckshot. And my concern there is it would be easier to hit something in the eye or the ear, or, basically it's a less defined shot when you're using buckshot than you're using a slug, where you could hit the animal in the mass of its body. I had the misfortune of representing some humans who were shot with this stuff, and it can cause injuries when misused. So rubber buckshot was one I questioned. I agree with Commissioner Schaefer that some guidance on how far you can chase an animal would also be appropriate, just so that they have guidance. You chase something too far and you might risk running it to death or exhausting it, and it is harmed. One last thing, and again, this is possibly just me, but I recently experienced what someone about 30 years younger than me can do with a drone in their thumbs. And so there are some other techniques that, someone like the stakeholder advisory group might find meritorious. So I'd like to see if they run through and bless our list of techniques that we might use. Because I think personally, in chasing other creatures around, a drone could be very effective and pretty quick to deploy. Some of these, like a propane cannon, I think is going to be in someone's shed when you actually need it. And so, some of these are more off the shelf when you would actually need them.
So Reed, I think I might wait on the SAG questions until we get to that, if that's all right. Julie, I'm sure took note of that. Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, not much to add. Commissioner Touchton pretty much touched on points that I would have, mainly regarding rubber buckshot.
Okay. Anything from these three comments, Reed, that you want to address?
Yes,
first?
if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reed DeWald, Assistant Director of Aquatics, Wildlife, and Natural Resources. I'll go to Commissioner Schaefer's question about the training and that type of thing. We do provide that now when we give out either pyrotechnics or rubber buckshot or rubber slugs or those type of things. There's actually a form that folks have to sign if they're going to use it on a bear or a lion or other wildlife. And there's a best management practices requirements that we have in there, like don't shoot them in the head, don't shoot them at a certain distance, make sure they're out there further. So that's provided now. That part about training is something we're discussing in both the working groups, providing training for these techniques. So some of these techniques are brand new to Colorado, flattery and turbo flattery and those type of things. So there'll be an associated training that comes as well. So I don't know if that helps with your concerns or questions. So, and then I can speak to the rubber buckshot a little bit. The effective range of rubber buckshot is not very far, having personally used it. And probably in the case of a wolf, it wouldn't be very effective anyways. It probably would not be a preferred method on a wolf. Luke Hoffman, our game damage program manager, is here as well if you want to dig further into that, but that's not necessary this time. And I'm happy to answer that side question, or if you want to save it for later.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yeah, and a lot of it's just adding on to what Dallas said. I think this is a great start, but because there will be consequences for methods used outside of this, just some more thought. Two great ideas with the range riders and then drone. I wasn't even thinking of drone. Seems like an obvious. So I don't know if we get that through the stakeholder group, public comment through agency staff or however, but just making sure it's I don't want to use extensive, but comprehensive list of methods. So we have all tools available. Thank you.
Wait, East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we fully support allowing the use of non-lethal depredation mitigation tools such as these listed in this issue paper. I want to thank the staff and the commission for bringing this forth for consideration, and we support this draft language. Thank you.
Okay. We do have public comment on this item, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. So virtually we have Tom Sieber to present public comment. Can we get Tom unmuted, please? And Tom, would you like your camera on?
Yes.
Okay, we see and hear you, Tom. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you have 15 seconds left and time up. So you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tom Sieber. I'm a longtime wolf advocate. I've been working on the wolf issue off and on for 30 years now. One of the things that was important to me in moving forward with Proposition 114 was promoting the idea of non-lethal coexistence between livestock and wild predators. And to that end, I am very happy to see the commission and the staff moving forward with these regulations. I think it's common sense to allow the livestock, the ranchers that is, and their agent to be able to haze wolves. One of the things that resonated with me here today, listening to Commissioner Schaefer asking about some guidelines, I do have, while I'm wholeheartedly in support of the idea of hazing wolves, I do have some concerns about the regulations as they are written. And I don't have any specific suggestions. I just have some questions about possible scenarios. I'm asking more as rhetorical questions for you folks on the commission to think about later. And one thing I'm concerned about is I'm wondering it would be if the presence of wolves on private property would be grounds in and of itself for hazing. Another concern I have is, for example, if a den site were located on public property, Forest Service land, for example, and that was later to be used as an allotment for grazing, would the rancher be able to haze the wolves out of the den? And would there be any concern about damage to pups, to the wolf pups? I was also wondering if these regulations would apply to wolves' proximity to domiciles. For example, if wolves were within 100 feet of somebody's house, without the presence of livestock, would the owner be able to haze the wolves? And lastly, would the term damage include things like indirect damage to livestock, for example, decreased weight gain that sometimes we hear livestock operators are concerned about? And so I just offer those questions, just in the spirit of moving the conversation forward. Again, I think these regulations are a great idea, and I think their adoption would be beneficial to all involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sieber. Any questions for Tom?
I probably have one question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you would agree that even though these terms seem fairly broad, it will be important to allow livestock owners to be able to prevent livestock from being killed, because that will result in much cost to the taxpayers, much cost to everybody. So if that does mean that there is a wolf that's on private property that is in close proximity that somebody perceives is threatening to prey on the livestock, I think it's broad terms, but it's probably important that we define these terms so that these kind of issues don't rear their ugly head later. But I think we probably can all agree that the spirit of this is to prevent livestock mortality. So I think maybe just a little bit of thought on that and common sense will tell you, if that's going to serve the purpose of this paper. Sir, please feel free to comment. I didn't form that as a question, but I really wanted your opinion on that.
Sure. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to reply. I am wholeheartedly of the opinion that money is better spent on the prevention of depredations in the first place. I'm all for compensation. I do believe it's a reasonable proposition to offer compensation, but I also understand that it still can not be very satisfactory to both wolf advocates and to the individual livestock operator. That I do believe that that I would rather see the effort put on the money be put on the other side of the equation. That is, doing these proactive measures as suggested. So yes, to kind of respond to your statement, I do agree that if wolves are on private property and they're close to livestock, that they should be hazed if the owner feels that they are a threat.
I agree with you. And I think we have to, as I said, define the terms between hazing and harassment. I don't think any of us are going to stand for any harassment. If wolves are moving across in a manner that's not hurting anything, they're simply going from one place to another, we're going to all have to make compromises. And I think we've heard on some of our wolf education series, there are actually wolves in some of the northern states that people don't, livestock owners, ranchers, don't mind having them at all and don't want them to be moved off because they do not prey on or bother their cattle. So I think we have to all be very open-minded that just because a wolf comes onto private property is maybe moving in transit to somewhere else, that doesn't necessarily mean they should be harassed. I just think we all have to come to a common ground on that. And I believe you and I are there already. So I thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do agree with you.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Chair. Just one comment, I guess, the indirect impact of the wolves, meaning non-mortality, they still very much affect the bottom line. Mortality is kind of the worst end result. So I don't know how to say it, I guess, but the indirect, I think, is very direct, and it's easy to gloss over. If there's not mortality, it doesn't mean there's not a problem still. So I just kind of want to keep that in mind. But very much echoing what Commissioner May is saying, if it's a transient animal moving across the landscape, landowners are very in tune with how their animals are reacting and what is on the land. So using discretion and definitely hazing, not harassing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll get more of that from Keystone shortly from some of the public comment. Anything else on this one? Thank you, Mr. Zieber.
And do I have a chance to reply to that very briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. And to be clear, I'm not making a judgment call about whether indirect damages occur or don't occur. I don't actually know enough about the subject. All I'm pointing out is that, direct injury means that there'd be actually contact between the predator and the livestock. And I just think there's some clarity should be there. Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips, do you want to provide any clarity on that?
Yeah, so I guess that's kind of where I was coming from too, that mortality is tangible. A wolf attacks an animal perishes. That's very direct. Reflects in your bottom line, you lose the value of that animal. But if you have wolves around and your animals are losing X amount of pounds, that's also a very direct impact on the producer. So I see them as emotionally, they're different things, but to the landowner, they're very much the same. Thank you.
Okay, we need to move on in the interest of time. Thank you so much for your comments. We're going to move on to item 20. Krista?
Agenda item 20 pertains to section number 1001, chapter W10, also non-game wildlife. And again, this is step 1 of 2. This is an issue paper that describes new and appended regulations making it unlawful for any person to place any olfactory attractant with the intent to lure any threatened or endangered species unless permitted by the division. So CPW generally prohibits the use of bait as an aid in hunting or taking big game, small game, and fur bearers. But in response to recent concerns that people may be luring animals for purposes other than hunting, The division recommends enacting a similar yet broader prohibition concerning all threatened and endangered species. The proposed rule is broader because it would prohibit the placement of any olfactory attractant with the intent to lure threatened and endangered species, such as not just the placement of bait. So this could be the placement of urine or other odorants with the intent to lure. The proposed rule also is broader because it would apply regardless of whether the individual is attempting to hunt the threatened or endangered species. So for example, luring threatened or endangered wildlife would be prohibited under the proposed rule, even if an individual only intends to take photos of the wildlife. And I think I'll stop there, Madam Chair, and open it up for questions and discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward, and I strongly support the recommendation here from staff.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick, I just wanted to put a pin in our last discussion, is I never did hear if that hazing rule would go through the SAG and the TAG, but you said
Sorry,
when I get back.
I punted that for Keystone when they're up next. On the
Okay, so
agenda.
that's coming.
That's coming,
Okay.
yes.
So on the matter before us, I did have a few comments, questions. One comment in the materials was that this would be broader than our old prohibition on baiting animals. And here we call it an olfactory attractant. But some of the things that were defined as bait, like salt and minerals, I don't have the senses of an animal, but I don't normally associate those with olfactory attractants. It's just the animal finds it one day and then it gets, it's an attractant. Maybe it's not olfactory. So I do think that we might be wise to look at some of the other methods that someone could lure something, including with salt or minerals or something that, it depends on what species you're talking about, might be attractive as a lure. A related point is, and y'all have heard me say this before, is auditory things can also be an attractant lure. And so I don't want us to limit ourselves to olfactory lures, because I think auditory lures could also be very effective depending on what species you're talking about. And so I didn't actually see our rule as drafted as necessarily broad or inclusive. I support the goal, I think, that we're trying to reach. But I wanted to throw out minerals and sounds as also possible lures that we might want to address. And then finally, I noticed there was a phrase that we didn't want to criminalize any sort of common agricultural practices. But one way that I'm familiar with luring animals is a dead carcass. And I do think we need to be careful about keeping the flexibility to tell a livestock owner that, you can't, it might be a common practice to leave a dead animal in the field. But in some cases that could be a lure. And so if we were to find someone set up either to take a photo or take a shot over a dead animal, I think that should fall within the scope of the conduct we're prohibiting. So I like the idea. I just wanted it to be a little more broader and inclusive.
Any comment from staff on that one? Feedback to be considered? Okay. Anything else on this one? We do not have public comment on this one as far as I know. Okay. Thank you very much, Krista. We will move directly to the report from our colleagues at the Keystone Center. I would just note that we had a lot of material in our packets this time from Keystone. I have encouraged Julie not to review that in detail because we have it and that was our homework, but rather to stay fairly high level and provide us an opportunity to engage and ask questions of the process and next steps as well. So I'll turn it over to Julie.
Great.
Thank you, Chair Hauser, Director, and Commissioners for the opportunity to present to you today. I have an update on the technical working group and stakeholder advisory groups, as well as a quick overview of the public engagement report. So I'll cover those in turn. I'm Julie Shapiro, Natural Resources Center Director with Keystone Policy Center. Okay, so first, briefly on the advisory groups. Just a review of what the technical working group is. It's intended to provide objective and science-based information, as well as knowledge and experience into the development of the wolf restoration and management plan. As a reminder, it meets monthly, virtually by Zoom. It is not for observation, but all of its meeting summaries are posted at wolfengagementco.org. So since I last updated you in September, the technical group has actually met 3 times. Its 6th meeting was yesterday, and since September, it has completed its recommendations report on wolf restoration logistics, which Eric Odell will cover in just a moment here. In addition, it's been discussing technical considerations for livestock interactions with wolves, including conflict minimization, compensation, and conflict wolves. And it's just starting to discuss technical considerations for wolf management. Again, a reminder of the stakeholder advisory group. I won't go over in detail what they are, but they are intended to provide a broad range of perspectives into the development of the plan, inclusive of social and economic and political considerations. Monthly meetings are in person, subject to COVID-19 restrictions, and are open to public observation and include the opportunity for public comment. Since I last updated you, the SAG has also met 3 times. Its most recent meeting was this past Monday in Colorado Springs, hosted by the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo. It's been a very busy week for the wolf work. The SAG has reviewed the twig restoration logistics recommendations and responded with its own feedback, which is being summarized in a separate stakeholder advisory group report. Going forward, its most immediate work is in providing recommendations related to a compensation plan for livestock loss. That was the focus of the work this week, and we had great discussion there. The group has also started to talk a bit about conflict minimization. And with respect to the question Commissioner touched on the hazing issue, the SAG was alerted to this. It's agreed to discuss it more in depth at its next meeting, which is in December, to prepare any feedback. The technical working group discussed it in depth yesterday, and Eric or Luke Hoffman can probably best synthesize that feedback, but they did provide some feedback as well on that topic. We've received commissioner questions and public comments and questions in the past regarding the interactivity of the twig and SAG, so I just wanted to spend a moment on that. The generalized approach that's described in the group's charters is that the CPW presents issues, ideas, maybe alternatives and options for consideration by the groups. And then the groups have their own discussions as well as kind of iterative feedback loops of hearing the updates from one another. We also have had twig members present at all of our SAG meetings since August, and we have a joint meeting coming up in December between the 2 groups. We're continuing to evolve exactly how this iteration and process works with restoration logistics, which had mainly more technical issues. The evolution of that discussion was that the twig developed recommendations and the SAG reviewed those and discussed those over a course of several meetings and provided feedback and questions to the twig as well that it was able to incorporate. And again, Eric will speak more to that, but as we go forward and get into topics that have more significant social considerations, the process will evolve with the SAG taking more of a lead in developing its recommendations and the twig providing technical considerations to those. So we're learning as we go and also adapting to their feedback. So that concludes my update on the advisory groups. Happy to take questions on those. And I'll just, again, as Chair Hauser encouraged me to do, try to fly through these slides on the public engagement report. We know it's quite lengthy. We hope it does justice to all the nuance of comments that we received from all of the public that came out this summer. There was a great depth of a great quantity of engagement and also depth of engagement. So regardless of how many slides I had, I wouldn't be able to cover that all. So we encourage everyone to dive into the details in the report. So just a quick reminder of our process, and we have detailed this over time and also reflected a bit on the process at our last meeting. 47 meetings, as well as online comment period. We had about 3,400 participants when you aggregate the different opportunities, and you can see all the details of that in the report. Here's a quick map of the meetings that were conducted in person, open houses and focus groups, as well as tribal consultations. We also had virtual focus groups, virtual town halls, and of course the online comment as well. And a quick reminder of the 4 main topics for engagement, which I'll cover in turn, again, just very quickly. I want to note that the way we approached our analysis in the report was that it's really a qualitative approach. We're trying to understand the diverse public perspectives on these topics. We were not designing this to look at quantitative responses through polling or voting. So we were really there to listen to ideas, questions, and suggestions and concerns. Also, we're not trying to draw conclusions on which restoration and management strategies are most favored by or least favored by participants in the process or the public at large. We're seeking instead to detail perspectives and underlying interests, rationales, and values. So in other words, trying to help folks understand why these issues matter to the public and in what ways they matter. With that in mind, the comments in the report don't characterize consensus. It's just characterizing the viewpoints we heard. And we're also not trying to fact check the beliefs or claims or views of the public, just present what we heard from them. So briefly, you'll hear a lot more about wolf restoration in terms of the TWIG report, but from the perspective of public engagement, we heard a lot of questions on where, when, how many. We heard feedback on the source of the wolves to be brought into Colorado, concerns about bringing conflict wolves or problem wolves from other states, concerns about Mexican wolves. We heard questions about natural migration and how that fits into the restoration plan. A lot of discussion on potential considerations for release locations, as well as commentary on the likelihood of dispersal regardless of the release location. Heard discussion of the technique of release and pace of restoration. And I should note that although it was not the intent of the engagement process to relitigate Proposition 114, comments on logistics as well as other topics were often grounded in either strong support or opposition to actively bringing wolves into the state. And that was certainly something we heard throughout the engagement process. On the topic of wolf management, just a couple slides here. A lot of the discussion was around how to define success, with a lot of commentary framed either around support or opposition for having specific numeric wolf population thresholds. Those in favor of numeric thresholds, and particularly maximum thresholds, often emphasize desire for clarity, certainty, control, and timely management, whereas those opposed often emphasize the need to have flexibility, as well as cautioned against conflating minimum numbers with maximum numbers. Many opposed to maximum numbers also argued that this would undermine the value of wolves in the ecosystem and their ability to fulfill an ecological niche, and discussed self-regulation of populations. One other thing that came up a lot, regardless of whether people were in favor of or opposed to numeric thresholds, was that comments were often referencing lessons from other states and had a strong interest in avoiding future litigation, sudden shifts in management approaches, and sudden shifts in the size of the wolf population that's being managed too. Other comments on management touched on the topics listed here: multi-jurisdictional management, multiple use management, a lot of emphasis on engagement with other federal agencies, state agencies, counties, and tribes. A lot of discussion on the implications of the listing status of wolves, as well as just questions around the current listing status and how it would be enforced. Hunting, not surprisingly, one of the most divisive topics for the plan, and support and opposition there often was based on arguments either related to wolf population dynamics and social structures, ethics, and concerns regarding either negative and or positive impacts of wolves and how to manage for them. Comments touched on a variety of monitoring opportunities and frequently emphasized the importance of funding for sustainability for the plan. Briefly on livestock interactions, we heard a lot about the trends and contexts. So for example, different perceptions regarding the potential impact of wolves on livestock operations, requests for information on trends from other states, and a lot of discussion on existing environmental and economic stressors for producers, as well as different perceptions and attitudes towards the role of grazing on public lands. So those kind of underlying values and trends were often at play in the discussion of livestock conflict minimization, compensation, and conflict wolves. Producer engagement was emphasized. The importance of conflict minimization was often emphasized, although with varying perspectives on how efficacious that would be. And varying perceptions as well on what fair compensation looks like. Lots of discussion on how to define a conflict wolf and what tools would be available to producers, non-lethal and lethal, for dealing with conflict wolves. And then finally, briefly on engagement, education, and outreach, commenters generally emphasize the importance of these topics and encouraged a variety of tools and techniques that start early in the planning process, continue throughout planning, and continue once the plan's in place. Lots of different communities emphasized as audiences here: livestock producers, counties, tribes, outfitters, sports people, outdoor recreationists, the public at large, as well as some comments emphasizing the need for bilingual outreach and outreach to historically underrepresented groups. There was a variety of praise or critique for the current process, both advisory process and public engagement. In my presentation in September, I detailed quite a lot the process and the feedback we received and our reflections on that. The one other thing I'll say is that commenters had lots of ideas for education, including targeted education, for example, on livestock interactions. But in terms of general public education, emphasized, well, for all education, emphasized the need for factual, audience-specific education materials. For public education, a lot of discussion around the need for information about positive and negative impacts on wolves in the landscape and for people. Lots of different perceptions on misinformation in various directions on that topic. And also a lot of interest in human-wolf interactions and how to educate the general public on being wolf aware. So just a couple conclusion slides here. Hopefully rolling at a fast enough pace. Again, not trying to draw firm conclusions on this is what should be in the plan or not be in the plan, just trying to help deepen our understanding of public perspectives. We did look at any patterns that we could find in comments from Western Colorado, Eastern Colorado, or out of state. And we found that comments from all geographies reflected a diversity of sentiments, some reflecting strongly held positions and others just focused on learning more about wolf restoration. Comments from all geographies addressed a wide variety of topics, and they didn't significantly vary in terms of the range of topics that different geographies were weighing in on. Rather, the differences were more commonly reflected in sentiments on these topics, such as general attitudes towards wolf restoration, anticipation of positive or negative impacts, attitudes towards lethal management, and concerns regarding equity and representation in decision-making. Despite the differences that we might describe as the rural-urban divide at times, but are really differences of value sets around relationships between people and predators and people and the landscape, there are some, I think, emergent common principles that we saw coming out of this engagement that could just provide a starting point for some common ground. These include reflecting diverse interests and values of the state, providing an adaptive model for wolf management that addresses these variety of interests, proactively minimizing livestock conflict where possible, and also fairly compensating when loss does occur, offering educational resources that are factual and tailored for specific audiences, valuing meaningful and ongoing engagement, and trust-based partnerships, and also building capacity and funding to support the plan. And then just a final reminder that public comment opportunities continue beyond the period of engagement that was synthesized in the report. And you can stay informed at wolfengagementco.org and offer comments online as well, of course, at commission meetings and the stakeholder meetings as well. The exact details of the next phases of public engagement, including for when there is a draft plan available, are currently under discussion. So we'll provide those ideas to you as soon as we have them. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I'm just going to flag Commissioner Touchton's question, and maybe you could start with that, Julie. He can either restate it, or if you caught that, I might have him restate it. Would you like that?
No, that's okay. I actually tried to weave it into the presentation there, but to your question of whether the SAG has weighed in on the hazing issue, they've been alerted to it, they're aware of it, and we have agreed to talk about it at our December meeting in depth. We heard some initial comments around, general support for non-lethals, maybe some questions around some of the specific techniques, but the SAG is going to talk about that in more detail. The technical working group did talk about it in depth yesterday on its own call, and had some general feedback, general support for non-lethals and the importance of that, as well as some specific ideas that maybe Eric or Luke could outline in more depth, or I could if desired, but Wayne was there. Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Touchton, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Julie. That was good. Yeah, I want, and then the next step will be that staff who's writing the regulation gets the feedback from the stakeholder advisory group and the tag, so that they're happy with the regulation that will be asked to review again.
I mean,
in other words, do they get to buy into this before it comes back to the commission?
Yeah, I guess I couldn't speak fully to whether everyone's going to be happy or not, but the intent is to have people's, both the TWIG yesterday and the SAG upcoming, have the chance to provide feedback, and CPW staff are at those meetings as well listening. So I can let staff speak more to their process of incorporating their feedback.
Okay. Well, if I did have other questions.
You have the floor.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Julie, first off, I have been using it's a very large report, and it's impressive. You guys have done a ton of work, and I had one sort of big question, one minor one, but I'll ask them both. But the big question was this: I understood this process in part was the hope that the public would we could take some of the acrimony out of the public debate, and I was just wondering, first in big picture, if you felt that was occurring through all of this outreach that you have done. And then the small question was in there somewhere, and I've forgotten the page, but I found that some people felt that members of the commission had conflicts of interest. I also think that some people said that members of the TAG had conflict of interest. And I was wondering if there was any information on how we could redress that, what sort of disclosures or information the public felt was not visible so that they would trust us better. So those like my big picture question, my little picture question.
Those are great questions. There's undoubtedly some divisive issues on the table for the Wolf Plan, and I highlighted some of those in passing. Obviously lethal management is one of them, and I don't think it's necessarily realistic to think that all polarization will subside as a result of public engagement. Our hope through this is both to give voice to folks who want to come out and share their perspectives, and to try to get beyond positions to, again, outline what those interests and values are that are motivating people's perspectives, so that we can get beyond the sound bites and try to just think really thoughtfully about where these different perspectives are coming from. Our hope is in providing the opportunity, providing transparency in the process by providing opportunities early and often that folks can have those voices heard. There's no doubt there's going to be some tough decisions, and I don't know that everyone's going to love all decisions, but I will also focus on those common principles that I think there is a lot of common ground out there as well that shouldn't be lost in thinking about wolf restoration and management. And while we can't avoid some of those hardest issues, I think that if we can do a really great job on addressing, starting with those common ground issues, then at least we can build a plan that meets a lot of interests in a lot of ways. And then the final thing I'll say is that there's the outcome of a process and whether or not people will like the decision that's made, but then there's also how people feel about the process itself and whether they were heard. And we can't underestimate that, because if people feel like they had the chance to provide their feedback, that it was respected, that it was heard and conveyed well, then they may have a little more trust, at least in the process that was used to reach the decisions. I can't guarantee that for everyone, but that's part of why we're trying to do such, a robust process. So that's your first question. The second question, yeah, we heard, again, quite a bit of praise for the process, the SAG, the TWIG, everything that's going on. We also heard criticism. So I want to contextualize my response to your question with that, is that one thing you picked up on was that some folks are concerned that whether it's the SAG or the commission itself, there's an imbalance of interests or a conflict of interest because people are more aligned with certain interest groups or against certain outcomes. We could unpack that in detail, but I think that as far as my advice to commissioners, just maybe the starting point is just making sure that if whether it's a real conflict of interest or just one that might be perceived as one in this really highly at times contentious issue, then just letting people know where you're coming from and if you're a rancher, if you're a hunter, if you're a wolf advocate, acknowledging that. But I think also we need to move past that because we're working towards collaboration, at least with the SAG. And so I understand that people have some concerns, but the intent is to meet all these interests. So that would be my best advice, is to acknowledge them, but also move past the trying to delineate people and paint them in their corners based on those interests.
Okay, other comments? Yeah, Executive Director Gibbs.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Julie, you and Ernest and Callie and Jonathan. The whole team has really been amazing, to say the least. Dan Prinzel and I, along with a lot of CPW staff, have done our best to attend every one of the meetings, and it's been really amazing to see, especially the gel of the committee really coming together. The night before the meetings, normally there's a dinner, and it's great. I know, I'm sure you attended one of those too, but great to see everyone getting to know each other more and really kind of, I think initially everyone was kind of like, hey, I'm here to represent a certain interest. And after working with everyone, especially the smaller group exercises, I think that's been very valuable, where instead of a setting like this, you're, with 3 people and you can really have a great dialogue. So I've heard really positive feedback about that. So it's not easy, especially the public comment part. There's folks that show up very passionate on frankly just both sides. I don't think we've really had, maybe 1 or 2 people have shown up and just saying, hey, thanks for the process. I'm glad there's a public comment period. But normally it's like folks showing up for battle, frankly, just like really on both sides. But the whole group that were selected that are really part of at least the SAG group that I've attended, they're really gelling well together and looking for compromise and hearing each other out and really understanding where everyone's coming from different perspectives. So I've just been really humbled to kind of be a part of listening to that. So, but nice work, Julie.
Thank you.
Other comments, Commissioner May?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's extremely interesting to note on the return comment forms that there were more respondents from California, New York, and Florida than from Western Colorado. I don't know what kind of commentary that is. I know the population is hugely different, and I think it's extremely disproportionate as we weigh those responses. I think we have to take into consideration the populations and the people who are going to be affected by this. And we can't simply one for one those responses and their validity in this.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'd like to respond to that. First of all, we heard loud and clear from the start of this process that Western Slope stakeholders preferred to meet in person. And we knew that, we recognized it, and that's part of why we were out there doing those focus groups and trying to be on the ground. We recognize that different forms of engagement work differently for different groups. So that was part of the process that we put forward, and to recognize that. Secondly, again, this is not a quantitative analysis, and it's really about looking at the different kinds of comments and perspectives brought forward. And again, that was intentional. This was not a statistically valid vote or poll on any topic. And that's why this report does not present any of the findings as such. So, regardless of how many perspectives we heard from wherever we heard them, we were trying to give respect and due diligence to kind of reflecting the trends in those comments and perspectives. So that's the intent here, and it's not intended to be seen as a one-to-one for any comment received. So I think that's really, really important context here.
I agree, Julie, with that. The one thing I would say, even if you add in the in-person meetings with the online responses, I think the fact that I just stated is still pretty close to true. And I think it's important that the Western Slope responses are weighted on that.
Other comments, questions? Aspects of the report that caught your attention? Reports, I should say. Just remind us, if you would, Julie, sort of next steps and kind of, when, between now and when we see you again, just remind us. And I would say maybe a little bit to Commissioner Touchton's comments. I think this commission had a rather robust debate as to whether commissioners served on either or both of these. We determined that was probably not the right idea. And there is an opportunity to obviously observe or participate. So I've had that opportunity. I did not stay for the entire discussion. I do think it does explicitly or implicitly sort of add a factor to it. Both Dr. Prenslow and Executive Director Gibbs are there, certainly representing the agency. And my sense is that both groups appreciate at least a swoop in or a hello. If either of those groups are in your area and you want to say hello or at least meet them, I think that's certainly appreciated and certainly continues to open up the sort of the communication and just the connection between the commission, the agency, and both of these groups, which are doing a huge amount of work. This is a massive amount of time. All these show up on my calendar just because they're noted on my calendar, and they seem like they're every other day, and they're a lot of work. So just would extend, I'm sure, on behalf of the commission, thanks and appreciation to both those groups for their efforts and for their continued efforts. So next steps, Julie, just remind us.
Sure, yeah. For the stakeholder group and technical group, their next meeting is together in December, scheduled for December 14th and 15th, and then they continue to meet monthly. Beyond that, and again, wolfengagementco.org, there's an advisory committee page that has all the summaries as well as the information about the upcoming SAG meetings. So they'll continue their work into the new year and deep into the year on the various topics. Again, we're wrapping up restoration logistics and working through livestock and then bringing online issues of wolf management, including definitions of success, recovery, et cetera. And engagement and education will come on board as well as a topic. So those are the next steps for the advisory committees. And again, for public engagement, although the report synthesizes the work of the summer, we've continued to receive comments verbally, online, through the process, through this time. And those opportunities remain open, and more details are online as well. CPW staff and Keystone staff are just starting to detail what we think the next steps of public engagement look like, both before and after a draft plan becomes available. So we would anticipate having more details for you at an upcoming commission meeting in the near term to share what we're thinking there.
Okay, other questions, comments? My only last one, maybe, I don't know whether it's for Reed or Dan, is just the federal environment around protection. Just lots of conversation in media. So I don't know whether it's worth mentioning that or if it's just crystal ball speculative at this point.
Again, Assistant Director DeWalt, Aquatic Terrestrial Natural Resources. You'll see I brought our wolf coordinator up here, Eric Odell. Can you just clarify your question a little bit so I can be specific in my answer?
Oh, just the administration and some of the pressure around the administration, either the protection status, federal protection status of wolves.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to answer because I would say right now it's somewhat nebulous. Okay. I do know that, and Eric can help me with this as well, but the court in California heard the first, what would you call it, part of the case last week. And that legal process has started in earnest. That could take up to several years, or it could be a ruling could be out very quickly. So currently they are a state listed species under state authority. That could change at any time, but right now they're under state of Colorado management.
Thank you, Commissioner Tutchin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with you. It's reading tea leaves. Whether the federal status will exist or not exist. But I'm interested in our fallback position, basically, if the court does decide to put back in place federal Endangered Species Act protection, where we stand on, we're calling it like a preemptive 10J rule with the Fish and Wildlife Service that would basically keep their hands off our program if their status changed.
I'll let Eric handle that one right now.
Good afternoon, Eric Odell, Species Conservation Program Manager and Wolf Coordinator for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So what you're talking about is what we have been referring to as a pre-listing 10J. So a species that is not federally listed is not eligible for a regular 10J status that provides the experimental, non-essential, provides a lot of management flexibility. And so the idea behind pre-listing 10J was, and it's no longer really in consideration, but the idea was that that designation could be made prior to listing so that if the species gets listed in the future, that would revert. And the reason that was important was because 10J cannot be designated after a reintroduction has occurred. Fish and Wildlife Service has told us very clearly that that is no longer on the table, that the idea of pre-listing 10J didn't stand up to their solicitor's review. And so that's no longer being considered. So we are in regular communications with Fish and Wildlife Service at the regional level here in Colorado, looking at alternatives, trying to find out other ways that might be able to be employed should either the status change from right now from not being federally listed to being federally listed in the duration of this process. And then also if that status changes after reintroduction has occurred.
Mr. May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, along the same lines, if Colorado wolves were involved in a 10J, would they be considered incidental or experimental?
Likely they would be considered, they would be considered experimental, non-essential. So that, and there's nuance to that, but there's more likely than not, it would be an experimental, non-essential population requiring federally listed status.
And I would just add to that, and Eric said it, but we are in continual communications with the Fish and Wildlife Service. My phone just rang and it was the Fish and Wildlife Service. So we're constantly in discussions, just for all of you to know that, and for folks listening, this is a big part of what we're doing right now. Outside of the SAG and TWIG is working with the Fish and Wildlife Service on these processes.
Certainly assumed we don't hear it as often, so it's helpful just to kind of keep us informed. Okay, I don't see any other questions, comments on this. Julie, you're good. Okay, thank you for your work. Okay, do you think we have public comment? We have 2 members of the public. Correct.
Do you want to hear Eric's presentation first?
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Sorry, Eric. You're bundled in with the rest of it, so my apologies. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Commissioner Greenberg, or Wayne East as the case may be, and Director Prenslow. My name is Eric Odell. I'm again the Species Conservation Program Manager within Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And my responsibilities include the coordination of programs that relate to carnivore species that are of conservation concern. And as I just said, I'm the biological lead for the wolf restoration program. And so as Julie just gave a great presentation, you're very well aware of both the formation of the technical working group and the stakeholder advisory group. And both of those groups have been very, very helpful in providing a lot of good input on a variety of different issues as we develop what we're calling our draft wolf restoration plan. And I'm here today to present as an informational item, the restoration logistics recommendations. And this is a report that the technical working group, of which both myself and Wayne East are members, has developed. So the technical working group, or the TWIG, as we call ourselves, has prepared this report, but it has also been shared with the Stakeholder Advisory Group, or the SAG, and they have provided valuable feedback and perspective that has been incorporated into this final report. And so as a reminder, neither the TWIG nor the SAG are decision-making bodies in this process, and the input that they provide has been very, very helpful. Like the public involvement report, there's a lot in this one too, and I really recommend that you read it in its entirety if you haven't already. I'm not going to be able to go into all the details in the time this afternoon, but I will hit the high points, and of course there will be some time for questions at the end. And I'll also say before I get into it that restoration logistics is just one of the topics that these two groups are providing perspectives on throughout the next several months. And I would say that this topic is by far the most technical in nature. And so this followed the process where the technical working group developed the recommendations, and that was reviewed by the SAG, the Stakeholder Advisory Group. And as Julia had mentioned, many of these upcoming issues, wolf management, the livestock pieces, compensation, conflict minimization, are going to have much more of a social aspect, and the SAG will have a lead role in much of that as well. I also say that many of the TWIG members were very fundamentally involved with the wolf restoration effort in central Idaho and Yellowstone National Park in the mid-1990s, and their experience and expertise has been invaluable to develop some of these recommendations. And the final report was included in the mailing for today's meeting. So to jump right into the substance and the organization of the report. So within the overall topic of restoration logistics, there were three major components that were considered, each of those with several topics that were further considered. So the first major component was animal capture at the source sites. Animal handling was another major component. And of course, the reintroduction techniques themselves were thoroughly discussed. And so the way that the report is organized is by documenting the spectrum of alternatives that the TWIG considered, and then some of the feedback, or all of the feedback that the TWIG provided, and then ultimately some recommendations from that. So I'll go into each of these major components in the subsequent slides. So first, for animal capture. Within this component, the TWIG evaluated considerations relating to the donor populations, where animals would come from, the capture methods at the source sites, how those animals would be captured for translocation, very technical issues relating to the age, color, and sex ratios of the animals that will be brought into Colorado, some genetic considerations of the target animals, and the animal reputation of the reputation of the animals that are brought in, and such as the issue relating to this is whether or not that animal is a known depredator. And I'll talk more about the details on that in a moment. The disease issues at source sites, how to handle injuries if they are to occur during the capture operations, and then how to transport the animals, how to get the animals to Colorado. So without lots of time, I will touch on the high points of these. The TWIG recommended that the wolf populations in the northern Rocky states, in Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, are the target populations for the source sites. So that's where animals will be brought from. We've begun some conversations with those states to initiate that process. Further, it's recommended that the utilization of helicopter net gunning and darting operations is the technique that's used to capture animals. That the animals that are used in the reintroduction should not be either on the very young or the very old sides of the age spectrum, and rather to try to find that dispersing age individual, 2 to 3 years old, although we can't be particularly selective in this. In approximately using a 50-50 sex ratio, not skewing either towards a female biased age ratio or female biased ratio. Regarding the genetic relatedness, the preferred tactic was that utilizing unrelated animals, so not trying to capture a whole family group or a pack at the source areas, and instead going for individual animals. Relating to disease, one of the recommendations, or one of the comments that we had heard in some of the public comments, was to select wolves from areas where there are no disease issues. And this fundamentally is just not a technically feasible way to go about it, as disease is prevalent throughout all of the range of wolves. And so using that criterion as a point to select where animals would come from is just not technically feasible. However, disease issues are a very important issue as we get into this wolf restoration, and I'll talk a bit more about that in the animal handling component. Utilizing the capture methods to minimize the likelihood of injuries is a best management practice for sure. And that's largely the reason why the helicopter darting and net gunning is a preferred method to do that. And then, of course, having arrangements to move the animals as quickly as possible to Colorado is a preferred way. And so generally that would be flying animals either through donated flight times or using Colorado Parks and Wildlife planes or something. But I will say within all of the restoration logistics components, whether it's animal capture or handling or the reintroduction technique itself, building in contingencies and building in ways to deal with unforeseen efforts is really important, such as, if flying is the preferred way to get animals down here, weather conditions may prevent that. So having some way for ground transport is important to have in the back of your pocket too. So then within the broad category of animal handling, the topics that were considered are what, if anything, to feed the animals in their brief period of captivity, where and how to temporarily hold animals in between that capture and relocation points, what immobilization drugs to use, the collars or marks that should be used to identify animals that are released in Colorado, what sort of biological samples should be collected from animals as we have them in hand, what veterinarian care should be used and provided throughout the process. And again, the disease issue, what sorts of disease testing and treatment should be applied to the animals when they are in hand. And so while it may not be necessary to feed the animals while they are in transport, which we anticipate to be somewhere on the order of 24 to 48 hours, wolves don't necessarily need to eat every day. Using ungulate quarters or carnivore logs, which is a processed food product that used in zoos, as well as providing ice or free water is a recommended practice. If there are needs to hold animals for extended periods of time, and this was experienced in the mid-90s efforts in the Northern Rockies, using a bare bones kennel of constructed chain link panels proved to be adequate and appropriate for that. Tilazol is the immobilization drug that's typically used in wolf captures, and there was some discussion about using some other drug mixes too, and our vets have reviewed some of that, and they're very amenable to considering other things as well. There was the unanimous agreement that all animals that are released should have collars, and very much likely to have GPS collars placed on those. Ear tags are not necessarily recommended. Pit tags, a small transponder that's put under the skin, is also recommended. But it was the one alternative that was considered was not using collars at all, and there's no technical merit to that. There's strong recommendation to use collars on every animal that's released, and that's going to be different from when we get into the wolf management conversations, and that will happen down the line. We're not there yet, but the animals that are released that are handled in this process and the reintroduction action will all be collared. And then the biological samples, many typical samples that we collect when we're handling any kind of wildlife, hair, blood, tissue, photographs, body measurements will all be taken and collected for that. The veterinarian care will follow the protocols both of CPW and of the source sites as well. One comment that we heard from the technical working group is that we can't just say this is the way it's going to be from Colorado. We have to defer to the veterinarian care standards from the source sites as well, from the states that we're capturing the animals from. And then in terms of disease testing and treatment, and I'm not a veterinarian, so I can't comment directly on a lot of that, but the comment is to test and to treat for anything and everything that's possible in the time that we can, in the time that we have the animals in hand. Oops. Yeah. Oh, so finally, within the broad component of the reintroduction effort itself, the topics that were discussed within the TWIG and reviewed by the SAG were the technique of reintroduction, the time of year that reintroduction should happen, the capture and reintroduction should happen, the consideration for release areas. And one of the comments, I'll stop for a second, one of the questions that you always get when you talk about wolves is where. And this is not addressed at that specific aspects of where wolves will be released, more looking at the broad geographic types of characteristics that you would look at on a landscape, but we did not get into the very pinpoint, very precise locations of where wolves will be released. Talked about the number of release areas that we should have or consider. The pace of the releases, so how, over what time frame we're talking about doing the reintroduction of these animals. And then ultimately, when to stop or pause the reintroduction. We need to know how far do we need to go. This is going to be a very expensive and time-consuming and taxing effort, and so we want to have some ideas to when that might be. So I'll get into the details of these considerations. Fundamentally, the TWIG recommended using a hard release strategy as opposed to a soft release strategy. And so what the hard release strategy is essentially releasing the animals in Colorado immediately upon the arrival in the state, contrasting that with the soft release strategy where there's acclimation pens that are used, where animals are held in those pens for extended periods of time, 8 to 10 weeks or more, and then released. Winter months is the time of the year, the preferred time of the year to conduct the reintroduction. And again, while neither the TWIG nor the SAG have been tasked with identifying the precise locations, what they did consider and provide input on were the types of geographic and social landscape characteristics that might be used to describe in general terms where the releases might be located. And these include considerations regarding the prey base, the landscape context, and by that we mean roads and municipal footprint, things like that. Livestock presence, not obviously as a place to consider where releases should happen, but as a consideration as to where releases should not happen at particular times of the year. Land ownership, using the vote results from the Proposition 114 as a surrogate for social tolerance for wolves. And then again, the proximity to state borders and tribal interests. There's a reason to, we expect that as wolves are released, they're going to move broadly. And so wanting to make sure that the investment that we put into the wolves that are released remains in the state. Like all of the other topics, the TWIG recommends that there's some flexibility and opportunity to plan for contingencies when it comes to release areas. And so the number of release areas could be if one is used in year one and it works well, and animals are not established right in that immediate area, potentially that's an area to consider again. If they move, maybe there are other reasons to move to other release areas. So not being prescriptive in the number of release areas was important. The TWIG also addressed the pace of reintroductions and assessed that a medium pace of approximately, and these numbers are not prescriptive entirely, but on the idea of 10 to 15 animals a year for 3 to 5 years. This mimics what was done in the Northern Rockies, where a total of 30 to 35 animals was released in each of central Idaho and Yellowstone National Park, and proved to be successful. In fact, they had planned to do that for more than 3 to 5 years and were done after 2 years of reintroduction there. The facet in that the numbers that are used here is totally and completely separate from recovery goals and when we've achieved success in terms of the management side of things. That's a topic that we will get to later. We have not talked about that. And then the TWIG recommends a monitoring regime to follow those individual animals and to watch for pack establishment, reproduction, recruitment into that population. And so doing that pace of reintroductions, 10 to 15 animals for 3 to 5 years, watching that, stopping, pausing, and then seeing if population trend is positive, meaning a growing population, that may be a point at which we could stop a reintroduction, continue to monitor. And as long as that continues in the positive growth rate, don't need to reinitiate an active reintroduction effort. So as I said at the beginning of the presentation, this is an informational item for you today. Wanted to take a step deeper than what Julie provided in terms of the overall picture of what the TWIG and the SAG are doing, but to provide a demonstration for the breadth and the depth of the conversation and the consideration that both the technical working group and the stakeholder advisory group have given to this just one component of what will become the wolf restoration and management plan. And here, these are the members of the technical working group. Additional topics that both the technical working group and the SAG will address, as Julie outlined as well, are the livestock depredation compensation programs, conflict minimization practices, wolf management, and information and education. And each of these will be discussed in more depth as we work through the plan development process in the coming months. So thank you, and I can now address any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner May and then Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, I sure appreciate it. And I appreciate your experience and knowledge on the subject. One thing that struck me out of the TWIG report was the recommendation to not be within 75 miles of any state boundary or tribal land. And as I do quick math, that severely limits the area. That's basically the center of Western Colorado. And it's really the counties that have been most concerned about release. It seems to me like it puts them out of the equation. Is that correct thinking?
So a little bit of background as to what they saw in this relies on the findings from the mid-90s reintroductions. Those animals moved, and the movement out immediately after reintroduction is different from the dispersal that happens naturally from pack structure. And so those animals were moving 60 to 70 miles in all different directions, sometimes more northerly than otherwise. And so the reason for doing that, the reason for focusing or limiting the release areas by that buffer is that, you know, to release an animal right on the, say, the Colorado-Wyoming border, have that animal go into Wyoming, brings it totally out of our management and doesn't contribute to the effort. And so that's the reasoning, is to think about why that works. Tribal interests have also expressed some concern not wanting to exclude tribal lands as well. And so it does restrict the areas that are considered for reintroduction. All reintroductions by statute will be west of the Continental Divide. And so if you put that buffer around and also constrain it west of the Continental Divide, it is a smaller area for sure. That's not to say that areas outside of, or, you know, the exterior of that buffer close to the state borders are areas where we don't want wolves. It's just to say that those are the areas where we want to reintroduce wolves.
That's my understanding. Colorado's basically 106,000 square miles. And if you take those boundaries off the entire state, it comes down to 30,000 square miles. Then if you apply that to the western slope, you could probably more than cut that in half. So you're basically talking the center of the state in the western slope. And I agree, any effort to release wolves into the northern part of the state, more than likely, there's going to be a tendency for them to go north. And I think it would be a total failure of the program. It's just something that we can't afford.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Eric, I really enjoyed reading this. It was cool. I particularly like the phrase "has no technical merit." It's kind of a nice way of saying no, but it was very. I got it. Maybe I'm a geek, but I got a kick out of it. One thing I didn't see in there that I was curious about, and this is just something I've heard. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, but with the hard release, I have heard discussions that you might want to let the females go first. With the stuff I was told being that females seek quality habitat and stay put, and males seek females. And so it was better to have the females out on the landscape so the males can find them. And I just was curious if that was part of the sequence of even of a hard release, that the females might go first. And then I have one other question, but we can do it one at a time.
Yeah, so we didn't discuss that specifically, that specific issue. And really, I don't anticipate that it's going to be individuals released at a time. You know, that we want to have a few animals released at a point in time, right? So on day one or day whatever it's going to be, not just one crate is open. There will be multiple crates open, and you know, we may use sex ratios that are equal, you know, male to female. And so we did not discuss the order of operations in terms of females to males, but it's a good point.
Okay. Yeah, well, it seemed like there was a lot of agreement by this technical group, which was really nice. The other question, this is following up on the question that Commissioner May was asking, is if a wolf just acts of its own free will and it goes to a neighboring state or west of the Continental Divide, and I view those as kind of two different things, but will you guys discuss getting it back? I guess is for a neighboring state, I think maybe we'd want to get it back. My own view is if it goes west of the Continental Divide, that's fine with me. But I wonder if the technical group will try to sort that out of letting the wolves figure out where they belong and where they're tolerated.
Yeah, just as a correction, I think you mean as a wolf moves east of the Continental Divide.
Excuse me. Yeah, wrong way.
So we haven't discussed that. That will get into the wolf management side of things. Within the state, the way that the wolf management plan that we have right now from 2004 says that wolves will be tolerated anywhere in the state. Wolves will be allowed to go anywhere in the state, regardless of where they are. And so I don't know that there will be restrictions east or west of the Continental Divide. Wolves that go into other states, there'll have to be a discussion with those states as to what happens.
Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, thanks so much for all the work that you've been doing. It's really great to see and hear the findings of it all. Given that it did seem like there was a fair amount of agreement, which is great to see, and all the technical merit that does exist. I'm curious on your perspectives of what areas have the most uncertainty and where you think the biggest questions still are, maybe with the exception of the where, because I think that has such a social component too.
The most uncertainty in terms of the restoration side, I think that wildlife reintroductions are done all the time. In fact, I understand many of you had the opportunity to participate in the ferret releases yesterday. And so as a wildlife agency, generally, we know how to do reintroductions and to move animals and things like that. So much of the technical sides of this kind of effort we have experience in. So I'm not too concerned really with a lot of the uncertainties that are with the restoration logistics. More of the discussion in the social tolerance of wolves. That's where the challenge of wolf management is going to come.
Okay, anything else for Eric? Commissioners Vardy or Haskett, just checking in on you too. Okay. Colombo. Commissioner Colombo. Commissioner Touchton, I'm
If
sorry.
there's going to be dead air, I was going to fill it. So Eric, this is like really inside, but I saw a discussion on the lineage of Great Plains wolves that has managed to survive somewhere. It had a proper noun associated with it. And I think it got no technical merit or something close to that other than with cross fostering. And I just wanted to ask about that because it seems if there's a very rare genotype out there that one of the benefits of this program could be to try to save that as opposed to, I think the main Canis lupus genus is fairly well represented out there in the world. But this other one, I thought, well, now that's something that we really could make a difference in preserving biodiversity. And so I just wondered what was up with that and if it's still in the cards down the lines or why it was not followed up on, I guess.
Yeah, so a little bit of background. That is the last remaining individuals of a pack long ago that are genetically unique in some regards. The animals themselves are too old. Those would not be used for releases, but potentially their genetic material could be incorporated into a population in a very intensive and extensive way. I mean, it involves cross fostering, so it involves captive born pups that are then placed into wild born dens, and so that's in fact how they're doing a lot of the wolf management in the Mexican wolf range. It's expensive and extensive, so it's not something that would be considered initially. It's something that might be considered down the line as resources allow and as needs allow. The wolves that are being brought down, that will be brought down from the northern states, they're not genetically, there's not genetic concerns about those species or those individuals, that population. And so it would be an opportunity to bring some of the genetics from that one pack back into, if that was something that was desirable. But again, that requires a population established on the ground in order before that can really be considered. And just one more thing, the idea that the things don't have technical merit, you made that comment, I just wanted to make a comment about that. Again, neither the twig nor the SAG are decision making, so they're not going to say yes or no. They're going to provide the technical background and specifically for the technical working group, their task through their charter is to review these items from a technical perspective and say, yes, this is good or bad, or not good or bad, this is technically sound or is not technically sound, and then leave it to staff and ultimately to you, to the commissioners, to develop the plan that's presented. So they're careful not to say yes or no. They're providing that input.
One more thing. Eric said it. One more thing. Dating ourselves on the Colombo reference. Okay. All right, Eric, thank you very much. Julie, thanks to Keystone. Thanks on this topic. Okay, now I think we have 2 members of the public, and then we'll move on to our other items.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We had 2 members of the public sign up. Actually, one withdrew, so it's just going to be Kareen Mahuna joining us virtually. So if we could get Kareen unmuted, please. And Kareen, would you like your camera
on? Not right now, I think, yeah.
Okay, no problem. So Kareen, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to comment today. One of the things that I have seen missing in SAG meetings is a discussion of ethics. And I really hope that this will be addressed soon in one of the upcoming SAG meetings, as I continue to see misinformation and scapegoating of wolves during both the SAG meetings and frequent questions or comments regarding regarding limiting their numbers and questioning when they can be hunted. I do want to give credit to Eric Odell and a couple of the TWIG and SAG members for correcting some misinformation that was being spread by other SAG or TWIG members. It is critical that the wolf management plan being developed is based on scientific facts and ethics. In regards to the discussion at the latest SAG meeting regarding probable wolf kills and reimbursement for such, I would like to suggest that if such reimbursements are considered, and I think they should be, it should come from a general predator fund for predation. If not, the predation of all the predators, including dogs who depredate, could easily all be blamed on wolves, and I don't think that would be fair. This probable predation fund could in part maybe even be funded by an increase in dog licenses and fines, since it's well known that dogs are responsible for far more predation on livestock than wolves are. As to the hunting, public hunting of wolves is indiscriminate, and it's extremely harmful to the family units. Research has shown that it's ineffective in reduction of predation on livestock and actually often increases it. It also does not buy goodwill, as has been shown by the research of Adrian Treves and others. In fact, poaching increases with hunting of wolves. Loss of pack members decreases the efficiencies of wolves' ability to hunt prey, and the loss of older, more experienced wolves additionally takes away their ability to pass on their knowledge to younger wolves, which can actually result in increased conflict. As to those that insist that hunting wolves reduces predation on livestock, it's also true that men are responsible for the vast majority of violence in our society. One could say randomly removing 25% of men would reduce that level of violence. Perhaps it might, but I certainly don't think that that would be ethical. Do you? Do you really think that randomly killing wolves, who are highly intelligent and social beings, who are more like us than most other animals, is ethical? The people who shoot and trap wolves do so for the thrill of it. If you allow hunting and trapping of wolves, then you go on record as condoning thrill killing. Are these the ethics and the image that you want portrayed of the hunting community? Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahuna. Okay, I think we can move on to the next item. All right, so the next item is item 23. It's a quick, maybe not quick, but conversation about our calendar, the never-ending evolution of our commission calendar. Some of this is contextual with COVID. A lot of it is just more and more limitations about where and how we can meet adequate broadband lodging and so forth. So let me just update you really quickly, and then I'll open it up for conversation. The first one that I want to just flag is January, this coming January, our next meeting. Having had a brief conversation with Executive Director Gibbs, I would say that it's still up in the air. We did make quite a bit of effort to explore options, meeting location options in Aurora. And then we were getting to a place where we might try to curate kind of what that meeting would look like. Given where we are right now, it would seem that we will either be virtual or so that we're not holding space in another location and hotel rooms and so forth, that we would be at 6060 Broadway. So it'll be one or the other. So if you'll please hold the dates. Executive Director Gibbs will keep us posted. Right now it's a 2-month pause. That would be right around the time that we would meet in January. I certainly would advocate for in-person if we are able to. And then we can revert back, obviously, to a virtual environment. And we are going to get to Aurora someday, somehow. We really did work hard to try to make that happen. So know that that was really the intent. That fair enough, Executive Director Gibbs? Okay. So that's for January. And then just kind of walking through the balance of these. February, we have kind of a potential, I think it's really for an update on the Wolf process, if we need it. I don't know that we've got a date scheduled for that or held. So Jeff, I don't know that we need to plan for that at this point, but it shows up on the calendar as a potential less than 1 day meeting, virtual meeting. You want to comment on that?
Yes, very briefly, if I may. Again, Jeff Versteeg for the record, Assistant Director for Research Policy and Planning. I believe we've got a hold on that because there might be some Keep Colorado Wild action you need to take that would enable our partners that run the system to do what they need to do. So we're holding that to see. The plan is to have you take action in March, but we might have to move that up. And so it'd likely be a Zoom call for, a portion of it, a few hours or something.
Okay, so one issue item perhaps in February. March, we would be back, hopefully, if conditions allow. Sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Do we have a date in February?
Do we have a date held? I don't know that we do. We don't. So I would suggest that maybe we get that done sooner than later if we can doodle that or whatever. Okay. So I'm just going to go through the balance of these and then we'll come back. So March, we would be, hopefully, if conditions allow, we'd be back at the Hunter Ed building. There's several commissioners that have never been there. So, and at least it's just more of a plug and play for the staff and the team. April, we would not meet. The May meeting, and I'm going to go through all this because all this will make sense, but the May meeting, we have an option of swapping it with November. And the reason for that is we had conversations about the possibility of meeting it in Gateway, Colorado. There is only one place to stay in Gateway, Colorado, and that is Gateway Canyons Resort. They can accommodate us. It is sort of an all-inclusive place. If you haven't been there, it's pretty special as well. And we went back and forth and back and forth. You might know that the owner of that founded the Discovery Channel. Anyway, we finally were able to get to his main folks. And the only way that they can really accommodate us just from a pricing standpoint would be to switch our dates from May to November. That somewhat tosses up in the air fairly long-standing tradition of being on the Eastern Plains in November and being on the Western Slope in May. So I'm going to throw it out to you that maybe we bust that open for a year. So that would mean if we stay as is, we stay in Mesa County for the May 2022 meeting. Potentially, if we're not in Gateway, we could potentially be in Montrose or someplace still on the Western Slope. If we were to swap May and November, we would be someplace out here in the Eastern Plains, potentially for that May meeting. I know there's some other ideas around that, so we'll come back to it. Let me move to June really quick and we'll keep going through and we'll come back to it. June, you'll note, we did do a poll of all of you, and I believe we heard from everybody that we could change the dates up by a week. And that enables us to meet in Buena Vista, in Chaffee County. Again, one location that can accommodate us. For those of you who've been in Buena Vista on the Arkansas River Valley, the Surf Hotel can accommodate us. Again, they are being incredibly charitable with their rates and ability to accommodate us. It's a pretty special location as well. Commissioner Garcia, go ahead. Commissioner Garcia.
The GOCO board is meeting, that's the second and third, I think. Is that what we have? What did you have for June?
Sorry, first and second.
First and second. They're meeting the second and third.
In Chaffee County?
And they're going to Commissioner Schaefer's house, and correct? And so, but they will move if we decide that we're going to go with June first and second. So.
Okay. And we'll come back to the GOCO potential as well. So I think the dates will work, as I recall. So I think this is less of an issue. Commissioner Adams.
Sorry, I was waiting to the end for comments. So I actually had a comment about the Aurora Denver and if there's any possibility to switch the Aurora to March so that there's a higher possibility that there will be in person?
Sure, potentially. It's a good flag, so let's come back to that for sure. The location that we had hoped to meet was the Aurora Public Schools Technical Training Facility, which is a very high tech in Aurora, and they couldn't accommodate us in January because they're not back in session. So March could be a possibility. So let's definitely flag that potentially. So for the July meeting, currently we're scheduled to be in Eagle County. We have opportunities there, obviously, to hopefully visit Sweetwater Lake. And I would hope also Sylvan Lake, as much for all the work that's been done at Sylvan Lake, but also the fire that approached our state park and our assets so closely would seem to make some sense there. I know there's going to be a suggestion potentially that there may be some just moving of puzzle pieces around on all this stuff. August, we typically don't meet. I think there was strong feeling to meeting Craig in September, so we've made that change. Those dates remain the same for now. I know Commissioner Haskett's had some questions about those dates. That will be for a later year. We will circle back on that. No meeting in October, and then you'll see the swap in November. And we'd be, in theory, we'd be here somewhere on the Eastern Plains in November for the original dates. If we were to switch it, we would be in Gateway November of 22. So that's how it kind of lines up right now. I just wanted to mostly get some commentary on switching May and November. I know there was some ideas about possibly even swapping May with July, and maybe it's a little less expensive to go to Eagle County in May. So I will open it up from there. I hope that makes sense. We can just see them side by side. Hopefully that will help with this conversation. And I will just say that Gateway has come down from $400 a night to under $200 to accommodate us. So it's pretty significant, but they really only can do it 1 month of the year. There you have it. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Personally, well, first I want to say thank you so much for putting so much effort into our schedule. It's evident that you're really working with the team to bring us to both exceptional places and do so at an affordable rate. So I just want to commend you for your efforts on that. Personally, I love this switch with Sterling in May. The Eastern Slope is always difficult for me to make in November, and it'd be much easier to make it out there in May. And I think it would be interesting to explore breaking tradition for a year and getting input from Eastern Slope as we're reviewing policies that we typically do in May, where we get a lot of Western Slope input. So I, for one, strongly support option B across the board.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Phillips. Are there airports in these locations?
I'm also a big proponent of B. A lot easier to travel to Western Colorado middle November than in the spring for me. It's just personal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fully support it, and I'm going to bring you along to negotiate when I buy my next truck.
I would just comment that Commissioner Schaefer has some interesting ideas if we were in Gateway in November to explore the Dolores area, which is pretty special and very threatened right now by, we were talking about dams earlier, McPhee, yeah. So other comments? Sort of general, again, it doesn't mean we're not going to bring this back if we run into some roadblocks, but that was a fairly significant switch just from a traditional standpoint, but I think we don't get to a lot of places in the state. This is just my opining on this a little bit, and I don't know that, careful how I say this, the Eastern Plains and the Western Slope get a meeting almost every year, and so to have some slight adjustment would seem to me to move things around a little bit. But certainly would love to hear from Commissioner Blackett too, because we're talking sort of northeast Colorado. Sterling doesn't have to be Sterling. It can be someplace else too.
I was trying not to comment.
Oh, come on, please.
I know, I don't know. I don't want to keep it. That's how you feel. people come out in Sterling in November. But that's just me.
Well, I would also, again, to open up even more potential and not to bypass any of our locations where we typically are. But there was also some thought we don't ever, at least in my history, we've never been to Colorado Springs area. We've not been to Pueblo. There's sort of some obviously stretch along the Front Range because we're often at the Hunter Ed building. We don't often get sort of up and down that corridor. So in lieu of Sterling, we could potentially do something that's quote kind of east, at least of the east of the divide, but not on the far eastern plains potentially for that meeting as well, if that works better for folks for 1 year. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it appears that there's not any objection to going to Gateway in November. And so assuming we did that, then we're left with what we're going to do with May. And I had thought that rather than go to Edwards or Vale in July, that maybe we do that in May. And maybe Director Gibbs can help us with kind of weather type and ideas. But I can tell you from experience, for us to get good lodging up in some Eagle County area, I believe it would be much easier in May than it would be in July. I've always found that getting discounted lodging up there in May is not hard to do, but July is next to impossible. And so if we do a double flip, we do November, we would do Gateway, we would do May in Edwards, go do Sweetwater. That would then leave July open. And as you said earlier, if it's July, we don't want to be too far south, so we'd go to Sterling.
You want to go to Sterling in July? Is that what I'm hearing? Are you guys crazy? Sure, the lodging will be
You get
great.
veto power on that one.
Yeah,
Commissioner
bring your own
Blackout.
AC unit in your shirt.
Commissioner Adams.
I just was curious about, and again, if this is written down somewhere, I apologize. But I recall, and I'm sorry, I'm looking over here at Keystone for the Wolf piece, that there were opportunities to speak to commission and just that commission integration. And I was just curious if this had been in consideration, particularly for those areas on the western slope to, have some additional listening source sessions or something with the tags and the SAGs. We just wanted to make sure that that was also in alignment. Thank you.
I don't know that we've married up those calendars, so we could try to do that, and maybe some of those could be adjusted as well. I failed to also say the one thing about maintaining July for Eagle County, which some of us do have some sway there. So hopefully we can. I'll work with Director Gibbs as well. Is the uptime that we thought, given the Sweetwater potential of the Sweetwater visit and Sylvan, that we would collaborate with GoCo on that, whether that be a full meeting or simply sort of like we've done here, and that is to invite the GoCo board and others that might be interested in doing that. So.
Carrie, can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like the idea of switching May and July. If you have ever been to Western Colorado on May 4th or 5th, you may not want to go to Sweetwater Lake. So I would suggest that you not do that.
I would probably say the same. I think we can work out. And I would also just say, putting Director Gibbs on the spot a little bit, we have not had as much expense for our meetings of the last year or two. So perhaps there's a little bit of flex on a few of these things. Again, if we're going to go all the way to Gateway, it may, like we did here, it might be arriving a day early just to do some stuff out there, because it's a very distant spot and pretty special opportunity to see that. So really, it's a May question. It's really a May question of whether or not we're on the Eastern Plains, or we might want to think about some other location east of the divide. And it would seem to me that we have lots of options for that if there are suggestions. Commissioner Blacko looks like she's about to raise her hand. No?
So clarification. So question that stands now is what we do in May.
Correct.
So we're going to Gateway in November, is what you're saying.
Correct. Sounds like there's general support for that. And we don't have to decide that. If we've decided to swap those and we can at least move forward working on all the details with Gateway because they're on us to commit to that. The Buena Vista location is also wants us to commit to that, so they know they're holding up their property for all of us. Those two are fairly important. May, I think we can probably spend a little more time figuring out where that's going to be. Commissioner Schaefer, did you have a comment or you're just endorsing? And Commissioner Adams, I think appropriately so. I think we see where we are in a month or so, and if we can meet in Aurora in March, we could try to do that. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Becca. So you have to tell the people in the Northeast, we haven't been up there now for 3 Novembers. If we do this, that we'll promise that you're going to do everything you can to get us back there in 2023 November, and I will help you.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't have a hang up until I feel like we're going to Gateway because we're getting a deal, not that it's better serving the constituents of the state.
I would clarify that and say it's the location first, and that's the only place. That's just the only place to go, unfortunately. And I think just as a reminder, we did hear from a nonprofit organization at our May meeting in Grand Junction, and there was interest expressed at that time to meet in Gateway. And again, only place to stay in Gateway is this particular location. So, Commissioner Phillips.
Can I make a motion to accept option B?
You can. I don't know that it is action, but general endorsement. Commissioner Vardy. Okay, we got a thumbs up. We'll just do a little straw poll here. Okay, and we'll work on May, and we'll make sure and work with Commissioner Blecka on that as well. Okay, and then we have holds for sort of 2023. I know there was interest in Pitkin County, Commissioner Vardy, and some other places that we'll try to get at least in the queue so we can continue to move things around the state as well. Okay. Thank you for your input. Again, if you have ideas about May, please let us know. And we are 3 minutes over our original time slot because we do not have the GOCO representative vote discussion. So, Commissioner May.
Was item 23 an action item?
I'm sorry?
Was item 23 the calendar an action item?
It's not an act. Oh, I'm sorry. It is an action item. Sorry, I was looking at the next one. So it was motioned by Commissioner Phillips, seconded by Commissioner May. I'm sorry, we'll take a vote on that. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any no's?
No.
Okay.
Because it was the March thing. I mean,
there's a spirit of that. I mean, we have to look into it, but yes. Yes, I mean, in good faith, we're going to look at that, and it's all COVID contingent for March and January. Okay. Okay, motion carries. Commissioner May, would you like to tell us about this evening?
Pardon me.
Would you like to tell us about this evening? And then Commissioner Touchton, I don't know that everybody could hear you very well last night. Would you like to talk a little bit about Saturday as well, the alternative? So Commissioner May, do you want to tell us any details about tonight for those who have not been out to your property and anything we need to know?
Hopefully everybody has a pin to the location who hasn't been there. If not, you talk to me, and the time is open. We'll be there all night, so show up when you're comfortable showing up. If you have any, I think we're scheduled to be there at 5:30, but I'll be there in 15 minutes. So anybody that wants to show up.
I imagine those coolers have been there since we were there last night, so it'll be good. Commissioner Touchton, would you like to mention the alternative or the addition for Saturday?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So on Saturday morning, time to be determined. I was going to poll the group of interested folks what time they'd like to get started. But for those of you who aren't going quail hunting, I was going to lead some bird watching and bison tours on our Southern Plains Land Trust property, which we talked about earlier. It's been sponsored by GoCo for those of you who want to see what GoCo's been supporting out here. It's about 30 miles southwest of here, about 35 minutes on dirt roads to get there. And I was thinking like 9 or 10 in the morning to get started so people have a chance to eat breakfast and come out. So if you are interested, I can guarantee you the bison will be there. The birds they do what they want, but we should be able to see ferruginous hawks for sure. That would be the big check mark for people who are so inclined. Maybe some badgers, swift fox, some other kind of cool prairie dog associates. But anyway, let me know and I'll give you specific directions and we can discuss times with whoever's and everyone who's been here today is invited.
Great. Thank you so much. The last little item I'll just mention before we break that today is we believe that the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies Conference will be held in person in January in Tucson. It's been virtual the last couple of times, and we have been approved to take 3 commissioners. If you are interested, please talk to me just offline, and I can talk to you more about what that looks like. So, okay. Okay, we are in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll see everyone at the May Ranch.